Back everybody to another episode of the Network Show. We're on episode 74. How's everyone? How are you all doing in the chat? Inferno, Jap Up, Tommy V, how you doing, bro? South Bama Gump. First time I've seen that name. How is everyone today? Hope everyone is well. And right, we have a new premiere for you guys tonight on BNC Records. I'm not sure if you caught that notification, but I'll drop the link in the chat anyway. Hey, Jap Up. How you doing, AJM? Ghost, only sometimes. When someone needs haunting. You know, no rest for the wicked and all of that. Oh, God. But what we really do need, since it's 10 minutes past 4:20, is I need to make a couple of joints. So let's play a couple of tunes and while I skin up, wait for people to join us.
All I hear is new chain, big house, fast car, it's so boring. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise, I quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm decided to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. But I hear it's new chain, big house, fast cars, so boring. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise, I quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm deciding to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now.
Hey, Marva, welcome back.
Hey. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody around the world. Hello, AJM. Hello, Danielle. Hello, Jab Up. Hello to everybody on X and Rumble and Kick and everywhere else that we are hooked to.
Right. So I need to open up. I am in the back room. So if anyone wants to join us on our 74th episode, there won't be very many more of these network episodes, unfortunately. So I think tomorrow is the last network show for now. And then we'll see what else we can do.
Yes.
So if anyone wants to join us on our last couple of network show, jump up, join us, yeah.
Yes, we are cutting back.
Yes.
We are stretching ourselves thin.
All right, so this music is up. I won't play that one, but we do have other music we can play.
Yes. Did you get today's release ready?
It's up, it's on, and it's premiering at in.
Time is it premiering in New York?
It will premiere in 22 minutes.
Oh, it's going to premiere in 22 minutes.
Yes.
Oh, which one is it going to? Oh, you got it done. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, Lord. I'm not even going to say anything. Nothing.
I hope you guys enjoyed it. I enjoyed making it.
I haven't even seen it.
I wanted to do a lot more to it, but I was. I saw you sharpening your axe at the corner of my eye, and I thought I better pull my finger out and get something up. So I did want to make.
My legs started cramping. I had to go in the other room, so I didn't even get to see it. So I will be going over to the premiere, seeing it. Oh, lordy. I got to get up my laptop going.
I wanted to do more to it. I really did, guys. So much more I wanted to do to this.
But I have not seen the premiere.
Maybe I'll make a new video for it with what I have in mind.
Hey, Walter.
A remix. Do a remix. Maybe we get support to do us a remix of it.
Oh.
Let's play another song. See what we got. What we got cooking out.
Oh, Tommy's already in there.
Walter Davis, how you doing, man? All right, let's play.
They tried to tell us that we never mattered. We weren't for much for anything at all. They made us feel like we were disadvantaged. Told to watch our language anytime we talk. We got pushed around so we're hard to manage. So to learn some manners and to grow some balls. They probably thought we were way too damaged to be champions. We're the underdogs. We're the ones who the world don't like. Fought with the system like our whole lives. Never fitting with the middle finger, so they should have been in prison 25 to life. We're the ones in the dark with the light. Always been the rebels who were down for a fight. The kids that didn't listen built a little different, been the opposition trying to do what's right. We're the ones who were picked on, doing kick flips, getting lit, dreams, lit jeans, and a lit bomb. Renegades like a rage in the system, misfits, and we pissed off. Yeah, we've been warned since we were born that we would fail if we didn't conform. But we stayed ourselves and we gave them hell, and the underdogs won the war. We was the cool kids, whatever screw y'all, forever y'all were wrong. So we're losers, whatever you will, remember underdogs. And lies be losers, but losers can't win. They might have more shooters, but it's us versus them, and we're the underdogs. Underdogs. We're the underdogs. Underdogs. They tried to tell us we were good enough to be the leaders. They said we would fall. They did their best to try and tear us down and make our generation feel small. We've gotten beaten up. They tried us through the mud like we're the garbage that nobody wants. They probably thought that we would never win, but they were wrong. We're the underdogs. We're the ones that the whole world hates. Fight for the people till both arms break. Screw the politicians and the cops. Permission, we can't do what's right just at the lost don't break. We're the lone wolves, ain't no cage. Won't go home till hell's been raised. Screw the institutions, we're the revolution. Got an attitude, they got a world to save. We're the ones who were laughed at. Had a backwards hat, nab magazine cramped in our backpack. Spoke weed 14, playing Pac-Man. Now we actually Batman. We was the cool kids, whatever screw y'all, forever y'all were wrong. So we're losers, whatever you will, remember underdogs. And lies be losers, but losers can't win. They might have more shooters, but it's us versus them, and we're the underdogs. That word the whole world hates. Fight for the people till both arms break. Screw the politicians and the cops, permission, we can do what's right, just the laws don't break. We're the lone wolves, ain't no cage. Won't go home till hell's been raised. Screw the institutions, we the revolution. Got an attitude, they got a world to say. We're the ones who were laughed at. Had a backwards hat, nab magazine cramped in our backpack. Spoke B14, playing Pac-Man. Now we actually Batman. They tried to tell us that we never mattered. We weren't for much, anything at all. They made us feel like we were disadvantaged. Told to watch our language anytime we talked. We're the ones who the world don't like. We was the cool kids, whatever screw y'all, forever y'all were wrong. They might have more shooters, but it's us versus them, and we're the underdogs. We was the cool kids, whatever screw y'all, forever y'all were wrong. So we're losers, whatever you will, remember underdogs. Underdogs be losers, but losers can't win. They might have more shooters, but it's us versus them, and we're the underdogs.
That's right. All right, so
We're doing good, Dave Walter. Just starting out the live.
what else we got, Mama Bear?
Oh, okay, good show lined up for us today. We're going to do a tribute today from Four Corners from Sterling.
Okay.
We've got a news report from Wayne County on how a police officer from Illinois who was decertified from the county, from the state, and how he some people are questioning how he is an officer, a deputy sheriff from Wayne County, if he was decertified, and how another county hired him within the state to be a deputy sheriff. How a cop turned psycho during a routine police stop. We've got coverage on how they got that Kentucky shooter. He is supposedly he is not alive, and they have found him. I found a tuba pre, interesting reaction. He's back at it again. Redacted yesterday did a really good show. They also had a shooting in Kentucky. This time, a Kentucky sheriff unalived a judge in the chamber. Also, here's the deal covered in Tennessee. Some cops murdered Ty Nichols, and there was one of the cops in the murder made some grisly admissions in court, and here's the deal covered that. So we have that coming today. So we have an interesting show coming today. So, hey, Joko, how are you? So we have an interesting show coming for you today. So we have some lots of different perspectives coming at you today. And also, everybody make sure you go over to BNC Records. Here in about 15 minutes, we have a premiere coming at you. That's going to be an interesting one coming at you. So I don't really want to get started on anything until after that premiere drops, because I don't want to lose audience, get somebody interested in anything. So we're going to play some music for the next 15 minutes, and then after the premiere drops, then we'll get going at our show, because that's a good premiere. A good premiere. So we're going to play some songs here. What did everybody think of yesterday's premiere? Did anybody see yesterday's premiere? That was a good one. That was a good premiere you did, Mellows. Very good premiere for GGA. Real good premiere for him. You did a good job putting it together.
I just wish I put more time into some of these videos.
Yeah.
If I had more time.
You did a great. I wish there was a few more for his new channel. So there was some more on his new channel.
Yeah, it's the last push now to his 100K. So he's nearly there now, isn't he? Both him and Bear, they're nearly at the 100K.
Yes, so everybody please like and subscribe to GGA's new channel.
The link should be in the chat on the bot.
Yeah, I just posted it. Channel. Because Grim doesn't have it, and neither does Beer Bantam. So I just posted their channels in chat. They got the Actors Avenue. Is his new channel, so please like and subscribe to both of those channels for GGA. Good Guy Activism and the Activist Avenue. Please like and subscribe to both of those channels. GGA is almost there, so please like and subscribe to both of his channels.
No. Maybe a bad time for me to start live. Middle of the night.
So, but yes, that was a great video yesterday. In fact, let's play a song, GGA's song. Where is that? Where is GGA's song? Just on repeat. You just had it. Go back one.
I'm looking for the video.
You don't have the video downloaded on here, is it?
Yeah.
Is this his video downloaded on here?
Yeah. Somewhere.
Your song was on mine.
So the song is on your one.
Song's on mine, yes.
I can't see it. Oh, that's it.
I sing song on mine. It's a BBA.
Ah, there it is.
In the streets we stand so tall.
Where did we put the video?
With
No,
our
upload it.
cameras we see it all. Capturing truth when justice falls. Fight for the rights, one and all. Lights flash red, blue shining bright. We see through the endless night, showing the world wrong from right. Voices now, we join the fight. Rise up together, make it better. Hold the line and never sever. Stand for truth and never tether. Good guy activism lasts forever. Every clip we break the chains, spread the word, let justice reign. From the shadows to the plains, standing strong in sunshine and rain. Educate on what we see, public learns to break free. Holding power to the key, together we'll write history. Rise up together, make it better. Hold the line and never sever. Stand for truth and never tether. Good guy activism lasts forever. together, make it better. Hold the light and never sever. Stand for truth and never tether. Good guy activism lasts forever. With every clip we break the chains, spread the word, let justice reign. From the shadows to the plains, standing strong in sunshine rain. Rise up together, make it better. Hold the light and never sever. Stand for truth and never tether. Good guy activism lasts forever.
Yeah, we've got the new premiere starting in 2 minutes or some shit. 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Go hit the like. Give us a like and a share if you can. I hope you like this one. There will be a part 2 to this. Guarantee you. Yes. One more song. I think we've got another 2 minutes. A quick song.
Yep. Go ahead. How you feeling, AJ? Better?
All right. I'm too slow. So, see you on the premiere in a second.
Good deal.
Floats like a balloon, dreams popping in the night. Silence is golden, but I ain't feeling alright. Gone with the wind, deep breaths of our scheming. Forever lost in the abyss, dreams just teasing. Moments like old snapshots, blurred and faded. Paper memories crumpled up, dreams invaded. No more holding hands, mine left out to dry. Pain drifting in my heart like a dagger in the sky. Foolish heart playing tricks on me. Thought love was here, now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? When did the gates of love shut with a bang? Was it a high or bite left me in the hang? Tenderness took a hike, no rapture in sight. Exiles me from warm talks, fades with the light. No more words to spill. Silence is my friend, wanted you to see the real me, not pretend. Now the gates are locked, can't find the key. Foolish heart playing games won't let me be. Foolish heart playing tricks on me. Thought love was here, now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? Joker with the deck cards, stealing deceit. Love a mirage, dust getting in my feet. Chasing shadows, lost in twilight's fleet. Foolish heart, sneaky like a thief in retreat. Should've seen it coming, sky turned gray. Heart took a hit like a cinema cliche. Now I'm left pondering in a dark arcade. Foolish heart led astray, false serenade. did the gates of love show with a bang? Was it a high or by left me in the hang? Tenderness took a hike, no rapture in sight. Exiles me from warm talks, fades with the light. No more words to spill. Silence is my friend, wanted you to see the real me, not pretend. Now the gates are locked, can't find the key. Foolish heart playing games, won't let me be. Foolish heart playing tricks on me. Thought love was here, now it's fantasy. Torments dancing, killing me softly. Was it ever real or just glossy imagery? Choker with the deck cards, stealing deceit. Love or mirage, dust getting in my feet. Chasing shadows, lost in twilight sleep. Foolish heart, sneaky like a thief in retreat. Joker with the deck cards, stealing deceit. Love or mirage, dust getting in my feet. Chasing shadows, lost in twilight's fleet. Foolish heart, sneaky like a thief in retreat. Should've seen it coming, sky turned gray. Heart took a hit like a cinema cliche. Now I'm left pondering in a dark arcade. Foolish heart led astray, false serenade.
My machine started slowing up. Get yourselves over there to the premiere. There we go.
Yeah. God. Some of the comments. Oh my God.
If you like it, comment, share it. Oh my God. Oh my God, the comments. Oh my God, the comments. The comments. Meow, meow, meow. Dogs. Meow, meow.
Oh my Lord. The comments. The comments. The comments. The guys. Between Mitch, AJM, support, Inferno. Oh God. You guys are terrible. You guys are terrible.
Well, what do you think? Did you enjoy that one?
Oh my God, you guys are terrible. You guys are terrible. You guys are terrible.
Oh, God. Do we have any more songs we can play for them, Mama Bear? Sure we have. Let's play this.
Yeah, I'm stepping out the shadows, real talk, no bravado. I'm masking all the fakes, man. Government's the puppet show, they're pulling strings from above. Got their hands soaking in our blood, preaching peace while they're waging war. Tell me what they fighting for. Corruption's a virus, spreading like an inferno. Preying on our fears, a world of chaos they churn, yo. I'm just a mellow man, but I see through their plans. All these dirty deals sealed with bloodstained hands. I'm raising the voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together loud, we roar. Check the headlines, read between the lines. Cover-ups, lies, it's just their design. $1 trillion wars, starving the poor while the rich feast and keep asking for more. Got me questioning who we really trust in. Puppets on a string, their morality's rusted. We're just pawns in that game, anonymity's a shame. But I'm breaking silence, exposing the violence. Skeletal secrets in the closet, bones laid bare. Decoding their deceit as a gasp for air. They muddy the truth with their polished lies, but I see clear now, no wool over these eyes. I'm raising the voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together loud, we roar. Check the headlines, read between the lines. Cover-ups, lies, it's just their design. $1 trillion wars, starving the poor while the rich feast and keep asking for more. Got me questioning who we really trust in. Puppets on a string, their morality's rusting. We're just pawns in the game, anonymity's a shame. But I'm breaking the silence, exposing their violence. Skeletal secrets in the closet, bones laid bare. Decoding their deceit as a gasp for air. They muddy the truth with their polished lies, but I see clear now, no wool over these eyes. I'm raising the voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together loud, we roar. It's a battle of minds, the fight for what's right. They're cloaked in darkness, we're the bringers of light. So gather your courage, let's reclaim our power. This is the moment, it's our final hour. I'm just mellow, one word hit hard, explosive ammo. Ringing me along, wake up, it's time to go camo. Invisible, no more, we're standing up about the score. Truth as our guide, justice is what we fight for. No more secrets, transparency we demand. Holding them accountable, we'll make a stand. We're not just numbers, but voices loud and clear. Together we rise, overcome the fear. I'm raising the voice, gotta make that choice. Stand up, speak out, let's make some noise. They can't control us, they can't ignore. All of us together loud, we roar. So here's to the mellows, warriors in the night. Exposing corruption, we're here to fight. For justice, for truth, for a world that's right. Together unbroken in this fight, we unite.
Yup.
Well, we probably won't have most of these videos and songs on here with me after tomorrow, so we'll play some now while we can.
Well, I was talking earlier.
Pop bottom that the pain is greater than the suit. Remind them every time it's greater than the suit. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dreaming reunite together, save the world. I'm reminding that the pen is greater than the sword. Remind them every time it's greater than the sword. Education we defend is gonna save the world. It's a right every child deserves, is God-given. That right comes under threat, it must be defended. You don't think Allah don't see what you're doing to his children? Who's the hell accountable? Who's in charge, mister? These kids don't have nothing to do with y'all business. You should be building more schools, not prisons. They bombed us, it ain't even make the news of y'all city. He could have been a scholar, but he's a child of Gaza. Missile hit his home and crushed and killed his baba. We should be playing soccer or meeting up by our lockers. He wanted to be a doctor, but he didn't have those options. Like the pen is greater than the sword. Remind him every time it's greater than the sword. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dream and reunite, together save the world. I'll remind him that the pen is greater than the sword. Don't stop trying, we all equally God's lives. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Save the world, save the world, inshallah. The system need to be eradicated. The attack on education has been activated. It's not random, it's intentional, it's calculated. I'll be lying if I said I wasn't aggravated. I ain't smiling cause I ain't happy. Know how many times I pray for peace and peace ain't happen. Still get on my rug and pray for peace, still gotta take actions. And people held responsible for actions. Until then we gotta stay active, we need change. That change need to be data driven, accurate, comprehensive. And since we are the victims, we deserve a voice in the day-to-day decisions. And we can dig this generation out these great. Remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Remind them every time it's greater than the sword. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dream and reunite, together save the world. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Don't stop trying, we all equally God's lives. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Save the world, save the world, inshallah. System need to be eradicated. The attack on education has been activated. It's not random, it's intentional, it's calculated. I'll be lying if I said I wasn't aggravated. I ain't smiling cause I ain't happy. Know how many times I pray for peace and peace ain't happen. Still get on my rug and pray for peace, but God take actions. And people held responsible for their actions. Until then we gotta stay active, we need change. That change need to be data driven, accurate, comprehensive. And since we are the victims, we deserve a voice in day-to-day decisions. And we can dig this generation out these grave conditions. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Remind them every time it's greater than the sword. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Dream and reunite, together save the world. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Don't stop trying, we all equally God's lives. Education we defend is gonna save the world. Save the world, save the world, inshallah. Remind them that the pen is greater than the sword. Remind them every time it's greater than the soup. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the soup. Remind them every time it's greater than the soup. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll remind them that the pen is greater than the soup.
Moonlight high above us, we got that OG smoke. Rooftop party on fire, liquor pouring like hope. Big beats moving bodies, women dancing so free. Booties shaking like rhythms everyone wants to be. Rooftop groove, we fly high. Underneath the starry sky. Feel the bass in our soul. Let the good times take control. Every smile, every glance feels like endless summer days. dancing close side by side. Laughter echoes in the night, everything feels so right. Rooftop groove, we fly high underneath the starry sky. Feel the bass in our soul. Let the good times take control.
So I try to use my phone instead, but I can't charge it. I'm feeling lethargic. Such an inconvenience, a real pain in the butt. That's all you want, and I'll tell you what.
Sorry, Mama Bear, was I unmuted?
Trying to figure out what song you were playing.
You want to hear a new song? We are come winding to the end. Might as well give you guys a little treat. Let me put this somewhere. Where can I put it? Up here. Where have I got it? I need some room, man. Where can I put it? 100 songs on every fucking band. All right. This one is a special one. New one. Never been heard before. Not even sure if the supporters heard this one.
It's like I bumped my head when I got out of bed. I stumbled on the floor and then I stubbed my toe. I tried to turn on the light to make it nice and bright, but the light bulb was dead. So I tried to use my phone instead, but I didn't charge it. I'm feeling lethargic. Such an inconvenience, a real pain in the butt. That's all you were to me, and I'll tell you what. You think you're a genius, but your brain's a peanut. Yeah, you're an inconvenience, a real pain in the butt. Stepped in a puddle cause I was on the double, cause I was running late. It was 8:30 and work started at 9. I left the car behind cause it was out of gas because of my dumb backs, and I didn't charge it. It's a hybrid. I'm feeling lethargic. Such an inconvenience, a real pain in the butt. That's all you were to me, and I'll tell you what. You think you're a genius, but your brain's a peanut. Yeah, you're an inconvenience, a real pain in the butt. I stepped in a puddle cause I was on the double, cause I was running late. It was 8:30 and work started at 9. I left the car behind cause it was out of gas because of my dumb bass, and I didn't charge it. It's a hybrid. I'm feeling lethargic. Such an inconvenience, a real pain in the butt. Real pain in the That's all you were tonight, and I'll tell you what. And I'll tell you what. Think you're a genius, but your brain's a peanut. You're an inconvenience, a real pain in the
right.
Oh, support him. We got a song for you to rewrite. Boy, do we got a song for you to rewrite.
Well, what do you think of that one?
I loved it.
Have you heard that one before?
No, you have never played that before.
You see? I've even got something new for you too.
But do we have a song for you to rewrite, support?
Oh yeah. Part 2.
But boy, do we have a song for you to rewrite. But boy, do we have one.
I think he was in a coma when I wrote that.
But boy, do we have one for you to rewrite. Oh, do we have one for you to rewrite. Oh, do we have one for you to rewrite. Oh, do we have one for you to rewrite. Oh, do I dare pull it up here? Do I dare to pull it up here? Do I dare, Mellows?
You do whatever you want to do. You do you.
Do I dare? Do I dare?
Which one is it? Which one are we talking about?
The one I played you this morning. I sent you this morning.
Oh yeah. Support is busy eating his cat. I hope it's not a cat you're eating.
Oh, do I dare play it? Do I dare play it?
Oh.
Oh, do I dare play it? Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna play it. Oh shit. I gotta figure out how to present it. Oh god. Oh shit, I can't do it that way. uh,
Is the volume low? Try put the volume up on the player.
um,
On the right. So
it's all the way up.
what about on your computer, on your PC?
I tried
tried, and I tried even more. I tried, and I can't recall what for. I pressed, I pushed, I yelled, and begged in hopes of some success. The inevitable fact is that it never will impress. I've no more fucks to give, my fucks have run dry. I've got to go fuck shopping, but no fucks left to buy. I've no more fucks to give, no more fucks I've tried to get. I'm over my fuck budget and I'm now in fucking debt. I strive to get everything done. I play by all the rules, but I'm very rarely won. I smile, I charm, I would have laughed, alas, to no effect. I run around like a moron to unequivocally fail. I've no more fucks to give, my fuck fuse has just blown. I've been hunting for my fucks all day, but fucked and fucked off home. I've no more fucks to give, my fuck rations are depleted. I rallied my fuck army, but it's been fucking defeated. The effort has just not been worth the time or the expense. I've exhausted all my energy for minimal recompense. The complete form of acknowledgement has now begun to go, and I've come to realize that I don't give a fuck. No more fucks to give. My fucks are blown away. My fucks are now so fucked up they refuse to fucking stay. No more fucks to give. My fucks have gone insane. And pass me while they're fucking off the game. I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have all dissolved. That many projects, but my fucks won't be involved. No more fucks to give. My fucks have all been spent. They fucked off from the building. Don't know where they went. I've no more fucks to give. I've no more fucks to give. I've no more fucks. I've no more fucks. I've no more to give. Thank you very much.
Support. I hope it wasn't the Chinese, man. Here's another one for you. I bet you haven't heard this one either.
I don't really care how I came across, as long as you know I am the boss. You wanna speak to the manager? Well, speak of the devil, I am her. It was only a matter of time, you were across the room just glaring, as if waiting in line was a crime. Here comes the complaints from Miss Karen. Will anything make you happy, or were you born to be mad forever? Your attitude is crappy, you always bring the stormy weather. It's a good thing you ain't a doctor, cause you don't have any patience. But you sure like to test mine all the time, but you can't mess with my cadence. Dial 911 and lie your heart out. The videos on YouTube and Twitch. Soon the whole world ain't gonna have a doubt that you're a huge. I don't really care how I came across, as long as you know I am the boss. You wanna speak to the manager? Well, speak of the devil, I am her. You have a glaring lack of empathy. You must have been left in the crib too long. You have a negative tendency to never admit that you're wrong. You're always running your big fat mouth, but you're all bark, you ain't got no bite. You're always getting up in my business, but Karen, please go fly a kite. It's a good thing you ain't a teacher, cause you don't have any knowledge. But you sure like to test mine all the time, and you supposedly went to college. Your crocodile tears ain't saving you now. The videos on YouTube and Twitch. Soon the whole world ailed in my business, but you're huge. I don't really care how I came across, as long as you know I am the boss. You wanna speak to the manager? Well, speak of the devil, I am her. Your crocodile tears ain't saving you now. The videos on YouTube and Twitch. Soon the whole world is gonna see just how that you're huge. Why are you shouting? You need to calm down. You should try smiling instead of a frown. Why are you shouting? You need to calm down. You should try smiling instead of a frown. I don't really care how I came across, as long as you know I am the boss. You wanna speak to the manager? Well, speak of the devil, I am her.
Do we have that one downloaded?
Πικρανιώθω σαν φτάνει το δίλη, και μια φλόγα μου καίει τα χείλη. Είναι η ώρα που ο ήλιος θα σβήσει, και η νύχτα θα έρθει δεν θα αργήσει. Πικρανιώθω σαν φτάνει το δίλη, και μια φλόγα μου καίει τα χείλη. Είναι η ώρα που ο ήλιος θα σβήσει, και η νύχτα θα έρθει δεν θα αργήσει. Πικρανιώθω σαν φτάνει το δίλη, και μια φλόγα μου καίει τα χείλη. Είναι η ώρα που ο ήλιος θα σβήσει, και η νύχτα θα έρθει δεν θα αργήσει. Πικρανιώθω σαν φτάνει το δίλη, και μια φλόγα μου καίει τα χείλη. Είναι η ώρα που ο ήλιος θα σβήσει, και η νύχτα θα έρθει δεν θα αργήσει. Νιώθω σαν φτάνει το δίλη, και μια φλόγα μου καίει τα χείλη. Είναι η ώρα που ο ήλιος θα σβήσει, και η νύχτα θα έρθει δεν θα αργήσει. Πίκρα νιώθω σαν φτάνει το δίλη, και μια φλόγα μου καίει τα χείλη. Είναι η ώρα που ο ήλιος θα σβήσει, και η νύχτα θα έρθει δεν θα αργήσει.
Do we have the DA song on here, Mellows?
Which one?
The DA song?
DA song?
The DA song.
Don't remember a DA song.
We the people in the DA streets. Is that the one? Support?
No, he's talking about the Greek songs.
No, he asked. You said something about DA Creek song.
Yeah, play the Greek song. The one I just played.
Okay. Because I know we the people in the DA streets.
Μη κρύωσε πίσω από το δάκρυ σου, και μη μου λες ότι που πονάνε. Μη δίνεσαι κάτω για χάρη σου, μη χαραμίζεις τη ζωή για ένα βράδυ σου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. κρύβεσαι πίσω από το δάκρυ σου και μη μου λες λόγια που πονάνε. Μη δίνεσαι κάτω για χάρη σου, μη χαραμίσεις τη ζωή για ένα βράδυ σου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. Μη κρύβεσαι που θα από το δάκρυ σου και μη μου λες λόγια που πονάνε. Μη δίνεσαι καν το για χάρη σου, μη χαραμίζεις τη ζωή για ένα βράδυ σου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. Μη δίνεσαι καν το για χάρη σου, μη χαραμίζεις τη ζωή για ένα βράδυ σου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. Μη δίνεσαι κάτω για χάρη σου, μη χαραμίσεις τη ζωή για ένα βράδυ σου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. Μη δίνεσαι κάτω για χάρη σου, μη χαραμίσεις τη ζωή για ένα βράδυ σου.
Mama don't have 2 fucks today. It's been a bad couple of 2 weeks. And Mama just doesn't give 2 fucks today.
So, the first song was called Love of a Thief. And the second song
BX Swag, you haven't been around in a couple weeks. Mama's been going through some tough shit. Mama's neighbor's house blew up and I sat and watched it. And my neighbor passed away in that fire. And it's taken a toll on me. And I got very sick. And I ended up having infusions. And I have been very sick. And today was his memorial service. And I have chose to remember him the way I knew him. I worked with him for many years. And it's been very tough. And I have chose to remember him the way I knew him and put what I saw behind me. And some shit has happened since then. And I am today with 2 to 4. I don't give fucks. And I woke up to that song that I played here, sent to me by my brother. And he said, don't give a fuck. And I don't give a fuck mood. Mellows has been going through a lot because he lost his sister in the last month. So Mellows and I have gone through some shit. And we're not going to go through any more bullshit. So people don't want to pull no more bullshit with us because we don't give a fuck. And we're not going to be pulled down to no more bullshit. And we're not going to get pulled into bullshit. So here's I don't give a fuck. So here's I don't give a fuck day.
Couple of new tracks I put up.
So we're not all shit. We're not going to be into shit. So here's I don't give a fuck shit.
And there's a river that I still must cross. As I'm going on my journey, so I might be lost.
And there's a road I have to follow, a place I have to go. Well, no one told me just how to get there, but when I get there, I'll know. Because I'm taking it step by step, bit by bit, stone by stone, yeah. Brick by brick, oh yeah. Step by step, day by day, mile by mile. And this old road is rough and ruined, so many dangers along the way. So many burdens might fall upon me, so many troubles that I have to face. Oh, but I won't let my spirit fail me. Oh, I won't let my spirit go until I get to my destination. I'm gonna take it slowly, because I'm making it mine. Step by step, you know I'm taking it bit by bit, bit by bit, stone by stone, yeah. Brick by brick, by brick by brick, step by step, day by day, day by day, mile by mile. Go your own way. Say, baby, don't give up. You got to hold on to what you got. Oh, baby, don't give up. You got to keep on moving, don't stop. Yeah, yeah. I know you're hurting, I know you're hurting, and I know you're blue, I know you're blue. I know you're hurting, I know you're hurting. Don't let the bad things get to you. Bad things get to you, you. Step by step, you know I'm taking it. Oh, oh. Bit by bit, bit by bit, bit by bit. Come on, stone by stone, by stone, day by break by break, mile by mile. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Go your own way. Come on, baby, got to keep moving. Baby, got to keep moving. I'm taking it step by step, bit by bit. Come on, baby, got to keep moving. Come on, baby, got to keep moving. Come on, baby. Come on, baby, got to keep moving. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby, got to keep moving. Don't, babe. Come on, baby, got to keep moving. Come on, baby, got to keep moving. Come on, baby, got to keep moving. Step by step, keep on moving. Day by day, day by day. Come on, baby, got to keep moving. Come on, baby, got to keep moving. Mile by mile, by mile, by mile. Go your own way. Come on, baby, got to keep moving. Bit by bit, bit by bit, bit by bit, bit by bit.
Well, what do you think of that one?
I like it. By the way, support him will make you cry. I will make support cry. Did you know what I did? I took one of his songs that he has done and I made it into a video.
Underneath the B and C skies, where our worlds collide, I found your eyes, sparks flew like the 4th of July. We were young and wild, hearts unchained and free. Nothing to lose but everything, you and me against the siege. Every kiss stole my breath, every touch was a win. We vowed to love the whole through thick and thin. With the battle lines drawn, it's you and I hand in hand. On this treacherous land where we stand.
'Cause all's fair in love and war, we fight for the hearts we're yearning for. Barriers fall and spirits soar, when love is a battlefield, what are we fighting for? All's fair in love and war, in every tear, every smile, we know it's worth fighting for. Oh love, here we roar, like the thunder's mighty score. All's fair in love and war. The nights grew cold, enemies at our gates, but our love's a fortress, babe, they just have to wait. We dance through shadows, we burn dynamite dreams, laughing louder with every challenge, or so it seems. Every trial carved our names, every storm we would tame. In the echoes of whispers I still hear claim. In the chaos of the clash and our heart's reckless dash, to love fiercely, deeply, unabashed. 'Cause all's fair in love and war, we fight for the hearts we're yearning for. Barriers fall and spirits soar, when love is a battlefield, what are we fighting for? All's fair in love and war, in every tear, every smile, we know it's worth fighting for. Oh love, here we roar, like the thunder's mighty score. All's fair in love and war, marching under starlit banners, undaunted by the fray. Every whisper of your love guides me through the grave. When the cannons fade and the smoke clears, it's your love, your heart, your fight I'll still revere. Because all's fair in love and war, we fight for the hearts we're yearning for. Barriers fall and spirits soar, when love is a battlefield, what are we fighting for? All's fair in love and war, in every tear, every smile, we know it's worth fighting for. Oh love, here we roar, like the thunder's mighty score. All's fair in love and war, marching on the starlit banners, undaunted by the fray. Every whisper of your love guides me through the grave. When the cannons fade and the smoke clears, it's your love, your heart, your fight I'll still revere. Because all's fair in love and war, we fight for the hearts we're yearning for. Barriers fall and spirits soar, when love is a battlefield, what are we fighting for? All's fair in love and war, in every tear, every smile, we know what's worth fighting for. Oh love, here we roar, like the thunder's mighty score. All's fair in love and war, in the silence after storms, in the peace after the fights. In your arms I find the greatest light. Underneath the B&C skies, together we'll always soar. For all's fair in love and war.
Yes, they did, BNC.
Okay. I've got another new one. It's right at the bottom of this playlist. Yes.
You better stop the things you do. I tell you I ain't lying, I ain't lying. You know I can't stand it, you running around, you know better, daddy. I cannot stand it 'cause you put me down. Oh no, I put a spell on you, because you're mine. You know I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you anyhow. And I don't care if you don't want me, I'm yours right now. I put a spell on you, because you're mine. You buzz your mind. I can't stand it 'cause you put me down. Ooh, I put a spell on you, because you're mine. Because you're mine. Because you're mine.
Inferno's new song's done too.
Cast a spell for you, 'cause you are mine. Gonna make you see. Cross that line, you better quit now. Quit your tricks. This love ain't a game, no magic fix. Under my spell, 'cause you belong to me. Feel the power in my decree. Can't stand you running all over this town. See what happens when you get me down. Deep in the night, I love you still. No turning back against my will. Under my spell, 'cause you belong to me. Feel the power in my decree.
Yes, I got Inferno song done too.
What do you think of that one?
I like that.
So that was a song, original lyrics, and then modified lyrics to finish it. So like at the end, there's new lyrics altogether. Like finishes it basically.
We're gonna get your creative juices back going now.
Oh, fucking
You know that. You know that.
It's the only thing that keeps me fueled, right? You know, like my anger, when I get angry, sometimes that I can switch that around and use it to fuel me. But sometimes it just deflates me, you know. It's just, it's so exhausting, you know what I mean?
I know you lashed out at me the other day.
I'm sorry if I did that. I'm a stupid idiot. I did shit.
No. I took it with a grain of salt. I took it with a grain of salt. Believe me. I knew where it came from because you've been frustrated in everything that's gone on. Believe me, I just took it. As you noticed, I just brushed it off. I brushed it off. You noticed that, didn't you?
I should have. I've got a T-shirt on actually. It says "Failure is not an option."
Well, you see what mine says, don't you?
I'm a bit.
You notice I just brushed it off. You noticed that, didn't you, the other day when you said something to me? I brushed it off and just let it roll off me. You notice that? I just let it roll right off me because I knew where you were at. Because remember, I was going through the same thing. I was going through the same thing. I knew where you were coming from. And, you know, we're both in the same spot. You know, I've got a dumb shit nephew that did something to me and put me in the same predicament. And we just let it roll. We got to go with the flow and figure out what we're going to do with the next step. And, you know, what we're going to do with how we're going to deal with it. And we're going to work through it. We're going to work through it. And we just keep our chins up and our smiles on our faces because they're not going to get the best of us. Remember that. He's not going to get you. He's not going to win.
He said I'm the best. Ain't no one that can do it like me. No, he said I'm the best. I drive him the maddest. See, I know that he know I'm the best, and that's why he be wanting my address. Yes, yeah. I drive him the maddest, cause I'm the baddest. Ain't nobody better than a proper man that holds tools like a handyman. First place, no race, but I'm running laps. No KP swag than a Superman, yeah. I know I ain't scared. You can catch me outside, cause we out here. So beware. Cause if you really want it, we can take it there. The game's mine, I don't need to share. Please don't hate, I can never care. Swag from my feet straight up to my hair. She need a man that's gonna be rockin' Montclair. No shade, these ain't no Ray-Bans. That's a real shade, these ain't no spray tans. No shade, these ain't no Ray-Bans. Nah. He said I'm the best. Ain't no one that can do it like me. No, he said I'm the best. I drive him the maddest. See, I know that he know I'm the baddest, and that's why he be wanting my address, yes. Yeah, I drive him the maddest, cause I'm the baddest. Ooh, no. I said she looking kinda cool, no. And she know what I wanna do, no. So don't take me for a fool, no. Ooh, no. I said she looking kinda cool, no. And she know what I wanna do, no. So don't take me for a fool, no. The baddest, ain't no one that can do it like he do. You're the baddest, and she play with my mind like a juju. And I know that he knows I'm the baddest. It's for real, baby, I ain't no actress, yeah. I drive him the maddest, cause I'm the baddest. Ain't no one that can do it like me. No, he said I'm the baddest. I drive him the maddest. See, I know that he know I'm the baddest, and that's why he be wanting my address, yes. Yeah, I drive him the maddest, cause I'm the baddest. Ain't no one that can do it like me. No, he said I'm the baddest. I drive him the maddest. See, I know that he know I'm the baddest, and that's why he be wanting my address, yes. Yeah, I drive him the maddest, cause I'm the baddest. You feel the baddest.
Hey, untrackable. You untrackable. How you doing? Untrackable.
Well, down on Maine, in the early light, eyes running like he's got a fire to fight. A spectacle for all the town. Ain't nothing but his knees sprinting round and round. They call him untrackable. Just a blur, stripes and a laugh that's crackable. Down the street where the wild winds pants, there goes High-O in his underpants. Neighbors wake and they rub their eyes, betting if he's chased by hounds or fireflies. Coffee's cold as they hit the porch, watching how race the sun and unstoppable torch. They call him untrackable. Just a flash and checks the signs attackable. Through the town, he's the leading dance. There goes High in his underpants. Baby High's got his reasons, lost the better it's the season, but every heart in town beats in his chest. A local legend, unnamed but the best. Sheriff laughs as he sips his tea, says that's just how let him be. But Grandma pees and she shakes her head. Put some pants on, boy, before you're dead. I'll be untrackable. He's a tale at night, our dreams inactable. Down the street, watch him take his stance. There goes High, behold in his underpants. Well, if you're down on me, feeling blue, just watch for high, he'll uplift your view. A hero, maybe not by chance, but a joy in each step in those underpants. So if you're down and you step in those underpants.
Yeah, cool tune, that one. I like that one. It's one of the first ones we made, right?
Yeah, it is. Yep, it certainly is.
All right. What else we got? I'm gonna play some of these tunes before we don't see them again or hear from them again. Last couple of days on these tracks.
That of many men, the child you bore to this earth, you shall still care to their parts. Your daily thoughts are not of your own. No selfish greed or needs. You put the world and the rest first. You walk with the heavy loads upon your head, African queen, mother of life. All names you behold, but your womb cries. It feels the pains, the ones of every mother's child, wanting the healing of the disrupted places, not to wish for disgrace upon this earth. Mother of the universe, mother of Africa, to born a child from pure wisdom, not implanted with hates and fear. When you swoon on of the seeds, a woman of love carried the life within. Black woman of this universe. This world, mother queen of Africa, mother Chile or this unborn, what will it be? A boy or a girl, can I feed it? Teach it, learn it, the life before it. Will the words written on the palms of hands, I hate you or I love you? Woman who bears all your strength goes beyond. You have fought hard for the good of men. Your heavy loads is much bent and crippled from your weights. You can no longer look up to the sky. The ground is your place, so you face it daily. Dust to dust, he shall say one day. But who will remember your grace? Who will remember your name? Who will remember you, mother of many lands and faces? But not one of wars, for on your backs you carry love, the love of this world. Mother of the universe, mother of Africa, to born a child from greater wisdom that's implanted, hates and fear. When you swoon on up the seas, a woman of love carried the life within, the love of this world. Don't separate yourself from that of any other. Knowledge is life. I stand before you, naked as I was born. Share your life with me, so I may know and learn the secrets of this world. Black woman. Mother Queen of Africa, Mother, Chile, or this unborn, what will it be? A boy or a girl, can I feed it? Teach it, learn it, the life before it. Will the words written on the palms of hands, I hate you, or I love you. I love you. Woman who cares, all your strength goes beyond. You have fought hard for the good of men. Your heavy loads is much bent, you crippled from your weight. You can no longer look up to the sky. The ground is your place, so you face it daily. Dust to dust, he shall say one day. Who will remember your grace? Who will remember your name? Mother of the universe, mother of Africa, to born a child from greater wisdom that's implanted.
Well, guess what I just discovered?
What did you discover?
Guess whose birthday it is today?
I'm assuming I know this, but it's your birthday. That's what that
No.
matters. No,
You know
it's
when my
not
birthday?
mine. It's not yours.
No, it's GGA's.
Oh, is it? Happy birthday, Gigi.
Hey, we dropped. It's a good thing we dropped that.
Oh, seriously? We dropped it for his birthday. We didn't even know. I think it was purely by accident. See, that was fated to be there. That's cool.
Yes, GGA is live,
Is
and
it?
yes,
I'm gonna say happy birthday.
and it is his birthday. He's got happy birthday as his title.
Go and give him some love.
Yes, everybody jump over to GGA's and tell him happy birthday. Yes. Yes, it is his birthday. Yes.
Had them in double XL. They fit nice. Even a double XL. Oh, they're fitted though. It's okay. It's kind of tight. I think. How the fucking front? The whole thing in the front. All right, let's drop this link. Thank you. the chat.
I like the way they fit. I just don't want no fucking.
There you go.
Look at that. I don't like that crease shit right there.
Easy's in there. Easy recordings. Do you see that?
If you ever get close to a human and human behavior, be ready to get confused and meet in my hereafter. There's definitely no logic to human behavior, but yet so irresistible, and me and my fear cannot. And there is no map uncertain. They're terribly moody of human behavior. Then all of a sudden turn happy, and then in my hereafter. But all of a sudden turn happy, and then in my hereafter. But all to get involved in the exchange of human emotions is ever so satisfying, and they and my hero. And there is no map uncertain human behavior. Human behavior. Human behavior. And there is no map, and a compass wouldn't help at all. Uncertain human behavior.
All right. Yeah.
Some of these we're going to lose too.
Yep. Let me just start again. I'm an expert at starting again.
Who's the boss, not Mrs. Reaper? Dancing the moonlight, feel deeper. Living fast and free with no keeper. Just us now, hearts growing steeper. Who's the boss, not Mrs. Reaper? No time for fear, just embrace what we hold dear. Love and laughter ever near. The boss is Grim Reaper, is this now clear? Stars twinkle in your eyes. Forget the tales of old goodbyes. New dawn breaks across the skies. Who's the boss, not Mrs. Reaper? Time for fear, just embrace what we hold dear. Love and laughter ever near. The boss is Grim Reaper, is this now clear? Laugh and cheer, no grim disguise. Under stars twinkle in your eyes. Forget the tales of old goodbyes. New dawn breaks across the skies. Who's the boss, not Mrs. Reaper? Time for fear, just embrace what we hold dear. Love and laughter ever near. With the Grim Reaper on your path is clear. That never tire. Set the night sky all on fire. Feet to rhythm, hearts aspire. Lift me higher, take me higher. No more shadows, rules to break. In this moment, wide awake. Cut the ties that seem so fake. Free the spirit, new paths make. Who's the boss, not Mrs. Reaper? Time for fear, just embrace what we hold dear. Love and laughter ever near. With the Grim Reaper on your path is clear.
But then he made this one.
Wake up in your universe's morning sun. Smile, bright the day's begun. Hand in hand we face the light. Happiness in every sight. Through the ups and through the downs. Love's the glue, it comes around. Laughter echoes through the night. Keep it simple, keep it bright. Happy partner, happy life. No more worries, no more strife. Hand in hand we'll make it through our own universe. Together we'll chase dreams so true. In the little things we find joy that's pure and intertwined. Whisper secrets late at night. Hold each other, hold on tight. When the world feels cold and gray, love will always find a way. Dance through storms and find the sun. Together we are always one. Happy partner, happy life. No more worries, no more strife. Hand in hand we'll make it through our own universe. Together we'll chase dreams so true.
Now let's better get the back door, please.
In the world feels cold and gray, love will always find a way. dance through storms and find the sun. Together we are always one. Happy partner, happy life. No more worries, no more strife. Hand in hand we'll make it through our own universe. Together we'll chase dreams so true.
Okay, we do not. Okay, you're a child, and we do not. You are under. Goodbye.
Idiots. Do you really need me in there?
Never mind. They're blocked. They're gone.
Thank you, Marvin.
They're gone. They're kicked.
Idiots.
It was a child.
Any more idiots? Yeah. Click the link and come and get blocked.
They're gone. They're kicked. They're blocked. The stream says 18 and above.
And they're supposed to be able to verify their accounts. In a StreamYard to connect, you have to verify your account. So how are they connecting if they're not kids?
And when you come in as a child and you act like a child, you're automatically going to get blocked. When you want to come in under a child's voice and you think you're going to get in, you're not gonna. Because the minute you say, give me the link, I'm going to your channel.
You have to explain nothing to them, Marvin.
So, goodbye. You're blocked from the channel. You're blocked from StreamYard. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Don't have time for your games.
Mama Bear asked me, will you have whiskey with your water or sugar with your tea? What are these crazy questions that they're asking of me? This is the wildest party that there ever could be. Oh, don't turn on the light, 'cause I don't wanna see. Mama Bear told me to have fun. Mama Bear told me not to come. Mama Bear said that ain't no way to have fun. Mama Bear open up the window, let some air into this room. I think I'm almost choking on the smell of stale perfume. And that cigarette you're smoking about to scare me half to death. Mama Bear, open up the window, let me catch my breath. Mama Bear told me to have fun. Mama Bear told me not to come. Mama Bear said that ain't no way to have fun. Radio is blasting. Mama Bear, someone's beating on the door. Our hostess is not lasting. She's out on the floor. I've seen so many things here I ain't never seen before. I don't know what it is, but I don't wanna see no more. Mama Bear told me to have fun. Mama Bear told me not to come. Mama Bear said that ain't no way to have fun.
Right, got any more from here you want to play, or should we let's switch?
Switch it.
I got something I can play.
My mom likes when I rap fast with enough energy that it can make her heart dance. I would like to write a song for her to sing along. Better make it fucking bumpin' cause my mom's the bomb. Life took my parents on a giant roller coaster ride. Cause I was walking with a limp, something wasn't right. Doc came in the room, said they found a giant tumor. It was lodged in my brain, immediate surgical procedure. Imagine the thoughts running through their head. They 2-year-old boy heads filled with dread. You can't prepare for that being said on a Tuesday afternoon when you get out of bed. But I made it, I fucking made it. You've been by my side through good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Childhood, we spent a lot of time together. School was pretty far. I wouldn't trade it for the world, driving, talking in the car. I was on a path or a mission, you could say. All I wanted was to be like Rafa, Roger, or Marc Andre. I always had it in me, the fire was burning strong. My mom told me a story from when I was 6 years young. Mom, I hate losing so much, I want to win so badly. I guess not much has changed though, and that kinda makes me happy. I got fire burning in me, it's strong. Living by my side through the good and hard times. I'd do anything for you, I'd do anything for you, Mama Bear. I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love my Mama Bear. Mama Bear, I love Mama Bear. Back to the fire burning in me as a kid. It was hard to control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. That kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that. Control the stupid shit I did. Provincial tennis champs, hitting no man in the head. Threw my racket at the net, it flew over, smack, his face went red. I looked over at my mom, oh my god, I'm dead. Oh my god, he's dead. She was living to the max. A kid needed a lesson, probably needed quite a smack. But my mom is way too cool for that.
Love that song.
Yeah, it's a cool tune. All right, this one.
The storm warning, flashlights blink on and on, and I marvel at it all. Just the simplicity, beauty of life, like a giant painting on canvas, a body of color exposed to be seen. Only man has no control of the paintbrushes. He must be quick to hurry, paint what he sees before his eyes, or snap it from the lens of a can to capture for forever. Keep it locked in some memory that the storm warning, flashlights blink on and on, and I marvel at it all. Just the simplicity, beauty of life, like a giant painting on canvas, a body of colors exposed to be seen. Only man has no control of the paintbrushes. He must be quick to hurry, paint what he sees before his eyes, or snap it from the lens of a can to capture or forever. Keep it locked in some memory back, or forever. Keep it locked in some memory back, or forever. Keep it locked in some memory back. The storm warning, flashlights blink on and on, and I marvel at it all. Just the simplicity, beauty of life, like a giant painting on canvas, a body of colors exposed to be seen. Only man has no control of the paintbrushes. He must be quick to hurry, paint what he sees before his eyes, or snap it from the lens of a can to capture or forever. Keep it locked in some memory back, or forever. Keep it locked in some memory back, or forever. Keep it locked in some memory back, or forever. Keep it locked in some memory back. The storm warning, flashlights blink on and on, and I marvel at it all. Just the simplicity, beauty of life, like a giant painting on canvas.
Babe, how are you?
Hey Ed, what's going on, man? Right, I think we played.
I'm up in her intestinals. Go Mad Max on the Toady, turn it to the Pterodome. I don't need a stethoscope, I can smell the pheromones. Know I got that wood and I'm batting like I'm Barry Bonds. Hope you in my Pokemon, call me Ash Ketchum. Show them air rollers, girl, we gon' play some basketball. Puffin' on these Scooby snacks, you know I'm a shaggy dog. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy out.
fucking thug. I'm a fucking thug. I've been on the block lately, trying to catch enough, trying to catch enough. You know what to say, baby. I'm a fucking thug, fucking thug. I've been on the block lately, trying to catch enough. Oh, I got that wood and I'm batting like I'm Barry Bonds. Poke you with my Pokemon, call me Ash Ketchum. Show them air rollers, girl, we gon' play some basketball. Puffin' on these Scooby snacks, you know I'm a shaggy dog. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. No, I got that wood and I'm batting like I'm Barry Bonds. Poke you with my Pokemon, call me Ash Ketchum. Show them air rollers, girl, we gon' play some basketball. You know what to say, baby. I'm a fucking thug, I'm a fucking thug. I've been on the block lately, trying to catch enough, trying to catch enough. You know what to say, baby. I'm a fucking thug, fucking thug. I've been on the block lately, trying to catch enough. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. You know what to say, baby. I'm a fucking thug, I'm a fucking thug. I've been on the block lately, trying to catch enough, trying to catch enough. You know what to say, baby. I'm a fucking thug, fucking thug. I've been on the block lately, trying to catch enough. You know what to say, baby. I'm a fucking thug. I've been on the block lately, trying to catch enough. Oh, I got that wood and I'm batting like I'm Barry Bonds. Poke you with my Pokemon, call me Ash Ketchum. Show them air rollers, girl, we gon' play some basketball. Puffin' on these Scooby snacks, you know I'm a shaggy dog. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. Oh, I got that wood and I'm batting like I'm Barry Bonds. Poke you with my Pokemon, call me Ash Ketchum. Show them air rollers, girl, we gon' play some basketball. You know what to say, baby. I'm a fucking thug, I'm a fucking thug. I've been on the block lately, trying to catch enough, trying to catch enough. You know what to say, baby. I'm a fucking thug, fucking thug. I've been on the block lately, trying to catch enough. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour. Racing like a rally car, looking for the happy hour.
What you doing?
I'm going to experiment.
You really are experimenting.
Hmm? Um,
Another head hangs slowly, child is slowly taken. And the violence caused such silence for what we mistaken. But you see, it's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they are fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they are crying. In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your head, in your head? Zombie, 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 zombie. What's in your head, in your head? Zombie, 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 zombie. Oh, oh, another mother's breaking heart is taking over. When the violence causes silence, we must be mistaken. It's the same old theme since 1916. In your head, they're still fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they are dying. In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your head, in your head? Zombie, 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 zombie. What's in your head, in your head? Zombie, 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 zombie. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Yeah, yeah.
Cup of chai, I think.
Yeah.
Nice cup of chai. I will be right back, actually. Let me put a song on.
One day I'll show you love, but for now my head hangs down like in a sad bow. I weep. For now I don't make a sound. Feel the agony inside, not having you near me. Heart beats with every step, seeing emptiness in life dearly. I miss you, oh I miss you. Tender love, sweet made, sweetness of our taboos. Without you, my life fades. Gray skies above my heart, too much it hurts to bear. Fulfillment, love breathes. I miss you everywhere. You are my reason to live. Breath for you every day. Love you more than words, 'cause feeling always stays. I miss you, oh Without you, my life ain't.
I've been in love, oh honey, you know it's true. From that very moment that I first saw you. Love is wild, my darling, in it I've been reeling. It lifts you to the heavens, then leaves your heart needing. So please, oh please, won't you stay right here? Since you've been gone, I'm drowning in my tears. Oh honey, can't you see? Stay here with me. Since you left, it's just pain and misery. There were times I cursed the day you walked my way. I was content alone, yet you changed my every day. Now I'm pleading, darling, hear my desperate cry. Life's been bleak and lonely since you said goodbye. Each day's a struggle, hard to see you walk my way. I was content alone, yet you changed my every day. Now I'm pleading, darling, hear my desperate cry. Life's been bleak and lonely since you said goodbye. Each day's a struggle, hard to see any light. Caught in endless shadow that used to be bright. Now that you're gone,
Northwest Pressman, mountain girl in the pines, down where truth ain't confined. They ride into town with a fire in their eyes, freedom fighting, truth on the rise. Dirty conflict against shadows and schemes, but Northwoods Press got a pocket full of dreams. Mountain girls got a spirit unchained. Together they thunder through the rain. Woo, fucking woo, they roll through the night, expose the liars, bringing truth to light. No citizens' rights left breached in the dark. They blaze through the system, igniting the spark. Public servants hide behind their masks. Northwoods and mountain taking them to task. Freedom ain't a word, it's a battlefield cry, and together they soar on just a sky high. And valleys they ride, no corner left untouched, every truth untied. Citizens' hearts beat with their might. Two lovebirds turn the wrongs to right. Woo, fucking woo, they roll through the night, expose the liars, bringing truth to light. No citizens' rights left breached in the dark. They blaze through the system, igniting the spark. Servants hide behind their masks. Northwoods and mountain taking them to task. Freedom ain't a word, it's a battlefield cry, and together they soar on just a sky high. Expose the liars, bringing truth to light. No citizens' rights left breached in the dark. They blaze through the system, igniting the spark. Woo, fucking woo, they roll through the night. Expose the liars, bringing truth to light. No citizens' rights left breached in the dark. They blaze through the system, igniting the spark.
Lost souls explorer in the digital light. dance. Everybody can. Susan's heart is open and every call she's made. Moonlight high above us, we got that OG smoke. Rooftop party on fire, liquor pouring like hope. Big beats moving bodies, women dancing so free. Booties shaking like rhythms everyone wants to be. Rooftop groove, we fly high. Underneath the starlit sky, feel the bass in our soul. Let the good times take control. Every smile, every glance feels like endless summer dance. Liquor flowing, OG haze in this party, in this place. We got music as our guide, dancing close side by side. Laughter echoes in the night, everything feels so right. Rooftop groove, we fly high. Underneath the starlit sky, feel the bass in our soul. Let the good times take control. Every smile, every glance feels like endless summer dance. Liquor flowing, OG haze in this party, in this place. We got music as our guide, dancing close side by side. Laughter echoes in the night, everything feels so right. Rooftop groove, we fly high. Underneath the starlit sky, feel the bass in our soul. Let the good times take control.
Rolling up that sour diesel, feeling so high. Blue dream got me floating up into the sky. People Kush, OG Kush, feeling so plush. Gosh, Acapulco Gold, Gorilla Glue, yeah we love that bush. From Granddaddy Purple to Jack Herrera, wedding cake to Durban, poison, no fear. Gelato, Girl Scout cookies all night. Northern Lights, Pineapple Express, take flight. Super lemon haze, White Widow, feeling fun. Alien OG, apple fritter, got that divine. Scotty once, Godfather OG too. Soothing my soul, now that's the groove. From Granddaddy Purple to Jack Herrera, wedding cake to Durban, poison, no fear. Gelato, Girl Scout cookies. terpenes, vibe so right. Honey, humulini, lemonade, we're seen every night. Sessions with the best strains, Mother Nature's delight. So grab a blunt, spark it up, feel the high. With the best cannabis strains, reach for the sky. Hey, pipe the blunt, keep it real. With these top-notch flavors, that's the deal. Yeah. So grab a blunt, spark it up, feel the high. With the best cannabis strains, reach for the sky. Vape, pipe a blunt, we keep it real. With these top-notch flavors, that's the deal.
Oh. Mhm. Perfect timing. Oh, oh, shit. I have an interesting story. It's about a Wayne County Sheriff's deputy. It's about a deputy who has been fired or forced to resign from many departments. He is not according to Michigan Commissioners of Law Enforcement standards, he is not allowed to be a police officer. And why he's a Wayne County Sheriff's deputy, it still remains to be seen. It's an interesting story, and I am looking into it to find out why he is a deputy at all. And I'm following up on this story because it's an interesting story to find out why he is a deputy.
Sheriff's deputies who work inside the Wayne County Jail have always had dangerous jobs.
And their decisions can mean the difference between life and death.
Just last year, one inmate was brutally murdered by his cellmate after a sheriff's deputy went missing from his assignment. He later resigned. But today, the sheriff's office is struggling with severe understaffing, with the jail currently 344 deputies short.
So, did the sheriff's office lower its standards when it hired one deputy with a troubling past?
Here's 7 investigator Ross Jones.
Some people are meant to be the police, and some people are meant to call the police. He's someone who's meant to call the police.
This is a story about a sheriff's deputy who's not allowed to be a police officer.
This man is not qualified to be in public safety at all, period.
Until his latest job, Jamonte Horton had been fired or forced to resign from every law enforcement department he's worked for. Today, he wears a badge from the Wayne County Sheriff's Office. Jamonte Horton was hired less than 2 years ago by the Sheriff's Office. He came there after being rejected by the Detroit Police Department and the Macomb County Sheriff's Office, and failing the background checks with Farmington Hills Police and Waterford Police. Horton's problems began early in his career. While only a cadet with Wayne State Police, he showed up to a party with a loaded gun. After a fight broke out, Horton was shot and returned fire. He resigned in 2015 for his role in the shooting. His next stop, Ypsilanti Police, where Horton was written up for missing shifts, found sleeping in his patrol vehicle, and caught playing a homemade pornographic video featuring himself to his fellow officers while on duty. He was also written up for putting those officers at risk, leaving a sergeant alone during a traffic stop and missing a knife during a search of a domestic violence suspect. And when he was working a sexual assault investigation, Horton failed to follow simple orders that led the case to be ignored for 2.5 months, leaving the suspect free on the streets.
Victims are the reason why police departments are in business, to help victims and to prevent people from being victims.
Ricardo Moore is a commissioner with the Detroit Police Department who rejected Horton's applications twice.
He shouldn't be trusted with the privilege of being a police officer.
Facing termination from Ypsilanti, Horton resigned in 2019. His chief said he'd been given multiple opportunities to improve, but still wasn't capable of completing his core duties like coming to work and remaining awake. His next stop, the Highland Park Police Department, where Horton's judgment was questioned early and often.
Who stabbed who? I ain't stabbed nobody, man.
In 2020, Horton responded to the scene of a stabbing at a club along Woodward Avenue. When it was time to handcuff a suspect, Horton was seen handing his department-issued AR-15 rifle to a strip club security guard, a violation of department policy. In a separate incident, while searching for a suspect, Horton did a U-turn across 2 lanes of traffic, striking another vehicle. According to Highland Park PD, he kept driving without checking on the driver he just hit. But the final straw came in 2022. While Horton was out on patrol, he heard over the radio that Detroit and Michigan State Police were engaged in a high-speed pursuit. According to Highland Park's investigation, Horton was ordered not to get involved in the chase, but he did anyway. And when he did, according to investigators, Horton manually turned off his body cam during the pursuit.
Why did you turn the camera off?
When questioned by Internal Affairs, Horton said the camera malfunctioned.
I didn't engage in no chase. I wasn't involved in the chase or anything.
But GPS data confirmed he was involved in the chase, and according to Internal Affairs, Horton made several false statements during the investigation. Highland Park called Horton's misconduct egregious, and as it prepared to fire him, he resigned in October 2022. 3 weeks later,
We really do want you on our team.
the Wayne County Sheriff's Office made Jamonte Horton a deputy. Since he resigned in Highland Park 2 years ago, Horton's law enforcement license was deactivated by the state, meaning he can't serve as a police officer until it's turned back on. But it turns out you don't need an active law enforcement license to work as a deputy inside a jail where Horton works today.
We want to hire individuals committed to serving our citizens with honor and integrity.
Would you say that honor and integrity are words that apply to that deputy?
I would say definitely not.
Glenn Anderson is a Wayne County commissioner.
It's very surprising that with a record like that we would have him working in the sheriff's department.
We wanted to ask Sheriff Washington why his office hired Horton after so many other departments took a pass, but he declined. So we caught up with him at a budget hearing earlier this month.
Did the sheriff's office lower its standards to hire Jamonte Horton?
We never lower standards. Never.
How troubled are you that he was found to have been untruthful?
I'm troubled that happened. If that is indeed a fact, I don't know that to be a fact. Somebody that's talked to me about that part of it.
Well, you hired him, sir. Is that a concern?
Our agency hired him.
Washington told us he had nothing to do with Horton's hiring, but that's his signature on a document asking the state to reactivate his law enforcement license, allowing him to police the streets. But last week, the state said no, issuing an intent to deny the county's request, saying Horton did not meet the character fitness standard to be an officer.
He was hired by several agencies.
He was fired by several agencies or forced to resign.
I don't know about our last.
He was fired or forced to resign from 3 different agencies.
I have no firsthand knowledge of that again.
Is that not something you should know about?
I'm going to know about it, and when I know about it, we'll address it.
We left voicemails, texts, and emails for Deputy Horton. He did not respond. If he chooses to, he can appeal the state's decision not to reactivate his law enforcement license. Even without it, though, he is still allowed to remain a deputy inside the jail. Sheriff Washington told me Horton has a stellar record since joining the county. I'm Ross Jones, 7 News, Detroit.
All right, Ross, thank you so much.
That's not the kind of person I want. That is not the kind of person I want on the streets protecting me. You can't do, falling asleep, pornographic, don't do paperwork. I sure don't want him out on my streets. I don't know about anybody else, but I don't want him on my streets at all. Not at all. An interesting story I found. Kind of interesting one I found. Floating around YouTube. Kind of interesting. One I found. How many remember the incident in Nashville, Tennessee, where the cops bludgeoned to death Taylor Nichols? Well, one of the cops in that case has turned state evidence and is testifying for the state in that case.
Memphis police officers known as the Jump Out Crew or the Scorpion Unit, who mercilessly brutalized and beat to death Tyree Nichols. Remember when they first came to trial, they all said that they were innocent. It says right here, 5 former officers involved in Tyree Nichols' death plead not guilty, even though we have video evidence of their guilt. Well, a trial convened today. And before I get to this, I want to remind you what Scorpion Unit actually meant. It stands for the Street Crimes Operation to Restore Peace in Our Neighborhoods. It's a 50-person, or it was a 50-person unit with the mission of bringing down crime levels in particular areas. It's almost like they got paid for and were incentivized to bring up the crime by being legalized, legally covered, legally protected gang members themselves. So in this whole bit, you've got conspiracy against rights, you got false reports, intentional cover-ups, deprivation of rights, you got legalized gang activity, and outright justified brutality. They justify it. They justified it. They lied on reports, and we're going to see this right here. The names of the officers, just to also refresh your memory: Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin, Desmond Mills, and Justin Smith. But I want you to listen closely to this report right here, because we're going to get some admissions from these guys that doesn't just apply to the Memphis Jump Out Scorpion Crew. This applies to anybody who's a member of the Thin Blue Line gang, because this is their code and this is what they live by, because this is what they do every single day on the job.
We are fearful about what happened the night Tyree Nichols was beaten by police, and the testimony is coming from a former officer who was on the scene that night. Former Scorpion Unit member Emmett Martin was the first officer to see Tyree Nichols in January of 2023.
Today, he took the witness stand in the federal trial of Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith. Our WREG's April Thompson is live at federal court. And April, plenty of people have been waiting to hear what Martin has to say about what happened that night.
They have, especially since now that he is testifying against the other three officers. And one thing that we continue to hear Martin say in his testimony, we lied and exaggerated to justify what we did.
Oh, you don't say. Police officers lie and justify their criminal actions as they're in uniform? You got to be kidding. Imagine my shock when she said that.
Emmett Martin, a former member of the Memphis Police Department Scorpion Unit, describing the deadly encounter that led to the unit's demise and Tyree Nichols' death. Martin testifying for the prosecution in the federal trial of Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith, laying out how he was the first to see Nichols speed up to make it through a red light and gave chase. Martin admitting he didn't know how fast Nichols was going, but that a chase for a traffic violation was against MPD policy.
So they go against policy and they're willing to put a man's life on the line under the color of traffic law. This is deprivation of rights under the color of traffic law. We are willing to take your life away because you violated a law that was penned by our parasitic politicians.
Would be the first of several policy violations Martin testified he and other officers committed that night, describing how he, Demetrius Haley, and Officer Preston Hemphill surrounded Nichols' car, yelling, "Get the expletive out of the car and get on the ground. I'm going to tase your expletive." Martin said Nichols was never resisting and there was no reason to tase him, which Hemphill did. Martin says by the time they caught up with Nichols, who managed to run away, Tadarius Bean and Justin Smith had him on the ground, hitting him with a closed fist. He said Desmond Mills took out his baton and started hitting Nichols 3 times on the arm. And that was against policy since Nichols was not a threat. Martin admitted he should have stepped in, but instead he said, "I punched him in the face 5 times with a closed fist."
I should have stepped in. You know, I have the remainder of what you would call a conscience left. And my conscience was telling me, man, I should have become a buffer between my fellow henchmen, the Memphis Jump Out Scorpion crew, and Tyree Nichols. But you know what? The thin blue line won the day, and I just went ahead and joined with him. And I just started punching this guy in the face until he was nothing but just an unconscious mess. How many times have we seen that? We don't need them to admit this. I'm glad he's saying that. It's just validating what we all know to be true.
When asked why he did it, Martin said, "I was mad. I was already on edge prior to even getting there."
Now, stay tuned because the next news report is going to show exactly what exactly happened to make you mad by the time you arrived on the scene to deal with the Tyree Nichols incident.
Tried to get him in custody, and it wasn't working. He ran, and that's what happened. Martin said Haley delivered a vicious kick between Nichols' torso and head. Martin said he also added to the kicks, saying Nichols' body jerked. He admitted kicking is not a trained police technique. One thing Martin maintained, out of all the officers on the scene, no one told the other to stop or pull back.
Again, imagine my shock. Not one cop who's on the scene is like, dude, you shouldn't be doing that. You wouldn't do this to a dog. You're doing this to a human being. It doesn't even look like he's alive. What are you doing? What did he do wrong? Did he off a whole bunch of people over there back on the corner? Was there a drive-by? Was there a school shooting? Did he rob a bank? I mean, why did you do this to this guy? Nobody to interject a modicum of common sense, rationality, or morality.
By the time their Lieutenant Dwayne Smith showed up, he says no one mentioned the punches and kicks they had delivered to Nichols, saying if they did, they would have been charged. Instead, they told him Nichols was high, something they didn't have evidence of, and that he was driving into oncoming traffic and got out of his car swinging. Martin.
So all lies, all of it lies. They lied on the reports. They lied among each other. They had body cameras and dash cameras turned off intentionally.
Saying they had to justify his actions to justify theirs. Martin also testified to a code that was a general understanding. I'm not going to tell on them, and I know they're not going to tell on me. Not going to put them in a situation where they get in trouble. It was an understanding. Basically, we did what we needed to do. I wasn't going to tell on them, and they weren't going to tell on me.
And that is called what? The thin blue line of silence. You don't just see it in Memphis. You don't just see it in St. Louis or Buffalo or Fresno, California or New York City. It's all over the place. They have that code. Don't worry, man. I got you covered. Don't worry. Oh, you're drunk. You're 3 times over the speed limit. Hey, just let me turn this body camera off and just lay cover for you.
And Martin's saying a lot here in court today. Bear with me, if you will. Martin also testified he gestured for Mills to take off his body camera because he didn't want it to catch what they were saying after the beating.
Yep, that's consistent with walking in the darkness, which cops do all the time.
It was common practice to remove the camera, leave it running on the car. He'd seen other people do it, so he did the same
common practice
thing. He also said the assault report the department wrote up for him, since Nichols was trying to take Martin's gun, what he said happened, was also full of untruths, as well as Martin's own response to resistance report, even down to the lack of information they gave dispatch and EMTs and first responders about Tyre Nichols' injuries. They never told anyone what they did. Right now,
the Brotherhood, the thin blue line, Fraternal Order of Police Brotherhood, lied to everyone. And why would you do that? You lie to everybody because you know what you did was wrong and you don't want to get caught. You don't want to get called out. You don't want to lose your job. You don't want to go to jail. These people, all 5 of them, should go to jail for the rest of their lives, including the chain of command above them, because they knew this kind of stuff was happening. This just didn't just happen one night. Oh, this is just one isolated night that happened to Tyre Nichols, and it happened to end in his death. How many other people have been brutalized? How many people have been victimized? How many people have been economically terrorized? How many people have been harassed under this unit of 5 dangerous individuals, 5 dangerous, legally sanctioned thugs?
Still on the stand, he is being questioned by the defense attorneys now. They're bringing out how Martin is getting a substantial assistance in his own case for his testimony here, and how he never mentioned Tyre's first question to officers that night they pulled him out of the car, saying Nichols never told them, saying Nichols did tell them, why y'all always expletive with me? Martin says he didn't mention it because no one ever asked.
All right, let's go to this next news story.
Plenty of cross-examination by the defense today. The 3 attorneys for those 3 officers looking for inconsistencies in what former Scorpion Unit Officer Emmett Martin told the feds, who offered him a deal in exchange for his help with their case.
It's a plea deal that has former Memphis police officer Emmett Martin taking the stand.
You know, you would not have to question any of what happened if you had a police policy where you are not allowed to turn your body camera off at any point, or dash cam at any point during the course of your shift. And if you do, you get fired immediately and you go to jail for a year. If you ever touch that body camera, just it would be so easy to set that policy in place. And why wouldn't a good police officer just abide by that? Of course, you're going to leave your body camera on because you want to be caught doing good things. It'd be a very simple solution.
And testifying in the trial of his fellow Memphis Police Scorpion Unit members, Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith. But attorneys for the 3 officers spent much of Wednesday trying to poke holes in the statements Martin gave to prosecutors, from changes in how he exaggerated Tyre Nichols pulling for his gun to whether Demetrius Haley kicked Nichols in the head or the torso.
You wouldn't have to guess about, like I said, you wouldn't have to guess about any of that if nobody turned their body cameras off and turned their dash cams away. None of that. Because a jury would be able to see, or a judge would be able to see exactly what happened. You wouldn't have to depend on the testimony of a lying cop.
Attorneys picked apart what Martin said piece by piece, also reminding him that his plea agreement could be in jeopardy if it's discovered he is being untruthful. Justin Smith's attorney, Martin Zumock, honed in on the video of the officers describing how they hit Nichols, but Martin doesn't chime in anything about the face punches or kicks he gave Nichols. Zumock saying it was because Martin knew if he had, Justin Smith would have turned him in. Martin denies that. Zumock, in an attempt to show another side of his client.
Is it really that hard to do what's right? Is it really that hard to resist what's wrong? Is it really that hard to call out cops who are committing crimes against humanity?
Justin Smith tried to get Martin to remember that Smith was the one who turned in another officer who hit a homeless person with mental issues. Martin said he didn't remember. Zumock's questioning at some point seemed to aggravate Martin to a degree as they battled back and forth over what he said to prosecutors and what he remembered. We also got some insights into the now defunct MPD Scorpion unit. Martin saying it was data-driven, and if you didn't meet your numbers, you could be sent back to your precinct.
Data-driven, that means there's a quota. That means there's pressure on the police officers on the street by the people in the front office to perform a certain way and turn in certain numbers, which leads to the incentivization of fabricating numbers, creating crimes, making victims of people who shouldn't be victims, starting to harass people, maybe even provoking people to, I don't know, take a swing at you or run so you could follow them and fabricate charges against them.
Lieutenant Dwayne Smith, who was over the unit during the Tyree Nichols incident, was more hard-driven than the previous lieutenant, wanting more arrest.
And we also know more about Martin why he said he was already angry when he spotted Tyree Nichols that night back in 2023. He said he and Haley had already had 2 misses that night. One was executing a warrant, and the person they were looking for when they went there was not there. So that was one thing. The other, he said they got a tip that Glock switches were being sold in an apartment complex in Binghamton. But that hit home for him because his daughter and her mom live in that apartment complex.
So in other words, because we weren't able to pull any fish into the boat and take them into headquarters, I was pissed off and we were just looking for some numbers to fabricate. And here comes Tyree Nichols. What a perfect time so we can bring somebody into the station, dead or alive. Leave your thoughts about these 5 cops. What do you think should happen to them? Personally, I don't think that they should ever see the light of day for the rest of their lives. The way they treated Tyree Nichols, like I said, you would not treat a feral dog that way. Not if you have a nanoparticle of humanity left in you. Leave your thoughts about this for the world and the global thought, please, in the comment section below. Remember to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification icon, give it a thumbs up, share it with everybody you know, and I will see you in the next video. Bye.
Yep, pretty disturbing. Hey, BBA, how you doing?
True love, you fail to show the care they're worthy of. It's possible, those eyes you meet, to wear a mask, the devil's deceit. And we can change the world, it's true. Revolutionize both me and you. It's in our hands to educate the future leaders we anticipate.
Caught in the winds of 21st century's flight, I'd rather be in the dawn's first light, where earth begins a majestic spin, claiming the wonders from within. Exploring worlds under golden skies, believing in the magic where the ocean lies. Take me to the edge where the wild moon calls, and the birth of lands where the horizon falls. A world for the open-minded, a truth unrestrained, hidden in moments where dreams remain. It's our choice, ours to find, in the collective heartbeat of humankind. The world's not as cruel as they narrate, it's shaped by our actions, not by fate. Unlocking the mysteries of space and time, believing we can heal, redefine. Now as I translate thoughts to words, I pause, lose ground, but I'm undeterred. The fear of fading into background noise that the melody's close. It's my choice. I want to yet cling to the world I know. Love my life, the depths, the highs, the lows. It's serendipity to adore the chaos sweet. The human race, a puzzle incomplete. Though time is fleeting and we're part of the show. Ignorance is bliss, but learning makes us grow. While the world spins on my present small, I vow to influence, change it all. I hope you feel what I feel too. See the vision I'm showing you. In this concrete jungle where dreams thrive, our survival stitched with the love we derive. Following instincts that carve the way. It's true what echoes, create your own play. It's possible to truly love. You fail to show the care they're worthy of. It's possible, those eyes you meet, to wear a mask, the devil's deceit. And we can change the world, it's true. Revolutionize both me and you. It's in our hands to educate the future leaders we anticipate. In this concrete jungle where dreams thrive, our survival stitched with the love we derive. Following instincts that carve the way. It's true what echoes, create your own play. It's possible to truly love. You fail to show the care they're worthy of. It's possible, those eyes you need, to wear a mask, the devil's deceit. And we can change the world, it's true. Revolutionize both me and you. It's in our hands to educate the future leaders we anticipate. In this concrete jungle where dreams thrive, our survival stitched with the love we derive. Following instincts that carve the way. It's true what echoes, create your own play. It's true what echoes, create your own play. With me and you, both me and you. It's possible to truly love. You fail to show the care they're worthy of. It's possible, those eyes you meet, to wear a mask, the devil's deceit.
You dropped another one?
Yes, I was doing an experiment. Remember? I didn't premiere it or anything. I just put it up to see what would happen. I put it somewhere to see what would happen.
I just got notification of it.
Okay. Well, that works.
I looked at my phone and I got a notification. I got mentioned in it. I'm like, what? Wait a minute. BNC mentioned you in it. I'm like, oh, yeah.
I never seen God's eyes, but I've seen the devil's. He walks with man on earth at different levels. He knows the king we serve, so he hates and meddles, and prays that we all burn and turn to rebels. He tried to get my soul, but I'll never settle. I walk this lonely road from the burbs to ghettos. I'll take the gift bestowed and return a vessel. I am the one they chose. Rebellious in our ways, missing it since birth. He knew that it would happen when he put us on this earth. We demonize
demonized religion brought corruption to the church. We know the price of everything, but we don't know the worth. We spend all of our time idolizing false prophets. Comparison's the enemy, stop watching others' pockets. The social system's broken, we divide on every topic. They fabricate the truth and we all monetize the gossip. We know the problems and we see them, but don't want to change. We're desensitized to every issue cause they let us profit off of people's pain. In this dystopian age, we are the game that he plays, and all the evil, deceitful people shake our faith.
I never seen God's eyes, but I seen the devil's. He walks with men on earth at different levels. He knows the king we serve, so he hates the medals, and prays that we all burn and turn to rebels. He tried to get my soul, but I'll never settle. I'll walk this lonely road from the burbs to ghettos. I'll take the gift bestowed and return the vessel. I am the one they chose.
Rebellious in our ways, but sinner since birth. He knew that it would happen when he put us on this earth. We demonized religion, brought corruption to the church. We know the price of everything, but we don't know the worth. We spend all of our time idolizing false prophets. Comparison's the enemy, stop watching others' pockets. The social system's broken, we divide on every topic. They fabricate the truth and we all monetize the gossip. We know the problems and we see them, but don't want to change. We're desensitized to every issue cause they let us profit off of people's pain. In this dystopian age, we are the game that he plays, and all the evil, deceitful people shake our faith.
I never seen God's eyes, but I seen the devil's. He walks with men on earth at different levels. He knows the king we serve, so he hates the medals, and prays that we all burn and turn to rebels. He tried to get my soul, but I'll never settle. I'll walk this lonely road from the burbs to ghettos. I'll take the gift bestowed and return a vessel. I am the one they chose. Yeah.
Okay. Now we got to get it on YouTube.
What are we doing? What when?
Okay. I just downloaded.
Downloaded?
Okay.
Why am I echoing?
Okay. When I went to it, okay, when you tapped me into it, it said listen on YouTube Music. Okay. It said listen to it on YouTube Music. Get app. It's referring to YouTube Music. Get app.
You don't have to, though. It's just an advert.
Now you get the app and you type in BNC Music.
BNC Records.
Right. We need to get BNC more up on it.
Well, that'll happen with the views and the subscribers.
Yeah.
Can't do anything about that right now.
So I'm going to put VNC on my playlist there. So if I put BNC on there as my playlist, last month's playlist.
You should play them all.
Yeah, and you know what?
You can actually create your own playlist.
I know. But it's going to help get BNC Records.
Yeah, the more people create playlists and share them, the better.
Right.
Fellows. I love.
Like that's
I
played
never
in the
seen
car.
God's eyes, but I seen the devil's. He walks with man on earth at different levels. He knows the king we serve, so he hates and meddles and prays that we all burn and turn to rebels. He tried to get my soul, but I'll never settle. I walk this lonely road from the burbs to ghettos. I'll take the gift we stole and return the vessel. I am the one they chose.
Our God is an awesome artist. In perilous times we seek his grace. As the world and the times we face turn fake in the face of the devil's mirages. In the midst of the pain, disdain, and the media's push of all this garbage, I pray that you keep your faith as the whole world breaks and the real get disregarded. It's about time that we take it back. The wait's too great for the camel's back. Strong men made life an easy task, and now the weak men feminize every act. In the church, in the workplace, every class, on the television screen, in the state of rap. All virtue is gone and it's faded black. We in hell on earth and it's gonna collapse. Integrity's lost. Hedonism we incentivize. God's on the way to revolution will be televised. Gone too far, they don't know if we can rectify. At those gates we will testify. So I'm saying it now, but they counterclockwise. We're living in times where the wicked is all rise. The intelligent fall, while the stupid is all thrive, and the real get pushed aside. Yeah.
I never seen God's eyes, but I seen the devil's. Seen God's eyes. He walks with man on earth at different levels. At different levels. He knows the king we serve, so he hates and meddles. And prays that we all burn and turn to rebels. Yeah. He tried to get my soul, but I'll never settle. I'll never settle. I walk this lonely road from the burbs to the ghettos. Burbs to the ghettos. I'll take the gift bestowed and return the vessel and return. I am the one they chose. Yeah.
Our God is an awesome artist. In perilous times we seek his grace. As the world and the times we face turn fake in the face of the devil's mirages. In the midst of the pain, disdain, and the media's push of all this garbage, I pray that you keep your faith as the whole world breaks and the real get disregarded. It's about time that we take it back. The wait's too great for the camel's back. Strong men made life an easy task, and now the weak men feminize every act. In the church, in the workplace, every class, on the television screen, in the state of rap. All virtue's gone and it's faded black. We in hell on earth and it's gonna collapse. Integrity's lost. Hedonism we incentivize. God's on the way to revolution will be televised. Gone too far, and I don't know if we can rectify. At those gates we will testify. So I'm saying it now, for they counterclockwise. We're living in times where the wicked is all rise, the intelligent fall, while the stupid is all thrive, and the real get pushed aside. Yeah.
I never seen God's eyes, but I seen the devil's. Seen God's eyes. He walks with man on earth at different levels. At different levels. He knows the king we serve, so he hates and meddles. And prays that we all burn and turn to rebels. Yeah.
I never seen God's eyes, but I seen the devil's. He walks with man on earth at different levels. He knows the king we serve, so he hates and meddles and prays that we all burn and turn to rebels. He tried to get my soul, but I'll never settle. I'll walk this lonely road from the burbs to the ghettos. I'll take the gift bestowed and return the vessel. I am the one they chose. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Mama bear, so strong and true. Always there when skies are blue. In the night, in the day, guiding us along the way. Mama bear with hearts so wide. In her love we all confide. Through the storms, through the pain. Mama bear, she keeps us safe. Oh, Mama bear, you're our light, shining bright through darkest night. Every hug, every care, we feel safe with Mama bear. Gentle hands and loving eyes. Mama bear, you make us rise. In your warmth, in your grace, we find our perfect place. Mama bear, you lead us home, never will we be alone. In your eyes, love so fair, nothing else can quite compare. Oh, Mama bear, you're our light, shining bright through darkest night. Every hug, every care, we feel safe with Mama bear. Oh, Mama bear, you're our light, shining bright through darkest night. Every hug, every care, we feel safe with Mama bear. We safe with Mama bear.
Read. Read, man. Where else we go?
Across the night, he owns the channel so tight. Dictator with a glare, come in if you dare. He feels cool control, he's taking every soul. Whispers in the dark, he will leave a mark. Below the panel tyrant, he will block you in an instant. Be respectful or face the wrath. Tread carefully down his path. Eyes like icy steel, you tremble, he can feel. One misstep and you're gone, under Millow's dawn. In shadows he does dwell, a silent chime, a bell, warns you of his might, before you lose the fight. Mellow the panel tyrant, he will block you in an instant. Be respectful or face the wrath. Tread carefully down his path. Eyes like icy steel, you tremble, he can feel. One misstep and you're gone, under Mellow's dawn. In shadows he does dwell, a silent chime, a bell, warns you of his might, before you lose the fight. Mellow the panel tyrant, he will block you in an instant. Be respectful or face the wrath. Tread carefully down his path.
BBI, you better watch out.
I can play that one. Give me a second.
Better watch out. Today is I don't give a fuck day. We played a lot of I don't give a fuck day songs. We played a lot of I don't give a fuck songs. I don't give a damn songs. And a lot of I don't give a fuck songs. And a lot of I don't give a fuck interviews. We fucked around with the cops today.
Μην κρύβεσαι πίσω από το δάκρυ σου και μη μου λες λόγια που πονάνε. Μη φύνεσαι, κάν το για χάρη σου. Μη χαραμίζεις τη ζωή για ένα βράδυ σου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. Μη δίνεσαι, κάν το για χάρη σου. Μη χαραμίζεις τη ζωή για ένα βράδυ σου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. Μη κρύβεσαι πίσω από το δάκρυ σου και μη μου λες λόγια που πονάνε. Μη δίνεσαι, κάν το για χάρη σου. Μη χαραμίζεις τη ζωή για ένα βράδυ σου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. Πάλι μπροστά μου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. Μη κρύβεσαι πίσω από το δάκρυ σου και μη μου λες λόγια που πονάνε. Μη δίνεσαι, κάν το για χάρη σου. Μη χαραμίζεις τη ζωή για ένα βράδυ σου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας και ποιον θα βρεις, όπου κι αν πας πάλι μπροστά μου. Αν ξημερώσει που θα πας.
I'm sorry, support. It's the truth. Look at some of the songs we played today. Don't eat the cats. Don't eat the dogs.
Why don't we play that one?
I've gone to the store and I don't give a fuck. I ain't got no fucking money. They ate all my fucking money. They took it on my money. Come on, support. Where's our song? Played it early enough. I don't give a fuck. Where's my fucking money? They took all my fucking money. They drained my fucking account. Come on, where's my song? I played it early enough for you. Do I gotta open Jitsu to give you the freaking link to the song? I don't give a fuck to take my fucks. Come on, where's my fucks? Don't give a fuck. Told you, I didn't give 2 fucks. Now I don't give 4 fucks. Now I'm up 6 fucks. You guys got your 2 joints, 4 joints, 6 joints. I'm up to 5. I don't usually talk like this, but this is how bad my last 2 weeks have been. Blame my older brother on that one. He said it to me this morning. Hey, you guys have got your 2 joints, 4 joints, 6 joints. Now I got my $2, $4, $6.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there.
People of Springfield, please don't eat my cats. Why would you do that? Eat something else. People of Springfield, please don't eat my dog. Here's a catalog of other things to eat.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs,
They're eating the cats.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Eating the cats.
Road Trip Remix, BNC Records. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live there. People of Springfield, please don't eat my cats. Why would you do that? Eat something else. People of Springfield, please don't eat my dog. Here's a catalog of other things to eat. They're eating the dogs, oh, 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 oh. They're eating the cats, no, 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 no. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs, oh, oh, oh. They're eating the cats, now they're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs, oh, 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 oh. They're eating the cats, no, 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 no. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs, oh, oh, oh. They're eating the cats, now they're eating the pets of the people that live there. Eating the cats, Donald Trump remix, the giftness. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the cats. Forgiveness.
Hello, Emma. How are you? Welcome in on the Bear Banter.
lose yourself. Fellows, all I see is propaganda in the world. All I see is propaganda. And all I see is propaganda, 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 propaganda. Yeah, united we stand, divided we fall. New Year's Eve, they've been dropping the ball. Independent, how we dead in the game with a right to the sound of applause. Hit truths, dotted lines, ain't never signed, stood and remain a boss. In a world that is full of facades, wherever you speak, you get nailed to a cross. I won't be silent, I am outspoken, I am the product of pain. So when you see my name, no fame can never break down a brain that is already broken. Every wound is a paid devotion, they fill words as I purge emotion. Scams terrors, I drop hits that bleed lies from demonic owens. The system decides what we spend and we buy while most of our time is spent in bed. The dreams we have all stay inside, we sleep and wake then live with regret. Price of life is half the cost, the price of fame could cost your head. If infamy is what you're seeking, propaganda is what you spread. And all I see is propaganda, propaganda. 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 Look what they did, indoctrinated. They convinced us all that everything we say is racist and blood will change it. That's what happens, y'all need balance. Y'all need blacks and whites and lefts and rights to stop the madness. They planned it. It's Trump or Biden, we all been divided, riot in the streets. Elections always been rigged. I ain't surprised if somebody cheats. All I see is pentagrams and the propaganda, but our priorities are vaccine. It ain't hard for wolves to find a flock where the sheep are fast asleep. Too many people lack character, too many journalists staring at too many pencils attempting to rewrite the Constitution. They probably gon' tear it up. I love the country, but I'll trust the people taking care of us. We went to bed with the American dream. We woke up in America. Never come propaganda, and all I see is propaganda, propaganda. And all I see is propaganda, propaganda. And all I see is propaganda, propaganda.
And this is a funny, funny guy.
You don't have my permission to film me.
I will call the police. You need to stop. Somewhere else. Go somewhere else. You don't want our picture taken.
Okay, I'll try not to get you in it.
You don't have our permission.
You're not in it anymore. I got you. Hey, how are you? Not much. Just I'm with ZFG.
What is that?
I'm with ZFG.
What's that?
It's a zero fudges given. It's a zero fudges given.
What does that do or what?
We just go around and basically we just kind of don't give a fudge, and we just like film the town.
Got it.
Heck yeah.
You guys post this somewhere or?
We might. It depends how many fudges we give. So yeah.
Got it. All right.
Heck yeah.
Well, tag us if you do it. Deep Rouse Studio.
Oh no, tell them that I'm with ZFG. Okay. How was the haircut?
What's up, brother?
Hey, not much. How are you? Heck yeah, you seem chill. Heck yeah. Very chill vibes here in Bethesda. Loving the energy. Look at this lady walking by. This is such great B-roll. Wow. Love the energy. Very cool energy. Hey.
Hey, excuse me, it's my car.
Oh, pardon me. So she's trying to get to her car. So a little bit, yes, in Bethesda.
Why are you doing this?
Because I'm with NGF.
And who's that?
ZFG.
What is that?
Zero fudges given.
What's that about?
Basically, we're going around Bethesda and just giving zero fudges. So it's basically like a ZFG type day. So you know how some people like kind of give a fudge? So I basically don't give a fudge. It's kind of like zero fudges given. So it's like a whole crew of us. And
It's frozen. Is it just me? Okay, I've got a remix of the remix. I'm just going to put a video together on this one. Do you want to hear it?
They're reading the dogs. They're reading the cats. They're reading the pets of the people that live there. They're reading the dogs. They're reading the cats. They're reading the pets of the people that live there. People of Springfield, please don't eat my cats. Why would you do that? Eat something else. People of Springfield, please don't eat my dog. Here's a catalog of other things to eat. They're eating the dogs. Oh, 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 oh. They're eating the cats. No, 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 no. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. Oh, oh, oh. They're eating the cats. Now they're eating the pets of the people that live there.
You haven't heard it.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Oh, 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 oh. They're eating the cats. No, 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 no. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. Oh, oh, oh. They're eating the cats. Now they're eating the pets of the people that live there. forgiveness. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, it's bizarre. The pets of the folks in town, this madness has gone too far. People of Springfield, hear my plea. Please don't eat my cats, save them for me. Why would you do that? Search something new. A catalog of snacks just for you. They're munching on pets in broad day. It's not the right way to dine. So many options out there, fruits and veggies divine. People of Springfield, hear my plea. Please don't eat my cats, save them for me. Why would you do that? Search something new. A catalog of snacks just for you. Try a burger, try some fries, tasty treats of every size. Leave the pets to cuddle near, find some grub, give a cheer. In Springfield, cravings gone wrong, eat, that's where they belong. Time to change this menu quick, try a steak or veggie pick.
Let's go. Let's watch the rest of the two. Press play, mama.
Oh no, so I'm with ZFG.
I don't give a shit what you're with. You don't have my permission to film me. All right, so stop pointing that at me.
Oh, so actually you only...
I don't give a shit. Stop pointing it at me.
But you're only making up 8% of the frame. It's not being pointed at you.
You don't have my permission. Stop filming me.
So actually
stop filming me.
But you just happen to be in it.
I don't give a shit. Stop filming me.
But how do I get the front of the restaurant?
I don't give a shit. After I leave, take it. Stop filming me.
But then ZFG would have to wait until you leave.
That's good. Wait till I leave.
But then ZFG's on like a tight schedule.
I don't really care. You go do whatever you got to do somewhere else. Stop filming me.
Okay, but I just have to kind of get the front.
I don't care. Do it some other time.
But do you get what I'm doing here?
No, I don't, and I don't care.
Can I explain what I'm doing here?
No, you can't, because I don't care. Just stop filming me.
Okay, I'll just get the front. I won't get you. I'll try not to.
You have a game for press?
Yes, that's actually my dad.
Is it? Wait.
Yeah, I'm Ben. Yeah, watching the Watchmen.
Where's your dad?
Yeah, no, he's in the RV right now.
How you been?
How are you? What's your name?
Tony.
First name, Tony?
Tony, yeah.
Ben.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he might be coming up here with my mom soon. Yeah, Tony? Yeah, which video is your favorite of late?
I watch them all.
You watch my channel sometimes? I get like the second angles.
I watch your dad sometimes.
Oh, I see.
I haven't watched yours yet, but it was my show.
Yeah, I'm watching the Watchmen.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, so sometimes I get like angles that he doesn't get and things like that.
Where's it go? Time and temperature check.
Yeah, time and temperature check. Yeah, occasionally, sometimes I do those. But
every day come by though.
Okay, yeah. So we're staying at, I forget what the hotel name is called, but we're going to park the RV in the parking lot. Because oh no, she wanders around. Sometimes she'll come and hand me a water. Tony?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
so, but you know Jason, my dad?
Huh?
You know Jason, my dad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
He's the best. I'm here too, but he's awesome.
Yeah, definitely check on my channel too. Okay. Yeah, so now I have some credibility here at Alonzo.
What happened to long hair?
Yeah, I cut it. I got in good shape too. Check this out. You mind if I get your reaction? I'm gonna show you my muscle.
Dude, what happened?
Yeah, me and my dad, we got in good shape.
Yeah, you guys are ripped.
Yeah. Have you seen my dad's channel lately? Yeah,
he's got the beard still?
Yeah, he's definitely got the beard. Yeah. So it's kind of our morning routine. We'll park the RV up and then we'll go. We'll get a nice gym session.
I showed the girls. I was like, okay, I know you guys want to be noticed. I was like, showing them what they get. They're like, they don't stand. I was like, no, they got this place. The one I saw last one, I saw that when you guys went to Hampton.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not far from that. You're up there.
No, yeah. So we grew up in Southampton.
Southampton, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then now you guys live where? Like Colorado?
So now we're wandering around in the RV. Yeah, we've been in Colorado a lot lately. Yeah. All right, Tony, you too.
Yeah, awesome.
All right, much love. The Zero Fudges Given tea is hard as fudge. Support the channel and cop a fire tea today, guys. Much love. You're opening a bar, you said?
It's a skateboard store right now.
And you're transferring it into a bar?
And a skateboard store. Yep.
So you're going to be able to buy skateboards and get a little drink at the same time?
Well, or see live music. It's going to be, the skateboard stuff is for the kids. We want to have a nice $3 beer in Bethesda and a $5 glass of wine.
I like supporting businesses that have chill owners.
You're awesome. I wish you'd come up and visit me. I've been building it for a year.
Oh, it's Watching the Watchmen.
Watching the Watchmen. Okay.
Thank you. You look like a classy gentleman.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I love that. Much love. Even the female lady here is chill. That says a lot about this town, Bethesda. Much love. Becky. 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 We got a Becky. I love it. Everyone's smiling. Back yes. I love it.
You want to get back here?
Back yeah. You seem pretty chill. Are you a good representation of Bethesda?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Is everyone pretty chill around Bethesda?
Yeah, they are.
Love this. Love the vibes. What's that? Oh, I'm getting an Allah. Okay. Cool.
Excuse me, you've been asked nicely. Will you please disappear from the video yet?
Oh, so I'm a ZFG.
We do not want to be anywhere in a video.
Oh, it's just mostly getting Allah.
I don't care, but we don't want to have any kind of work.
I'll go to the other side. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. Sir, I asked you to stop.
Oh no, wait, I'm with Allah. Oh, fuck, I'm just kidding.
Sir, I will call the police. You need to stop.
Oh no, don't ask nicely.
Hello, how are
Hey,
you?
great, how are you? Great, how are you?
Yeah, they're getting a little bit uncomfortable.
Oh, fudge. All right, so I'll back up a little bit.
Okay. Maybe you can come back later?
ZFG has to get the frame like right now.
Yeah, right now it's not a good time.
Oh, fudge, okay, I'll back up a little bit. I got you.
Are
Okay.
you with any company?
Oh, yeah, with Allah and ZFG.
See?
ZFG and Allah.
CFG.
Back here. Yeah.
Well, I'm Katerina,
Oh, Kathleen.
shift manager.
I'm ZFG leader.
This was not advised to me.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So if I knew, I would let the guests know. Otherwise, they get a little bit uncomfortable.
Oh, okay, so I'll back up a little bit. Just back here.
Maybe a little bit later.
I'll get like a wide frame of Allah. Back here, I got you.
Okay. Thank you.
Back here. Love the vibes here.
Hey, what are you filming?
Bethesda.
What?
Bethesda.
What?
Bethesda.
Bethesda?
Oh, Bethesda, yeah. Okay.
Good. I don't want my picture shown. You don't want our picture. I'm famous. Somewhere else. Go somewhere else. You don't want our picture taken.
Okay, I'll try not to get you in it. Okay.
You don't take our picture without our permission. You don't have our permission.
You're not in it anymore. I got you. Hey, Tony.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Not much. Oh, to a pre.
Where's Dad?
Yeah, he's still out with my mom. I think she's getting her nails done.
Your nails are
Yeah, thank you. We're gonna go grab some dinner soon, though.
You want some food?
What's that?
You want some pasta from here?
Oh, no, thank you. Yeah, my dad, my mom, and I were probably gonna come out and we're gonna get some food somewhere.
Come on, you guys are done.
What kind of food do you have here?
Pasta. Italian food is really good.
My dad loves Mediterranean
I know.
food.
I know.
Yeah.
He always likes pizza.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I like him too. I take after him.
I hope I ran fast enough. Because I was over here at the corner on Allen and Main Street. I was trying to see what some
Well, that ended abruptly. Yes. But you never know when he's going to end his videos. You know that?
Yeah. Just making a copy in a sec.
You never know when he's going to end his videos.
It's very random.
Yes, he does. He hasn't done very many. So, you know, when he does them, it's like grab them when you grab them with him. But they're funny as shit when he does them. Because they are funny as shit. Because they are funny as shit. Because they are funny as shit. You know what? A cup of coffee is calling me too.
Oh man, I'm making this super duper coffee over here. It's Greek coffee. This thing is like taking speed. You take this shit at night and you can't sleep for 2 days.
But I found it an interesting clip that somebody had done. How crooked and how bullshit our government is. People in our government and in our FBI.
Shocker.
Yeah. We watched it the other night. It's interesting how they are. It was really, really interesting, wasn't it, Mellows? What we watched. What we watched. Wasn't it? What we watched.
To you if I could. I think the last time that I got to visit with you was back in August 4th of this year. You were at the Senate Judiciary Committee. You remember that, I assume. We had to cut that hearing short. We were supposed to do 2 rounds of questions. You said you had to be somewhere, so we cut it short. Republicans were not able to ask a second round as we had been informed we would. The press reported shortly thereafter that the reason that the hearing had to be cut short is because you were flying on a Gulfstream jet for a personal vacation in the Adirondacks. Please tell me that's not accurate.
Senator, the hearing was not cut short from my experience. We had agreed beforehand on the time and length of it. And I was very surprised to find that any member on the committee was surprised. As to how I fly, I am required, not only permitted, but required to fly on an FBI plane wherever I go.
So you were going on vacation?
I was, yes.
FBI director.
So you left a statutorily required oversight hearing in order to go on a personal vacation in the Adirondacks?
I took a flight to go visit my family, as had been previously arranged in conjunction with the leadership of the committee.
The ranking member, Chuck Grassley, asked you during the hearing, he said, I assume you must have other business. You said, yes. He then said, if you have a business trip, you've got your own plane, can't it wait a while? He then said, Chuck Grassley, we only just heard half an hour ago that now you have to leave. We were going to have a 7-minute round followed by a 3-minute round. I've got 7 people on my side of the aisle, that included me, who are waiting for this additional round. Is there any reason we can't accommodate them for 21 minutes? And you said you had a plane to catch. You had somewhere to go. And now we find out it was for vacation?
The reference to other business was not a reference to that day. It was a reference to the following week where Senator Grassley and I were going to see each other in Iowa when I had other business in Iowa. And I did, in fact, see him then.
So wait, you had to leave the hearing early because you're going to see him later in Iowa in a week?
No, I had to leave when I said I was going to have to leave, as had been previously organized with the leadership of the committee.
You left an oversight hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee required by statute so you could vacation with your family. I find that absolutely unbelievable and frankly indefensible. Now, is it your practice to use government planes? You say you do this all the time. You flew in a Gulfstream 550, I think, that was originally purchased for counterterrorism purposes. You were using it to go to, what is it, Saranac Lake? Is that how I say it? I've never been there. Is that the right pronunciation? Saranac Lake? That was your destination?
Yes.
So did you enjoy the flight? I mean, did you pay for it?
Yes, I paid for it.
Will you turn over all receipts and reimbursement to this committee?
Senator, we will be happy to comply with oversight requests related to the use of the plane, as I said, and it's important for people to understand.
Why don't you just give me a yes? Will you turn over the receipts for your flight?
I will turn over the information related to my use of the plane. The use of the plane, I am required, not just permitted, required, even for personal travel, to use the FBI plane.
How convenient for you.
And I pay every single time that I use the plane for personal
I'm glad it's available for you to jet away from your statutorily required hearings and oversight before this Congress, where you denied the ability of members of Congress to ask you questions because you had to go on a personal vacation using a government plane. Let's just look at some of the things while you've been vacationing that your FBI has been doing. According to numerous whistleblowers who have come forward to members of this body, to members of the House, the FBI has been sending more than, in one instance, a dozen armed agents to a rural Pennsylvania home of a Catholic pro-life demonstrator to arrest him at gunpoint in front of his children in early morning hours, despite the fact that he posed no risk of violence or threat and had previously offered to turn himself in. Numerous whistleblowers, field agents, have alleged that D.C., your headquarters, has pulled them off working on child sex abuse cases, working on human trafficking cases, in order to work on January 6th matters for this reason, to give the appearance, they say, that there are hundreds of new domestic terrorism cases in the country, when in fact there are not. Whistleblowers, field agents have also said that D.C. has ordered the use of SWAT teams on non-violent suspects who may have attended a January 6th rally, and they have been ordered to conduct surveillance and knock on doors of people who were not even in D.C. on January 6th. And again, all of this, according to the whistleblowers, these are your agents, all of this in order to make it look as if there's a mass surge in domestic terrorism all across the country, when in fact, the stats are being padded by political directive in your office. They also say, these whistleblowers, the D.C. leadership deliberately suppressed investigations into Hunter Biden, contrary to FBI procedure, and have also retaliated against FBI agents and whistleblowers who have contacted Congress, which, by the way, they are protected by statute to do so. This is what's happening at your FBI while you are evading oversight hearings. Mr. Director, do you think you're still up to this job?
I absolutely think I'm still up to this job, and I think our workforce feels the same way.
Well, I don't. And frankly, I think you should have been gone a long time ago. And given your behavior recently, I think it only makes it more clear. Are there any travel plans today that we should be aware of that you have? We're supposed to have a second round. Will you be here for that?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ray, thank you for being here. I noticed with interest in your written testimony that you said, and I'm quoting you now, the FBI uses all tools available at its disposal to combat domestic terrorism, which now apparently includes the crime of being Catholic. Let's talk a little bit about the FBI's egregious targeting of Catholic Americans. You have repeatedly been asked about the memo generated by the Richmond field office. We now know in collaboration with multiple other field offices about recruiting sources in Catholic churches. You have repeatedly said that no human sources were approached. This is you on July the 12th in the House. You were asked directly by Jim Jordan, do you think that priests ought to be approached to give information on parishioners? You said, no, sir, no, sir. You went on to say, we do not recruit, open, or operate human sources. We do not report on religious organizations. You went on to say, this product, meaning the Richmond memo, has not resulted in any investigative action. But now we know that, in fact, FBI agents did approach a priest and a choir director to ask them to inform on parishioners. So were you lied to when you gave this testimony, or were you lying to Congress?
Neither. So your question conflates two different things. There's the intelligence product itself, which the Richmond field office created. It was
totalitarian.
as our inspection found, by analysts in Richmond, reviewed by people in Richmond, and captioned Richmond field office product. Separately from that, there was an investigation of a specific individual
separately
passing Molotov cocktails and posting about killing people. And it does not surprise me that there were people who knew that subject in that investigation, that is the guy building the Molotov cocktails and trying to kill people, that people talked to the witnesses who knew that person. And I think the product, the Richmond intelligence product, which cites that investigation, is actually pretty transparent about exactly what I just said.
No, I don't think so at all. In fact, the only reason we know this is a
transparent
house under oath that the FBI went and interviewed priests and choir directors in the Richmond area. The House goes on to say that the FBI has repeatedly refused to disclose this information.
Anything transparent is these lies.
Looking forward with it. Just like the only reason we know about this memo is because a whistleblower came forward with it. How many other parishes around the country have priests or choir directors been approached? By the way, are Catholic choirs now, are they breeding grounds for domestic terrorism? Is this your latest theory? How many other parishes have FBI agents approached priests and choir directors to ask about parishioners?
Look, Senator, we do not and will not conduct investigations based on anybody's exercise of their constitutionally
You
protected
have done
religion.
so, and your memo explicitly asks for it. Your memo labels traditional Catholics as racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists in need of investigation. You have a list of churches, a list in the memo. You've repeatedly said we don't target churches, we don't list churches. They're listed in the memo. So how many other parishes have you gone to talk to choir directors, for heaven's sake?
As I've
know the answer to that question.
No, I don't know the answer to that question, but I can tell you that we don't investigate people for their exercise of their constitutionally protected religious expression. That particular intelligence product is something that as soon as I saw it, I was aghast. I had it withdrawn.
Really, you were aghast?
I was.
Oh, really? And
Yes,
what
sir.
have you done about it? Did you fire the people who wrote it?
No, I had it withdrawn.
Have you fired anybody involved in it?
Senator, if you would give me a chance to answer
That's a
your
yes or a
question.
no. It's not hard. Have you fired anyone involved in the writing of that outrageous memo about which, frankly, you've repeatedly misled the public? Yes or no?
The individuals involved in that
Have you
product
fired
were
anyone?
not, just a minute, were not found to have engaged in any intentional or bad faith conduct. And in fact, Senator, a number of the individuals involved in writing that product in the Richmond office were themselves Catholic. So the notion
I see.
that
So
they were
therefore
targeting their own faith
so they
is
had a
nonsense.
get out of jail free card. I see. I
They-
see. So
I
you're
did
immune
not
and
say
they're
that.
immune. So we shouldn't ask questions about it. You haven't done a darn thing. You haven't fired anybody. In fact, what the House found is, what is it? You admonished them. They were admonished. And their respective supervisors were told to engage with the Human Resources Division to ensure that deficiencies are addressed. Oh, I feel much better. They've been sent to bed without food. Good heavens, Director. This is one of the most outrageous targetings. You have mobilized your division, the most powerful law enforcement division in the world, against traditionalist Catholics, whatever the heck that means. And you're just told us you have not fired a single person. I mean, here, it gets worse. Your Richmond field office, they thought there was nothing wrong with this. The House interviewed the head of the Richmond field office. He testified. It's all here in the public report. I refer you to it, pages 12, 13, 14. He testified he saw no problem with this. He said he thought it was fine. In fact, we have internal memoranda of the members of the field office high-fiving. One peer reviewer, another member of the field office wrote, I think this is a great product. I really enjoyed the read. Do you have a problem with systemic bigotry against Catholics in the FBI?
No.
What are you going to do about this? Are you going to fire these people or not?
Those individuals have all been admonished, and it is all going into their, if you would let me finish my answer, it is all going into their annual performance reviews, which has direct impact on their compensation, among other things.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I see. So the 60 million American Catholics
No more floods on expensive jets.
who now learn that your FBI has recommended that priests be recruited as informants. Your FBI has gone to priests, choir directors, but we're to feel better because you've admonished them for their wrongdoing.
You again are conflating two different
No, I'm
things.
not.
When
I am
we
taking your testimony where you said you do not. You said categorically, you said we do not go to priests and ask them about their parishioners. You said we do not. You didn't say we haven't. You didn't say we won't. You said we don't. As it turns out, you do. And you kept it from the public. You deliberately misled Congress about it. And the only reason we know about it is because a whistleblower came forward.
I just
That's the truth.
fundamentally disagree with your characterization.
There's no characterization. The facts are the facts. And I fundamentally resent the fact that you have violated, if not the spirit, if not the letter, certainly the spirit of the First Amendment, and used your law enforcement agency against Catholics in this nation. Let me ask you about one other thing. Last time you were here, you had to leave early to take a jet to your vacation in the Adirondacks. Now, let me just ask you this. A whistleblower tells us that you also maintain a home in Atlanta to which you fly on a regular basis. I'm told by this whistleblower from the FBI that you use the FBI jet to make that travel. Is that correct?
All of my travel, personal or work-related, is required to be done on FBI planes. That is longstanding policy. It goes back well over a decade.
I'll take that as a yes. The whistleblower also says that you regularly require the jet, which is based in Manassas, to be flown to D.C. because, and I quote now, Ray doesn't like to sit in traffic. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
He also says that you pay only the lowest cost commercial ticket for that Atlanta to DC trip, which is, I don't know, what, $200 or something? When, of course, it costs $20,000, $30,000 to operate the jet. Is that correct?
The reimbursement that I provide is reimbursement that is set by OMB policy, and I follow that policy, which goes back over a decade, and I think has been chronicled in a GSA report from back in like 2013.
You provide all the
issues.
records to this committee of your travel and relevant use
I'll
of the
provide
FBI
whatever
jet.
information is appropriate. Absolutely.
Well, appropriate. I mean, everything that we asked for.
We will follow up with you about providing information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ray, welcome. As you know, I am deeply concerned about the conduct of both the Department of Justice and the FBI, particularly in the last 3 years during the Biden administration. I think the Department of Justice has been profoundly politicized under Attorney General Merrick Garland. And I think the FBI has as well. And unfortunately, I think you've been unwilling to stand up to senior career officials in the FBI who's allowed the FBI to be politicized. I'll tell you, I regularly speak with FBI agents across the country who are unhappy about the integrity of the institution being weakened because DOJ is being treated as a political weapon. I want to talk in particular about the investigation into multiple allegations of corruption concerning Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, because the Department of Justice has, I think, from the outset, tried at every step to stop investigation into corruption from Joe Biden. As you're aware, a WhatsApp text message was sent to Henry Zhao, a senior Chinese communist, from Hunter Biden that reads as follows: I'm sitting here with my father, and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. Tell the director that I would like to resolve this now before it gets out of hand. And now means tonight. And Z, if I get a call or text from anyone involved in this other than you, Zhang, or the chairman, I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows, and my ability to hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father. Now, Democrats and those in the media trying to defend the White House repeatedly say there is no direct evidence of Joe Biden's involvement in his son's corruption. Well, this is a text that is direct evidence that is stating that it is his father that is going to retaliate. Now, an IRS whistleblower, Gary Shapley, testified before the House of Representatives that the natural step he wanted to follow was to determine whether Joe Biden was in fact sitting next to his father when this threat was made to extort millions of dollars from a Chinese communist. And what the IRS whistleblower testified is that when he tried to find out whether Joe Biden was sitting next to Hunter, that the DOJ blocked getting the GPS data on Joe Biden's phone. Did the FBI try to ascertain where Hunter Biden was and where Joe Biden was when this text was sent?
Well, I think the questions you're asking go to the ongoing investigation being led by Special Counsel Weiss. And so I'm not going to be able to discuss what is or isn't in scope.
So look, there's been testimony under oath from the IRS whistleblower that you did not seek the GPS data. And you're right, David Weiss, the special prosecutor, is in charge of it. And it is David Weiss and his underlings who, according to the IRS whistleblowers, have alleged that they're the ones trying to stop the investigation. They allowed the statute of limitations to run on many of the most serious violations. Not only that, IRS whistleblower Shapley testified that on September 3rd, Assistant U.S. Attorney Leslie Wolf explicitly told investigators that despite having probable cause to search, quote, there is no way a search warrant would be approved when the evidence in question was located inside of Vice President Biden's guest house. Wolf stated that, quote, the optics prevented such a search. Is the FBI, do they make a routine practice of allowing partisan political optics to prevent investigating serious evidence of corruption?
My instructions to our people on this and on every other investigation are that we are to follow the facts wherever they lead, no matter who likes it, no matter what political influence
Then why
there
did
may
you
be
get
out
the
there.
GPS data on where Hunter Biden and Joe Biden were?
Again, Senator, with respect, I can't discuss
But it's
an
not
ongoing
with respect.
investigation.
And Director Ray, you and I have gone round and round on this because I understand anytime you're asked about this, the answer is it's an ongoing investigation. Of course, the investigation isn't ongoing. You're not doing the work. You got whistleblowers pointing out that you're not doing the work, and you are hiding behind the skirts of the Attorney General. Look, the whistleblower also testified that the Attorney General, when he came before Congress, go to the next chart, came before Congress, lied under oath to this committee. The Attorney General testified to this committee in response to my questioning. I have pledged not to interfere with the Hunter Biden investigation, and I have carried through on that pledge. The IRS whistleblowers have alleged the Attorney General lied under oath, a felony. Was the Attorney General telling the truth when he said this? Do we have the chart? We don't have the chart. Was the Attorney General telling the truth when he said, I have pledged not to interfere with the Hunter Biden investigation, and I have carried through on my pledge?
Again, I can't speak to the Attorney General's testimony. I can only tell you what my instructions have been to our people.
Has there been political
followed.
interference in the investigation into Hunter Biden and Joe Biden?
Not that I have experienced.
Were the investigators allowed to investigate whether Joe Biden was complicit in the corruption?
Again, there is an ongoing investigation.
I'm asking you about corruption from DOJ. Were they allowed to investigate Joe Biden, or is the whistleblower telling the truth that DOJ said Joe Biden's off limits, no questions about the big guy?
And as to what is in scope or not in scope of the ongoing investigation, I would refer you to Special Counsel Weiss. That is not me hiding behind anything, Senator. That is a longstanding policy that has been in place through multiple administrations,
you have a
going back years and years and years.
You have a responsibility to the FBI, not to allow it to be a partisan tool and a partisan weapon. The testimony, and by the way, the FBI has done nothing.
And I have not, and I will not.
Have you opened an investigation into whether the Attorney General lied under oath to Congress and whether the Attorney General obstructed justice?
I'm not going to go down that road here.
I know you're not. That's the point. Nobody thinks you've opened an investigation because you're not willing to. And the amazing thing is, Director Wray, I've known you 30 years. You're not a partisan Democrat. You're simply sitting blithely by while career partisans in your agency allow it to be weaponized. And you are damaging the FBI, and you are damaging the Department of Justice. Let me ask you also, the whistleblower testified that investigators wanted to execute a search warrant on a storage unit used by Hunter Biden, and instead they tipped off Hunter Biden's lawyer before the search warrant was carried out. Is it typical FBI practice to tip off the subject of a search warrant before the search warrant so they can remove any evidence that's incriminating?
What is typical is that when you're dealing with an individual who has a protective detail, it is typical for agents to be in contact with the subject's protective detail.
Does the protective detail guard the storage unit?
Again, I can't speak to the storage unit specifically, but I can tell you is that when it comes to...
Why would the FBI tip off the subject of a search warrant about the storage unit that was going to be searched beforehand? Does that not undermine the very essence of an investigation that DOJ is purporting to undertake?
Again, I'm not going to be able to discuss specific investigative steps.
But who is? If you're not, nobody answers these questions, and it's why people are furious with the cover-up, because you don't believe the FBI is accountable to Congress or to the American people.
Your time is up. Director Wray has requested a 5-minute recess. 5 minutes.
Let me just, Senator, if I might just quickly respond and then go to the break. Thank you. I understand why this is frustrating. I do. But it is also the case that these policies that I am referring to about my inability to discuss ongoing investigations and certainly internal deliberations related to ongoing investigations are policies that have not only been in place for many, many years through multiple administrations of both parties, but in fact, these were policies that were actually strengthened under the last administration and that my predecessor was faulted in a fairly scathing Inspector General report for not following. And
when
so I keep that in my
corruption,
mind.
You have an obligation
when
to call it out.
Engaged in this job. Thank
You
you.
have an obligation to call out corruption.
Yeah, well, we're just as corrupt as each other.
Crack bullshit. We have such a corrupt FBI that it is not funny. Such a corrupt FBI. Such a corrupt FBI. Such a corrupt FBI.
All I see is propaganda in the world. All I see is propaganda. And all I see is propaganda. 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 Propaganda. Yeah. United we stand, divided we fall. New Year's Eve, they've been dropping the ball. Independent, how we get in the game. We don't write to the sound of applause. Hidden truths, dotted lines, they never side stood and remain the boss. In a world that is full of facades, where if you speak, you get nailed to a cross. I won't be silent, I am outspoken, I am the product of pain. So when you see my name, no face can ever break down a brain that is already broken. Every wound is a paid devotion, they feel words as I purge emotion. Scabs stare as I drop hits that bleed lies from demonic omens. The system decides what we spend and we vibe, but most of our time is spent in bed. The dreams we have all stay inside, we sleep and wake and live with regret. The price of life is half the cost, the price of fame could cost your head. If infamy is what you seek and propaganda is what you spread. And all I see is propaganda. Propaganda. And all I see is propaganda. Propaganda. And all I see is propaganda. Propaganda. And all I see is love. They did, they indoctrinated, they convinced us all that everything we say is racist and global changing. That's what happens, y'all need balance, y'all need blacks and whites and lefts and rights to stop the madness, they planned it. They struggle biting, we all been divided, riot in the streets. Elections always been rigged, I ain't surprised that somebody cheats. All I see is pentagrams of the propaganda, but our priorities a vaccine. It ain't hard for wolves to find a flock when the sheep are fast asleep. Too many people lack character, too many journalists scaring you. Too many pencils attempting to rewrite the Constitution. They probably gon' tear it up, I love the country, but I don't trust the people taking care of us. We went to bed with the American dream, we woke up in America. And all I see is propaganda. Propaganda. And all I see is propaganda. Propaganda. And all I see is propaganda. Propaganda. And all I see is propaganda.
Thinking all of many times to say what took so long for true love, I say. Different from the rest, all those years in bed. Side by side, we lay new love ahead. This time you say it will be new. Take all my quirks, the real me too. Farts and morning breath, an extra weight. Will you love me even when it's late? Will you love me till the end? Hold me close, my only friend. Every step and every breath we take, make this our endless love, no fake. No longer will I hide this heart inside. Boldly I will love with open eyes. Cover you with every little charm. Hold you close within my loving arms. This time you say it will be new. Together we belong. This journey started a brand new day. Hand in hand we'll find our way. Do you think you'll be my every move? In each breath our love will prove, keeping me forever close inside, together in this endless ride. Till the end, will you love me till the end? Oh, you love me till the end. Oh, you love No longer will I hide this heart. Hold me close, my own lips, love, no fear. Will you love me to the end? Hold me close, my only friend. Every step and every breath we take. Make this our endless love, no fake, no fake. No fake, no longer will I hide this heart inside. Boldly I will love with open eyes. Cover you with every little charm. Hold you close within my loving arms. Fake things and challenges will grow strong. Together we belong. This journey start a brand new day. Hand in hand we'll find our way. Do you think you'll be my every move? In each breath our love will prove. Keeping me forever close inside. Together in this endless ride. How could we know that there wouldn't be tomorrow? No birds will sing, but the bells will ring for you. So far to go, but you've already reached the light. Your new beginning chapters are written out for you. Down here they're hurting from a broken heart, trying to figure out how this is real. 'Cause they're never coming back down. They belong to the stars and the clouds. Goodbyes, good times, L-O-V-E was all for you. If you didn't say goodbyes, don't worry, love will power through. 'Cause they're never coming back down. They belong to the stars and the clouds. How do we grow if you're not moving with us? Constantly dark, time will move in our favor. They'll never know, but they just keep on asking when. We're down here hurting from our broken heart, trying to figure out how this is real. 'Cause you're never coming back down. They belong to the stars and the clouds. Goodbyes, good times, L-O-V-E was all for you. If you didn't say goodbyes, don't worry, love will power through. I'm sorry that I never replied. How was I to know this would be our last goodbye? We can't look at the world with tears in our eyes. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Just think of the good times you've left behind. L-O-V-E was all for you. No, no. If you didn't say your goodbyes, don't worry, love will power through. No, no, no. 'Cause you're never coming back down. They belong to the stars and the clouds.
And wake up, everyone. It is time for Redacted on this Thursday. I'm Clayton Morris.
I'm Natalie Morris.
And on the show today, we are going to deep dive what the deep state has planned for this election because, well, we keep seeing repeated assassination attempts, the cover up of the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, the cremation of a body, the wiping of this guy's apartment complex. But they will stop at nothing. We're going to look at how the deep state and the media are preparing us for 47 days from now. Can you believe it? 47 days till presidential election day, and it's going to be crazy.
It has been so far.
Yeah.
It's also crazy in Russia. Russia has thwarted a major attack from Ukraine.
It's frozen again.
It's not happening.
Have a firsthand look at that today on the show. So good to see all of you guys here on this Thursday. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see all of you guys. I should mention, hey, tomorrow we're going to have a members only live stream for just our members who are part of the Redacted Plus community. So be sure to join us and hang out. We're just going to do a Q&A day and hang out with all of our supporters. So good to see all of you guys on a Friday, a special day for to give back and hang out with all of you guys. So we're going to get to this deep state preparing for the election turmoil in just a second. But first, I want to tell you about our friends over at Hallow. And my gosh, right now, this is what we need, don't we? We absolutely need the number one app in the world for Christian prayer and meditation. Presidential winner on election night. I'll answer this one for you. They are conditioning us to get ready for a post-election turmoil in the United States, dare I say a civil war. Just so you understand, the media did this to us in 2020. They laid the groundwork for this election, for the 2020 election as well, telling us not to expect a winner on that evening. I mean, it was stunning. Hold strong. Hold strong. Don't worry about it. Your boy Biden will eventually come out on top. This was the New York Times in 2020. How the media could get the election story wrong. We may not know the results for days, maybe weeks, the New York Times warned us. So it's time to rethink election night. This was back in 2020. Here is The Guardian in 2020, warning us then, will the U.S. media call the right winner on election night? Don't count on it. We can't rely on the media to call the election fairly. Here's what we need to know about it. And in fact, we all went to bed that night. America, the United States of America, went to bed that night. The polls closed. Right? This is bedtime. Polls closed. Americans going to bed. See that there? Closed. Polls are closed. Polls are closed. Reporting in 59% of precincts, 64% of precincts, 83% of precincts, 94% of precincts reporting. Polls closed across America. Look at those numbers. 54% Michigan, Pennsylvania, 57 to 41%. Georgia, 53 to 46%. 54 to 44%, 51. I mean, those numbers are pretty staggering. So America goes to bed, and surprise, 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 surprise. Like my favorite Instagram meme.
Yes.
Surprise, surprise. The clock,
wasn't it?
It was. The clock struck midnight. Donald Trump was leading in all of those battleground states: Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, and then, well, something happened. What happened? Well, as LifeSite News explained in a great analysis piece, overnight on election night, the numbers flipped. Of course, Joe Biden, a candidate who struggled to attract even, modest crowds at that point to his rallies, somehow garnered the most votes in American history. Look at how the liberal USA Today even showed Biden rallies. Notice the date on this, right before Election Day. Look at that. Scenes from Joe Biden's 2020 campaign rallies. That's the photo they chose to lead it off.
Okay.
Here's another Biden rally. Look at this. Look at all these excited people at a Biden rally. One guy so excited he's a reporter sitting there on a computer. There's like 5 people who are not related to Biden. Look at the Secret Service agents, and then Jill Biden, and then like 4 people.
That guy's probably a reporter.
And then another guy with a laptop is another reporter. Anyway, and then it's amazing. It really is amazing. On election night, Joe Biden received 81 million votes, a staggering 15 million more votes than Hillary Clinton did just 4 years earlier, more than President Obama. Again, more votes than any American president in history. He is a hero. I mean, he's my hero. 81 million votes. How do you pull that off? It is amazing. You can see the excitement in these voters' faces right behind all these COVID masks. You can see their excitement. So now the media are doing it again. Now it's called preconditioning. Just so you understand preconditioning, it's the same way that President Obama's production company produced and released a movie last year called Civil War. That's called preconditioning. Yes, Obama's production company behind this Ethan Hawke film. And what's her name? Jessica.
I'm pretty sure that's Julia Roberts.
Julia
Roberts. You're the worst at this.
Oh my God. I forgot.
Jessica, I'm sure, is her cousin, I think.
Jessica Roberts. Yeah.
I just made that up.
Jessica Rabbit. So that's preconditioning. Don't take my word for it, though. Listen to what the New York Times just published this week on what to expect on election night. This is New York Times this week. Harris or Trump, once again, election results could take a while. More Americans are using mail-in ballots, which takes longer to count than those cast in person. In several battleground states, a winner may not be apparent on November 5th. Of course. Quote, there will be no clear and immediate winner on election night, says the New York Times, and that early returns could give a false impression of who will ultimately prevail.
You know where this sounds so familiar? I'm thinking Germany, Pakistan. In recent history, this has been happening where the people's candidate, they go to bed and that candidate is winning. And then overnight something happens. It's just, this sequel sucks. I've heard this one before. I've read this one before. This is being well played.
Yeah, you've seen this movie before. Someone in the chat on a Rumble says that the Civil War movie, I didn't see it, so I'm not going to watch that movie. I'm not giving any money to the Obama production company from watching that movie, but someone said that movie, Civil War movie, was just a lame movie about Trump derangement syndrome. So there will be no clear and immediate winner, the New York Times says. Well, they're not the only ones. Time Magazine. Why we might not know the winner on election night. So Time Magazine also getting in on the liberal action here. Remember, you have to remember the New York Times, Time Magazine, CBS News. They're frankly mouthpieces of the deep state, the CIA. As we've had an FBI whistleblower here on the show explain to us that if they ever want to leak information, fake stories, plant stories into the media, they first go to the New York Times, the Washington Post, Time Magazine also on that list. They just funnel these stories to these liberal magazines and liberal newspapers and get this message out there. That's what they do. So these are just this is all part of an agenda. Time Magazine, why we might not know the winner on election night. Axios, 2020 deja vu all over again. Why the 2024 election, it could take days to call, Axios says. Here's what Axios says more deeply. It's a near guarantee that Donald Trump will declare victory the night of November 5th, and the margin won't matter, Axios says. It won't matter whether he's accurate and he's actually won or whether he was defeated soundly. Quote, I think we should absolutely expect the super spreaders of disinformation will parrot the lies about the election in the immediate aftermath. That's what Axios says. And not to be outdone, the state of Pennsylvania, a battleground state, my home state, the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. I would argue it's more important than any other swing state, not just because it's my home state, but this election cycle, Pennsylvania will determine who wins this presidential race this year. Not Florida, not Ohio, but all eyes on Pennsylvania because of those 19 electoral votes. If President Trump carries that, then those other states and their fewer electoral votes really don't matter from a swing state perspective. All eyes on Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania publishing this, letting us know Pennsylvania won't always know the final results of all races on election night. Any changes in results that occur as counties continue to count ballots are not evidence that an election is rigged. So Pennsylvania wants to get out in front in this and let you know that Pennsylvania might be too close to call. Probably not on election night. You won't know who won Pennsylvania.
I feel like they should have put the word not necessarily evidence. If they're saying we know already that the election is not rigged and the election has not happened, that's a preordained conclusion that makes me a little nervous. So they're saying we already know, full stop, election's not rigged. Well, it hasn't happened yet, right? So
Right.
let's leave open a possibility of a corruption, given we have a lot of corruption.
What brains in our Rumble chat says, source, trust us.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. Right.
So they know into the future the election's not rigged. I don't think anybody can say that with full certainty. Nobody can see the future.
Pennsylvania can.
Okay.
They're warning us all, and you should listen to your liberal media. You should listen to our liberal media. You should listen to all of the liberal media sources like the Detroit Free Press up there in Michigan, also getting in on the bandwagon today. Delay in reporting election results in Detroit, Wayne, and Macomb counties raises concerns. So they're warning us in Michigan that we're going to see delays. So I guess if the deep state keeps trying to kill Trump and can't succeed, they'll have to figure out another way. And that's why they're getting us ready for this election turmoil. Meanwhile, Tucker Carlson just wrote this morning and asks, why are the deep state liberals trying to kill Trump? Here's what Tucker writes. Any political candidate's might can be measured by their opponent's fear of losing to them. First of all, that's a beautiful sentence. Just look at that sentence for a second. Any political candidate's might can be measured by their opponent's fear of losing to them. If the other side thinks you're going to win, then your campaign is going pretty well. Based on the past 2.5 months, it's clear that Donald Trump's opponents know he's going to win. Why else would they have tried to kill him twice? America hasn't seen anything like this in decades, and even though political violence has become bizarrely common, it's worth taking a step back to acknowledge just how sick the people perpetrating it are. There's nothing less democratic than killing off the race's front runner, but they keep trying to do it anyway. And they keep calling Trump a threat to democracy. Peter Doocy asked Karine Jean-Pierre that very question at the White House press briefing. Basically, why are you guys trying to get Trump killed by calling him a threat? Because there are crazy people out there that are listening to you right now. Here was her response.
2 days since somebody allegedly tried to kill Donald Trump again. And you're here at the podium in the White House briefing room calling him a threat.
President Biden has been clear-eyed about the threat that the former president represents to our democracy.
How many more assassination attempts on Donald Trump until the president and the vice president and you pick a different word to describe Trump other than threat?
Peter, if anything from this administration, I actually completely disagree with the premise of your question, the question that you're asking. It is also incredibly dangerous in the way that you're asking it, because American people are watching. And to say that from an administration who has consistently condemned political violence, from an administration where the president called the former president and was thankful, grateful that he was okay, from an administration who has called out January 6th, called out the attack of Paul Pelosi, called out and said we need to lower the temperature after the Butler incident. And now for you to make that kind of comment in your question, because your question involved a comment and a statement. And, it is, that is also incredibly dangerous.
So Peter Doocy is dangerous. Mm-hmm. So she, a moment ago, calls President Trump a threat to democracy.
Right. And he's saying these are dangerous words. And she said, no, I'm not you.
Well, I don't call him a threat. You just said that President Biden labels him a threat to democracy. At what point are you going to stop using that language that he's a threat to? He was president for 4 years. What threat was there to our democracy? I don't know if you've looked at the country right now, if you've stared at it in the face, but it's been a disaster. So what threat exactly? Could she clarify? But Peter Doocy is the threat to democracy. He's dangerous. And the threats keep on coming. Overnight, we learned that more than 20 Trump supporters at a rally in Tucson who were predetermined to be in this roped off area to shake Trump's hand suddenly came down with a chemical burn. Chemical burns to their eyes. They had to be rushed to the emergency room. What in the world is going on? This was at this Tucson rally just a few days ago. Watch.
More than 2,000 people filled up the Tucson Music Hall Thursday to hear Donald Trump's first speech in Tucson this campaign as Election Day nears. Some of his biggest supporters were allowed to sit behind him on stage, supporters like Myra Rodriguez, a former director of Planned Parenthood with a notable shift to being pro-life. In 2016, she sat behind presidential candidate Hillary Clinton on stage at an event. Now she supports Donald Trump. She enjoyed the rally, but once she left, everything changed.
As soon as we left and I stepped outside, I started feeling like my eyes were burning.
At first, she thought it might be allergies. She lives near Phoenix. By the time she got home, it was so bad she decided to go to the emergency room.
The emergency room staff keeps saying, from the triage nurse to the PA, and are you sure you're not going to spray anything? Your symptoms look like you were sprayed something.
The News 4 Tucson investigators spoke to her the morning after the rally, Friday last week. That morning, she was nearly blind.
I can't see anything. When I try to open my eyes, it's like a white cloud covered. It hurts. It hurts a lot to open my eyes. I have this cold cloth that I put on and I take off all the time. But this is horrible.
She says the doctors weren't able to determine what exactly caused it. Her initial thought of allergies went out the window when she heard from several others seated next to her at the rally that also ended up seeking medical attention with the same symptoms.
Yeah. Nothing to see here. Just move on. Someone in our chat just said, nothing to see here. Just move on. So you have an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania that kills a Trump supporter, right? Yeah, collateral damage to them. You have another attempt in Florida. You have this in Tucson almost simultaneously, or a few days actually prior to what happened in Florida. Nothing to see here. Don't worry about it. Sources I've spoken with today tell me that someone dusted this area with a chemical agent, and that if they take environmental samples and compare it to the blood work of the victims, they should be able to isolate it and figure out what it was. Someone in the chat is asking, what do you think it was? What kind of chemical? Was it a chlorine gas attack? This is maybe a possibility because that chlorine could carry out similar symptoms like this, but we don't know until someone isolates it and figures it out. So there are 47 days left. How many more times will they try to kill Trump? I mean, it seems like they're going for broke at this point.
Yeah. Well, we have more news to get to. We're going to talk about coming up here, Russia launching a massive attack on Ukraine. As Zelensky said, don't worry about it. You guys, he's got a victory plan. So we're going to take a look at what that plan is, or concepts of a plan. Also, Jerome Powell is admitting that illegal immigration is in fact causing unemployment. You think? Well, we're going to look at that data. Plus a UN conference this weekend coming up to rule the world. What do those globalists have in store for you? Well, we better watch because we're the pawns in their game. So we're going to take a look at that as well. But first, hey, did you see this story yesterday? Billionaire hedge fund manager John Paulson has said that if Kamala wins the presidency, what he's going to do is pull all of his money from the market, go into cash, and go into gold because of the uncertainty in the markets. Well, that's why we talk a lot about investing in precious metals as something that you should learn for yourself. Our friends over at Lear Capital can teach you. They have prepared a They're not giving us the truth about Ukrainian deaths. This is true. They downplay it. Russia also claims to have conducted a major strike on Ukraine's key military communications facility, as well as a number of other high priority targets. This is according to the Defense Ministry in Moscow. In a statement, they said that they used Russian warplanes, drones, missiles, and artillery, and they successfully, quote, hit the main center of special radio communications in the main intelligence directorate of the armed forces of Ukraine, plus other critical airfield infrastructure facilities. But don't worry about it, Harry. I got it taken care of.
Don't worry about it, Harry.
Is that the quote from Dumb and Dumber?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, Harry. I got it taken care of. That's basically what Zelensky is saying, you guys. He's got a victory plan. He's not telling us the plan. It's more like concepts of a plan, like this meme going around.
Do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan.
Okay. Those are the kind of memes that are served to me because I have 3 kids that are in sports. Like, how are you going to handle this? Concepts of a plan. That's basically Zelensky's. I'm enjoying those memes very much. Now, I am not enjoying, though, learning that Zelensky's victory plan basically is to beg the U.S. for money. That's the plan. Got it?
Okay. That's a surprise. Yes.
Yeah.
Surprise,
Shocker.
surprise.
We're
$8
all about
billion.
the memes today. We're having too much fun.
Yeah,
because-
who's in the White House? President Biden somehow came out of like his coffin this weekend and like was like, yeah, $8 more billion for Ukraine. I'll do that.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
It's like that's been the plan all along. So you have to ask, like, if that's been the plan all along, that's the plan they've been going with. The plan isn't working. So what is the plan moving forward? More of plan A.
More of the plan.
More of the plan.
Einstein would say that that's the definition of insanity, right?
Mhm.
Just keep repeating the same thing over, hoping for a different outcome.
Right. Now, I would like to see a presidential candidate who says, no, get lost, but we don't have that. Both candidates say they will, in fact, meet with this troll. Word to either candidate, tell the truth about Zelensky and the war to the American people and tell him to pound sand and make him agree to a peace deal and say, we're not going to give you any more guns, weapons, or money, and then maybe people stop dying. We don't have either candidate doing those things. Only President Trump said he would negotiate peace, but that negotiation of peace does not really involve giving more money to Zelensky. So he basically is like a door-to-door salesman. No offense to door-to-door salesmen who are doing honest work. Zelensky is a con doing that job. Here is his big announcement of the plan. You can read it yourself. It's full of nonsense. He said on Monday that the plan was 90% ready, but he must have really pulled some all-nighters because now he says it's good to go. Mostly that plan, if you read it, is to get more weapons and training and air defenses. I don't know where they're going to get the military to carry out this plan because most of their male population is dead, but he thinks that he can pull it off. He's saying there's no alternative to peace. I don't even understand what that means. He's saying that if we don't do this, Russia keeps moving, even though Russia has never said that. So it's bullshit. But let's review, for those of you who are new, why his plan is bullshit, why his war rhetoric is nonsense. Since no one else is going to tell the truth about Ukraine, including President Trump, he has the opportunity to. So since no one else is going to tell the truth about the war in Ukraine, I will do it.
I hate to do it, but I will do it.
Okay, I hate to do it, but I will do it because no one's telling you the truth. So again, let's refer back to the war map of Ukraine. Here, the territory that is red and dark gray are the regions that have been attacked by Ukraine since the 2014 coup, either because they are aligned with Russia or because they are ethnic Russians. Innocent people live there. The Ukrainian military has been attacking them in violent and unspeakable ways, killing civilians for a decade, so much so that in 2015, the International Monetary Fund warned them that it would stop lending them money unless they stopped spending $1 million per day attacking their own people, but they never did stop. In fact, in 2022, as attacks in that region escalated, supported by the US and NATO's money for weapons, 5 mayors in those regions asked Russia to come and protect them, and Russian parliament overwhelmingly voted to do that. It was not Putin's invasion. It was not an unprovoked attack. Ukraine should not get that land back because those people consider themselves Russian and they voted. No innocent Ukrainian men should have to fight on that border to reclaim this territory. Now, all Ukraine has done is succeeded at getting people killed. So here is what I say to Zelensky's plan, and I wish to God our elected officials would do the same when this plan hits our shores next week. But many people don't feel that way. Zelensky has been scheduled to address the UN on September 24th, so he will get a chance to deliver this plan.
Good. I can't wait to hear him speak.
Yeah. So let us know what you think of that. We have more news to get to. So that is the news on Russia. Honey, can you do the next clip? Because I have to run an errand.
Okay. Yeah, the next clip. So coming up here, we're going to talk about Jerome Powell blaming migrants for unemployment. So, just when you think the great replacement theory, the liberal media loves to tell you, that's a total conspiracy theory. Yes, Jerome Powell yesterday at the podium just let the cat out of the bag and admitted something that's going to really piss off a lot of liberals. We're going to talk about that in just a second. And we're also going to talk about the United Nations plan to run the world. And that is going to be unfolded. I know a lot of people think, that's got to be a conspiracy theory, right? But then all you need to do is look at their drafts of their plan, which is a pact for the future, which is coming up in this weekend. They're going to vote on this pact for the future. They've released multiple drafts of it, and it's terrifying. about what they're planning to do with you around around the environment, from your carbon footprint to what's next for a pandemic. What are your plans for keeping you home during a lockdown? We need a United Nations body that's going to supersede world governments. That's what they're voting on this weekend, and no one's talking about it. It's being totally ignored, but we're going to talk about it, and we've read the documents. We'll talk about that coming up.
All
in
right,
just a second.
I'm back. I had to run an errand, which was to sneeze.
Okay.
So I didn't want to
She's
do
like,
it. My allergies have been awful lately. I don't know if anybody else, when the seasons have changed, but I was like, I'm going to sneeze.
It's so funny. She walks by like all morning, like sneezing like crazy, and I'm like, I'm good. Like, it's the weirdest
Oh,
thing.
it must be nice.
I know. I don't understand it.
That's not a sensitive thing to say to your
I
wife.
don't understand. I don't get it. My mom, growing up in Pennsylvania, she would sneeze like 35 times. Like when we'd wake, I hear the alarm get off, get ready for school, and then I hear my mom start sneezing like 35 times, and I was like, I don't get these people.
Okay.
I don't get these people.
Don't brag, you non-allergy sufferer. It's not nice. Okay. Before we talk about,
It's never too late to get them, Clayton. You better be careful.
you might get some mysterious powder on your pillow. You'll see.
If I go to a Trump rally.
Just think about
Okay.
what happened when David came out there. Like, he immediately got allergies. He'd never had allergies before, and like he was like
That's right.
2 weeks of just terrible allergies.
Yeah.
Just can't, I don't know what it is. Just I've got a really strong constitution.
No, you don't. You get poison ivy if you're within like a
Yes,
1 mile
true.
radius
That's
of
true.
it.
If I'm like within a mile of poison ivy, look out.
Okay.
You can have an itchy
Anyway,
arm for the next few weeks.
we don't need to argue in front of our audience. It makes them uncomfortable. I
No, they love
apologize.
it. We're a married couple. That's what we do. All
Okay.
right.
Before we talk about Jerome Powell, though, we're going to talk to you about our friends over at American Financing, because the Biden-Harris economy has been a major burden on the average American. Wages are flat, expenses are up. It's very hard to manage and pay.
Dean Thompson says he suffers the same with the poison ivy. So he's on my camp too.
He's on Team Poison Ivy.
He's on Team Poison Ivy.
I can
You
literally
can?
pick up poison ivy in my hands, and like if
What?
it touches like the softer skin, like I might get like a bump or two, but that's it. That's all that happens when I like.
Wow, you're like the Wolverine.
That's like a superpower, man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Where were you when I was at camp 20 years ago or
I was
whatever?
hiding in the poison ivy.
Right. You would have been great at like capture the flag.
Right.
Where's the flag hidden? Oh, Philip has it, and he's in a patch of poison ivy. Foiled again.
That would be like a ridiculous other excuse from the FBI. Like, why didn't you see those shooters in the bushes? Well, it was poison ivy. We thought nobody would be there because,
Right.
you know,
Right. Sloped roofs, shrubbery, poison ivy.
it would be Philip.
Stop. These are the things that stop the Secret Service in their tracks.
Right. Okay. That novel another time. Are migrants leading to large unemployment numbers? Well, according to Fed Chair Jerome Powell, yes, in fact, they are. This is something the Democrats don't want to admit. But in his announcement this week, Powell said this is something they're tracking as they try to avoid recession. They have to look at joblessness, and joblessness is worse because of an influx of migrants. Watch.
Job creation, it depends on the inflows, right? So if you're having millions of people come into the labor force, then and you're creating 100,000 jobs, you're going to see unemployment go up. So it really depends on what's the trend underlying the volatility of people coming into the country. We understand there's been quite an influx across the borders, and that has actually been one of the things that's allowed unemployment rate to rise. And the other thing is just the slower hiring rate, which is something we also watch carefully. So it does depend on what's happening on the supply side.
Oh,
Influx
interesting.
across the border.
The
you
people,
say.
so these are, what he's saying is these are all legal migrants. These are all legal migrants who are coming here with, no, they're not. Let's call them what they are, which is illegal immigrants. They are not legal migrants.
Right.
They can dance around this all they want, but the truth is out there. And he said it under his breath. You can tell he didn't really want to have to admit this on camera. There we have it.
Yes, he said that. And it stands to reason, right? It's actually a pretty reasonable thing to assume that when you flood the market with new workers, then existing workers will suffer. Duh. right? And who? Usually now the people who say that, like, oh, Democrats say, no, migrants are not taking Americans' jobs. They're taking the jobs no one else wants to do. The data doesn't bear that out. And usually the people who say that are keyboard workers, and they are only speaking for themselves. They are not the working class. They are not people who would have to take any job to feed their family. They don't know what that's like. Now, this hurts groups disproportionately, low income and uneducated workers. We discussed this earlier in the week when we discussed the new census data on poverty. Now, Larry Elder is a conservative talk show host. He says that immigration is bringing down wages for Black people. Here's how he describes it.
And by the way, the group most hurt by illegal alien labor are Black and brown people living in the inner city, because most of the illegal aliens have little education, if any. They compete against people with high school or less in the inner city. There are probably about 1 million fewer Black people working because of the presence of illegal alien labor.
And they bring down
to the tune of $2,000 per year. They put downward pressure on their wage.
That's amazing. And we, of course, confirm this in our discussions about what's happening in Chicago and the Black population there, which are being forced out of their jobs, being forced out of their towns, being forced out of their homes, essentially, to illegal immigrants in Chicago.
Well, what he says is probably there are about 1 million fewer Black people working as a result of illegal immigration and downward pressure on wages of about $2,000 per year. Well, there's data to back this up. Now, this is data from 2009 from economists from Harvard, the University of Chicago, and UC San Diego. It showed way back in 2009 that even a 10% increase in the labor market would bring down Black wages by 2.5%. So that bears out. And plus increase unemployment for Black men by 5.8%, which then increases incarceration rates of Blacks by 1.3%. Not because it's anything to do with Black men being inherently criminal, but as economist Thomas Sowell points out, because populations of young men with no gainful employment and idle time has never led society to anywhere good. As the biblical proverb goes, idle hands do the devil's work, right? So the same trend applies to Latinos and working white class communities, American citizens or residents, people who are here legally. Those groups of people get pushed out with an influx of workforce. Now, illegals are not taking programming jobs in Silicon Valley, clearly. It's unskilled laborers that they will hurt the most. Yet ABC News says this is just a Trump talking point. They got their own economist to say that. This is wrong, their economist says, and Black unemployment is just fine. They said it was the lowest it's ever been since Trump took office in April of 2023. Well, let's look at the data on Black unemployment, because the U.S. Bureau of Statistics shows that Black unemployment trended down during the Trump years, spiked during the pandemic, obviously, and then recovered miraculously. But it has been trending back up during the Biden years. Now, clearly, illegal immigration is not the only thing at play here. There are many factors that play into economic unemployment of Black people. And you can see that unemployment trended down for Black people, for Blacks during the Obama years as well, but then continued during the Trump years. So this is a complex story, and it can't just be attributed to illegal or even legal migration, because Obama, in fact, deported more people than any other president. In fact, he was known as the deporter in chief. The point here is that Powell is acknowledging what Democrats do not want to, in that an influx of unskilled labor does hurt American citizens and legal residents. And even if the media is telling you that it's not hurting you, people know better. They know what they feel. They know what they can buy. And in fact, the inflation that's hurting them even worse, whether they have a job or not. They're done being told that they're fine, but the media just doesn't get it. Look at this New York Magazine headline. It says, why do Black and Hispanic voters like Trump? They're asking as if it's an existential question, like they really don't want to bend their minds to understand it. Maybe because he's at least acknowledging what they experience instead of telling them that they do not experience it. So someone should ask Vice President Harris how she would respond to working class people who are losing their jobs to an influx of workers. as the Fed chief has just acknowledged. Now, when she's asked about the economy and American workers, she kind of gives the same robotic response about how she just loves people's ambitions and dreams. That's really all we get. I just hear this over and over. I just love Americans' ambitions and dreams. And that's about it. So she wants you to dream about working. She doesn't really want you to do it, though. Watch.
Why is joy important to you to insert into this election? And what do you make of Republicans using that as a way to suggest that you're not a serious candidate?
There are some times when your adversaries will try and turn your strength into a weakness. Don't you let them. Don't you let them. I find joy in the American people. I find joy in optimism, in what I see to be our future and our ability to invest in it. I find joy in the ambition of the people. I find joy in the dreams of the people. I find joy in building community. And I think we should all find joy and have a sense of optimism about who we are as Americans and what we mean to each other and what we can do to lift each other up.
Well,
So-
words to live by.
Yeah.
That'll help me get a job. That'll help me get a job.
Ambition, dreams, and optimism. She wants you to have those things, but she doesn't seem to have very much to say about how she will facilitate those things.
I would love for there to be a town hall meetings like we used to have back in the day with the presidential candidates.
Mhm.
Very often the town hall meetings, the debates were always the best because you could get real questions from real audience members. Like we have one here from our chat. Stealth Mode writes, redacted, I tried to get a job picking strawberries here in Florida and they would not hire me because I'm not a native Spanish speaker. This is so true. So imagine that's asking Kamala Harris that question during a town hall debate. You know, I was turned away from an American job because I was not a Spanish speaker and I'm a citizen, and they hired an illegal immigrant as a result of that. Like, what are you going to do to stop this? Well, I have a lot of joy. You know, I appreciate your joy to want to work.
Well, the data now shows that unemployment is high and the Fed is worried about this. And they're worried about the influx of workers from abroad when American citizens cannot find jobs. Bottom line, that's it. Doesn't matter whose fault it is. What are we going to do about it? It's a nonpartisan issue. It's hurting everybody. So anyway, let us know if your ambitions allow you to see that data or not.
I'm enjoying the chat today a lot. I always enjoy you guys, but Go Start says she's unburdened by concepts.
Yeah.
Unburdened by what is.
That's
unburdened. Nice. Yeah, that's indeed the case. Thank you guys for subscribing to the channel, being a part of our community here. Again, I just should remind you guys tomorrow, first of all, we have a Redacted Plus club, and tomorrow we are going to do a special live stream just for our Redacted members. So same time, we're going to be hanging out. And so if you are a Redacted Plus member, please join us for that private live stream. So it'll be fun on a Friday to kind of hang out with everybody. But we've got more news to get to today. We're going to talk about the United Nations and their pact for the future. What does it mean for all of us? This is quietly being voted on this weekend, and no one is talking about it. It's been redacted. In fact, they're hiding the final documents from us, from even allowing us to read them. So we'll talk about that coming up here in just a second. But first, America, listen up. The world is getting more unpredictable by the day. Political insanity, rumors of civil war, an unstable stock. Big Apple at the UN headquarters for the historic Summit of the Future, as they're calling it. Their intention at this summit is to sign what's being called the Pact for the Future. So these globalists are getting together and signing something that perhaps you didn't sign off on. What's actually in this Pact for the Future? Let's ask Derek Brose, investigative journalist from The Last American Vagabond, who's been in New York and covering what's going on at the summit, and is going to break this all down for us. Now, you've been covering this for a few months, looking, Derek, at the previews, the draft resolutions of this Pact for the Future. Why should we be concerned what these guys are voting on right now?
Yeah, thank you for that, Clayton. So the reason Americans and really people all over the world need to know about this is because in minor resistance way, all of the major nations you would expect are on board. The Pact for the Future is calling for a few main things. The first part is to include an emergency platform, and this emergency platform would allow UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres to declare an emergency at any point. It's very similar to what we saw in the language of the pandemic agreement, the pandemic treaty, that people were resistant, but unfortunately there's less awareness about this. What the language says specifically, that if there are quote, global shocks, which shock multiple regions of the world, then they could invoke this emergency platform, which would give the UN more powers to act. Now, what exactly would come from that, we don't know, because unfortunately, we have seen 3 drafts that have been released previously, the most recent one on August 27th. But as of this recording and as we're going into the summit, there has been no final version released to the public. And I think this is being done on purpose. So that's one, of the scary, worrisome aspects, is we're not even seeing what they potentially sign, even though we really have no say. These people are unelected. So they're not even letting the public know what's going on. But the versions we have seen before specifically state that there needs to be an emergency platform. And when they talk about shocks, this could include a new claimed pandemic. This could include war, economic turmoil, famine. Really, it's an endless. Obviously, climate change is on that list, but it's a pretty endless list of whatever they want to claim. They then invoke this emergency platform as part of the Pact for the Future. And then what comes next, none of us really know, but definitely what they are trying to do is to give the UN more power. There's discussions around UN 2.0, that it's time to remake the UN because, we're at the 80th anniversary. We're nearing the 80th anniversary of the UN, and it's just not doing what it used to do. There's also, of course, this whole thing is a major push towards a global government. They don't like to use those terms. They prefer multilateralism or global governance. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing. It's a more empowered UN to act, to compel nations to do whatever they want. And so we might see some major steps towards remaking the UN this weekend as well. And then the other important aspect that we can get into further is the financial aspect. They keep discussing the need for a new Bretton Woods moment. And of course, Bretton Woods is the post-World War II creation of the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank. Those are known as multilateral development banks. This language of the draft definitely says we need to empower and to increase and to transform these multilateral development banks. And for those who know the history of this, or if you've read John Perkins' Confessions of an Economic Hitman, you know that those banks have been used to rob and extort third world developing countries around the world for decades now and get them in debt and take their resources. So they want to inject more financial resources into this. And part of that as well is to transform the financial system. In my view, this is just another step of the Great Reset that we saw announced in 2020.
So many things to unpack here, Derek. I want to let's touch on the financial piece of this. I think you're absolutely right about this. As we see this past week, of course, the Fed rate cuts in the United States. This is the decline. This is really, to my mind, the end of the Bretton Woods Agreement in a lot of ways. You're seeing, of course, the moves towards BRICS currency right now move away from the United States dollar as the hegemonic power to use the IMF, the World Bank, to bully nations around the world. And a lot of countries have had enough of this, and they're moving away from this. So it'd be interesting to see the players behind the scenes here at the United Nations, who's trying to push and make this push for maybe a Bretton Woods Agreement 2.0. Is it the United States? Is it Russia? Is it Brazil? Is it the BRICS nations? I think this is a really interesting piece of the puzzle here. What do you make of that?
Well, you're correct on including the BRICS conversation there, because next month will be the BRICS summit, which we should keep our eye on as well. It does seem from some of the players that there is an effort to push away from the U.S. being the singular power driving force within the UN, and depending on your perspective, that might be a good or a bad thing. But I do think that that's part of this effort. There, many of the discussions and the conversations I've watched leading up to the summit have been about trying to give voice to other countries. And, that doesn't inherently mean anything negative per se, but I do think it is a shift away from trying to have the US being the only controlling power. Now, of course, if that goes towards China being the controlling power, then that could be problematic. And I don't think overall, though, whether it's the UN or the US driving the vehicle, or China driving the vehicle, or Russia, that it's going to be good for the average person on the ground level.
Well, and the average person on the ground level, when it comes to these crazy climate policies or whatever lockdown procedures they want to put in place for their next pandemic piece of the puzzle, it's only going to benefit the elites, and we will all be screwed as a result of it. So I was going through the draft resolution of the August 28th, most recent draft resolution of this pact for the future. And of course, they want to accelerate the Paris Climate Accords agreement, trying to push for this reduction of 1.5 degrees Celsius, even though there's zero evidence that would in fact be bad for the Earth, and in fact zero evidence that we're even going to hit a sort of a disastrous moment. We have this world doomsday clock that the King Charles stood behind and rolled out, that in like 7 years or whatever we're going to hit doomsday if we don't get back this 1.5 degrees Celsius. So they want to accelerate that plan for all of us. What will that mean? I mean, what will that mean for the average person traveling? Carbon passports, like what is your carbon footprint? Oh, you've traveled too much this month. That's where my mind goes.
I think that's absolutely where this is going, Clayton. You know, and you mentioned King Charles. Well, I should remind everybody that back when he was Prince Charles in 2020, he was part of the initial announcement of the Great Reset, as well as the head of the IMF. This is, as I said, just a continuation of those same policies, and climate change, the climate narrative absolutely factors into this. I'll also mention that some of the key players behind this who are going to be present would include the World Economic Forum as well as the Club of Rome. They have been calling for the UN to declare a planetary emergency as part of the Pact for the Future at the Summit of the Future. Again, we haven't seen the final language to know if that is going to be included in there. We know there's a discussion of an emergency platform, but the Club of Rome has been calling for a declaration of a planetary emergency since at least 2019, before COVID even happened. And they've been through the various funding mechanisms. There's an organization called the Stimson Center, which is funded by the Rockefeller Foundation and the Gates Foundation, and others, the Climate Governance Commission. All these bodies have been calling on the UN to declare a planetary emergency at the Summit of the Future. That, to me, is the biggest concern. I don't know if it's going to happen just yet, but they absolutely are trying to say, look, we're already in that state of emergency. Go ahead, declare it now. And then again, who knows what powers they try to grab once that happens. You sort of hinted at some of those things: carbon wallets, limiting of movement and limiting of what you can put on your dinner plate, things like that. We know those things have been discussed and are on the table. I fear that if this does go forward, and of course, you know, there's not too many people paying attention to this. I'm searching every single day, even in the corporate media. It's almost as if they don't want to even talk about it until it's done, so the public doesn't have a chance to sort of rally and push back. But that's part of why I'm going to New York City, to be there live in person reporting. I will actually be able to be inside the UN building for at least 2 days. I did get access, and we're going to be rallying outside the building. But I think it's purposely being downplayed and ignored, except for those sort of key players who are kind of already in that world. But the public at large has no idea this is even happening.
Well, hopefully we can bring some awareness to this a few days ahead of this summit in New York City over the weekend. I'll get you out of here on this, Derek, which is the pandemic piece of this. So we talk about the global health emergency. They're going to declare a global financial emergency. They'll declare a global environmental emergency. And then, of course, they'll declare a global pandemic emergency for new lockdown procedures and all of this. And this is why they were keeping, of course, the WHO's latest pandemic treaty quiet, and we weren't allowed to see draft resolutions and changes to the WHO pandemic treaty ahead of time, right? It was sort of like almost released right at the day they were voting on these things. So we didn't get advanced copies for a lot of these things because they were deeply troubling and deeply worrying. Do you think that's what's going on here as it relates to global health emergency?
Absolutely. I think it's the same tactics that they are trying to keep it under wraps. And, thankfully there is, as I kind of alluded to earlier, some pushback from some of the developing nations. I wouldn't say they have the same concerns we have, but there definitely are developing nations, Cuba and some African nations that I've seen, who have spoken up and say, we're being totally ignored. Our voices are not being heard on this. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to sign, but I do think that this late release of the draft, if we even see the final version before it's signed, is so that there can't be enough time for people to kind of put up resistance and organize against it. And I do want to mention this just for anybody at home who is maybe feeling disempowered and wants some solutions. I'm going to be in New York City with an activist named Dan Aston Gregory, who's coming out from the UK. He's a great guy. He runs the organization called Free Humanity. People can go to freehumanity.org/pact for the future. And there's just a simple petition that they've put together. More than a petition, it's a call to action and just calling for organizations, journalists, media outlets, et cetera, individuals to put their name down and say, we don't consent to this. We don't abide by whatever the UN signs. That's something people can get behind. They can put a little action. The other thing I'll just mention briefly, Clayton, is that the weekend after this, we are organizing what we call the People's Reset. We're calling it Our Summit for Our Future. It's a 3-day event live in the UK, but it's also going to be streamed for free on our website at thegreaterreset.org. And for 3 days, just like they're meeting for 3 days, we're talking about solutions, but instead of from the technocratic top-down control paradigm, we're talking about bottom-up solutions, growing your own food, getting off big tech, mental, physical, spiritual health, all the different things that we think can actually empower people now so that we can put our mind and our focus on what we want our 2030 to look like, instead of just only reacting and responding to what the UN or the World Economic Forum are doing, kind of inviting people to take the power back into their hands and really see how we can proactively, drive our future. So people can check that out at thegreaterreset.org. It's happening the 27th to the 29th of this month.
Wonderful. So many of our audience says, this is so frustrating. What can we do? Well, here's something that you can actually do. You can be, a citizen activist and take to the streets. You can be a part of this, sign this petition, activate local media, talk to local politicians, make them aware that this is even happening. It's amazing that the UN is keeping this entirely quiet. And in the rumblings of a UN 2.0, like, what does that look like? That's unbelievable. Derek Brose has done some great work on this. We really appreciate it, Derek. Be safe there and check back with us as the summit unfolds. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Clayton.
Thanks, Derek. And Colorado Watch here in our chat just says, pandemic emergency powers were just a dress rehearsal for martial law. It's terrifying. It's terrifying that they won't even allow us to see this freaking stuff, right? They're keeping it hidden because they know once we see it, that we'll be outraged by it. So they don't want us to see it. The globalist cabal that runs everything. It's really terrifying. It's really terrifying. And it's happening. It's amazing to me in 2024. It's all happening right out here in the open right now. I mean, you have the guy that shoots at Trump, allegedly. His body is then cremated almost immediately. His apartment is wiped clean. The guy had no silverware in his apartment. Like, very, very interesting circumstances. Like, where was his cell phone traveling in the days before this all happened? Nope. No discussion about it. Just move on. Nothing to see here. We got it under control. You will comply with our plans, and the media will spoon feed you every step of the way. So I saw Owen Schroyer talking about the media. I was watching him last night, and he was saying, you have to understand about the mainstream media is that they don't know anything. Most of the people that work in the mainstream media, they've never been actual journalists. They're just on TV. They've never done anything out to investigate anything. They're just handed talking points, and they just read them. And they have to give like a little reaction, to something like, oh, yeah, that's really scary. Okay, over to your weather report now. Like, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And this is the mass media that's serving all this garbage up to us. You wonder why so many people in the United States and around the world are misinformed. I mean, just look across Europe, the mass media there, like CNN Portugal. Look at the BBC. It's awful, awful propagandic garbage right now. Psychopaths, global psychopath emergency ad says in our chat. Yes, exactly. The blind consumer. They are actors. They are tools, Linda says. Exactly. They are actors and they are tools. Marco Mata says, Owen Schroyer and InfoWars, always excellent. Yes, they do great work, of course. I mean, there's so few independent media out there. You might not agree with us and different, independent media. I mean, we hang on by the support of you guys. Honestly, it's like the support of our viewers. This is a free show, and we have a few sponsors here on the show, but we don't have billionaire corporate backers like News Corp and all of these other companies do. So you just watch when you see ABC News, you see these other people with all of these billions of dollars from the biopharmaceutical complex and money from Raytheon and Lockheed. I literally saw an ad for Raytheon during one of the Sunday shows. Like, really? People got to wake up.
Buy from Raytheon. Like, what am I? If can I go buy anything from Raytheon? Like, why are you advertising? Get out of my face.
It's all branding. They don't want you to buy anything. It's just like corporate branding. Lockheed developing the weapons of the future today. Raytheon, bringing drones, to the military industrial complex. And we're going to advertise during Meet the Press on a Sunday morning on NBC. Like, that's their audience. The neocons are watching that crap, and so they know who their audience is. The neocons and the warmongers are watching that stuff. It's just wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. When you see it, you see it. That's right. Magellan USA says redacted rebels will not eat the bugs. Yeah, exactly. So I should mention, we do have our Redacted Plus community. Again, this show is totally free. You can watch us on YouTube and Rumble and X for free. But we do have a Redacted Plus community if you'd like to join us. for the price of a cup of coffee once a month. We, as I mentioned yesterday here, we're going to be really ramping things up over on the locals community, and that's our private community, to hang out with the Redacted Rebels. So tomorrow we're doing a special live stream for any Redacted Rebel who wants to join us on our Plus Club tomorrow. It's all you need to do to sign up if you want to become a part of it is go to redacted.inc. And you can click right there, join Redacted Plus today. And like I said, for the price of a cup of coffee once a month, you can join us there. We're going to be doing all sorts of special live streams, special interviews and coverage, and a lot of big things that we have planned. David and I had a nice meeting about it the other day about all the things we want to do over on the Plus Club. So please come join us tomorrow. We'll do a live stream tomorrow on a Friday. Can you believe it? A Friday special. And it'd be great to see all the Redacted Rebels over there. Again, you don't have to be a part of it. The show is totally free, but if you are a Redacted Rebel, we'd love to have you join us over there as well. And that's about it. And I guess, yeah, we'll be streaming. We'll send out a note on our locals community. So don't worry, you'll get the notification and all that. We'll make sure everyone who's a member will find out about it. So we'll post that for you guys. Don't worry about it. So that's going to do it for us here on this Thursday. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. 47 days away from Election Day in the United States of America. It's crazy time. It's a clown world that we're living in. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
And another good Redacted. Yes, we're here. Usually when the videos are playing, we are pretty kind of quiet. But yes, we are here. Oh.
Ruffle your feathers. I don't remember that now. Do you, Margaret?
Yeah.
You do?
Huh.
Hey?
Ah.
All right. What we got? 5:39. Sticks.
Here's the problem with America, the country is broken. Cause they minds stay closed, but they mouths stay open. Get attacked and we blame terrorists, go broke and we blame the price. Blame racists for the racism, but only if their skin is white. We don't need guns, we can call the police. We don't need fire extinguishers, call a fireman please. You didn't want to build a wall and now the border is weak. Your favorite actor has a gate that's like 15 feet. Racism is gay if you're offended, that's retarded. Intolerance is great until you speak and you're a target. If a white man paints his face like he's a racist piece of garbage, but you put him in a dress and he's courageous and he's gorgeous. All these double standards, man, I'm tired of the noise. Freedom's an illusion if they censor your voice. Call a dad a deadbeat for neglecting his boys, but a mom kills a baby and you call it pro-choice. You act like you're so much better than us. Yeah, we know that. Who told you that you so special? Screw a new world order. Your facts ain't facts without censoring us. Yeah, we know that. Good job, you lose, here's your medal. Screw a new world order. I don't understand. Transparent with humility. I'm just trying to rap, I get the best of my ability. If I disagree, try to cancel. Get rid of me, you can't, so you can't be the answer. You killing me. And I hate white supremacy just as much as you. But I ain't feeling guilty for something I didn't do. The system's killing everyone. And everyone blames white folks for than us. Who told you that you're so special? You a new world order. Your facts ain't facts without censoring us. Good job, you lose. Here's some medals. Screw a new world order. And everyone blames white folks for every little bitty thing. We don't have no one to blame, we take responsibility. They tell you be a man, they call it toxic masculinity. Then when you act feminine, they call it white fragility. I don't understand trans man with humility. I'm just trying to rap, I get the best of my ability. If I disagree, try to cancel. Get rid of me, you can't, so you can't be the answer. You killing me. And I hate white supremacy just as much as you. But I ain't feeling guilty for something I didn't do. The system's killing everyone. And everyone blames white folks for and everyone blames white folks for every little bitty thing.
Here's the issue at the heart of the states, we're divided. Minds clamped shut, but the arguments are heightened. Blaming others when the trouble's deepen and stretching the truth. When it's hatred based on color, only wrong if it's white, we lose. Claiming guns are pointless once the cops are on speed dial. But won't keep a fire extinguisher to save their own child. Omitted walls will leave our borders in despair. So let's preach from behind high gates, hypocrisy lay bare. Throw it around racist like it's only one shade. But dress a dude in skirts and suddenly praise gets paid. Tired of these double standards, chaos every day. When voices get censored, there's nothing left to say. Call a man a deadbeat, shaming him for his flaws. But when life is taken by choice, it's suddenly a cause. You think you're standing on higher ground? It's clear now. Sacred truth, twisted bound, pushing a new world order. You're crazy just without the whole sound. It's clear now. False follows you where there's your crown, pushing a new world order. They despise the flag, aim to burn it down to ashes. Step against that, in my view, response comes in flashes. They're loud and proud, their violence taking center stage. Media spins it into pride while inside our rage. A system skewed where majority themselves unfairly. Is the color to blame, or the choices made barely? Not a math whiz, but the divide's crystal clear. Questioning if it's the shade of my skin I fear. Lock away those politicians, stripping freedoms bit by bit. Tread on us, find out how quickly we're lit. Corner us, and see if we don't push back. Stop all the defense, no attention to lack. Rights trample, realities rank, they insist. Pointing guns at liberty, but we persist. You think you're standing on higher ground? It's clear now. Sacred truth, twisted bound, pushing a new world order. You're crazy just without the whole sound. It's clear now. False law rules you where there's your crown, pushing a new world order. Now it seems every fault is the white man's burden. We hold our own accountability certain. They preach manhood, but scorn its tenacity. Show weakness, they mock with the hiss of frailty. Raising kids in a world where dissent is a risk. Speak out, get canceled, the punishment risk. This culture of cancellation, a toxic remedy. A chasm fueled by blame, stealing our energy. Rejecting supremacy in all of its forms. Guilty not by my acts, but by the norms. One system grinding all, the evidence is there. Broadcasting our pain, as if they truly care. Wake up to screens that manipulate and bleed us. Stand firm, remember we're the home of the fearless. You think you're standing on higher fault is the white man's burden. We hold our own, accountability certain. We preach manhood and scorn its tenacity. Show weakness, they mock with the hiss of frailty. Raising kids in a world where dissent is a risk. Speak.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Starting to get a headache.
All right. You getting tired?
Yeah. No, that. No, that. Yeah. Still trying to catch up from everything. Still trying to catch up from everything. My body's still trying to catch up with everything.
If I could change the world, I would make you smile and be happy. If I could change the world, I would make it safe for you to roll. If I could change the world, I would make you honest and trustworthy. If I could change the world, I would make you love but not hate me. If I could change the world, I would teach you to justify and not criticize. If I could change the world, would I send you up to the stars above? If I could change the world, I would show you how to be satisfied. If I could change the world, I would show you peace and not war. If I could change the world, I would embrace you and expose the beauty around. If I could change the world, I would want unity and not divisions. If I could change the world, I would show you how to feed and not go hungry. If I could change the world, I would clothe you when you would not go naked. If I could change the world, would I send you up to the stars above? If I could change the world, I would show you how to be satisfied. If I could change the world, I would show you peace and not war. If I could change the world, I would embrace you and expose the beauty around. If I could change the world, yeah. There is so much I would want to do, but as you can see, I'm not the world, and so I can only change me and not the world. If I could change the world, would I send you up to the stars above? If I could change the world, I would show you how to be satisfied. If I could change the world, I would
Hmm. Well,
Got any more videos for us, Margo?
well, I guess there's a big protest in New York City.
About what this time?
Fire Mayor Adams protest.
I mean, I don't know much about this Mayor Adams, but I would agree with that.
He is the mayor.
Fire the cunt.
And it's building. It is building. I guess it's building down there. I guess it's getting outrageous down there. I guess it's building down there in the city. Hold on.
Some speeches. We'll see what happens, but hang in there. I'm going to change the battery. It's going to go out for just like 2 seconds, and then we'll be back. All right? Hold on.
Oops, frozen.
Yeah, he's changing the battery, so he'll be right back. You notice these are the same protesters we've seen before.
You know, I think I can get the AI to give us a better song to sing.
We've seen some of these leaders that are sitting there screaming.
like this protest is going to end here. Cops are standing on the side, up to the side. By the way, if you didn't hear before, they released the camera footage from the mass shooting that the NYPD did on the train on Sunday. They released the video. I haven't watched it yet, but if you want, go look it up. Go see what it. Go watch it. Check it out for yourself. I got two. Want to take two?
these shootings. Against innocent people. Against innocent people. And it doesn't mean anything. And it doesn't mean anything. How can we expect? How can we expect a Zionist mayor? A Zionist mayor who co-signs genocide. Who co-signs genocide. To look at the subway shooting. To look at the subway shooting. And have any empathy. And have any empathy. For the people of New York. For the people of New York. Shot by his gang. Shot by his gang. When he mentioned the shooting. When he mentioned the shooting. He didn't even mention. He didn't even mention. The bystander that was shot. The bystander that was shot. He only mentioned. He only mentioned. The police officer that was shot. The police officer that was shot. But he left out the part. But he left out the part. Where it was another officer. Where it was another officer. Who shot that cop. Who shot that cop. But we don't expect any better. But we don't expect any better. Of a mayor who has witnessed. Of a mayor who has witnessed. A mass slaughter. A mass slaughter. In Gaza and the West Bank. In Gaza and the West Bank. Who has co-signed the mass slaughter. Who has co-signed the mass slaughter. Who has imported technology. Who has imported technology. From the Zionist state. From the Zionist state. That is killing us. That is killing us. He doesn't care about Palestinians. He doesn't care about Palestinians. And he doesn't care about New Yorkers. And he doesn't care about New Yorkers. I don't know anyone. I don't know anyone. Who likes Eric Adams. Who likes Eric Adams. Who thinks he can. Eric Adams! Eric Adams! Is enabling these thugs! Is enabling these thugs! To shoot our people on the subway! To shoot our people on the subway! To brutalize us at protests! To brutalize us at protests! Whether for Palestine! Whether for Palestine! Or for Black liberation! Or for Black liberation! And when our struggles are linked! And when our struggles are linked! So we must make it our mission. So we must make it our mission. Our responsibility. Our responsibility. To make sure he resigns. To make sure he resigns. And that his administration. And that his administration. Goes down in shame. Goes down in shame. As one of the biggest sellouts. As one of the biggest sellouts. To his own people. To his own people. A cop should never be. A cop should never be. The mayor of New York City. The mayor of New York City. The NYPD. The NYPD. Are one of the largest armies. Are one of the largest armies. In the entire world. In the entire world. There are armies around the world. There are armies around the world. Smaller than them. Smaller than them. With less weapons. With less weapons. With less surveillance technology. With less surveillance technology. Why is this paramilitary group? Why is this paramilitary group harassing us at our universities? Harassing us at our universities. Why are they allowed to enter? Why are they allowed to enter? Columbia University. Columbia University. And NYU. And NYU. And CCNY. And CCNY. And the Brooklyn Museum. And Brooklyn Museum. Who the hell are they? Who the hell are they? They don't protect and serve. They don't protect and serve. They murder and abuse. They murder and abuse. What more proof do you need? What more proof do you need? How many people need to die? How many people need to die? How many people need to be brutalized? How many people need to be brutalized? For us to shake this city. For us to shake this city. And shake off this oppression. And shake off this oppression. And globalize the Intifada. Globalize the Intifada. Against Zionist institutions everywhere. Against Zionist institutions everywhere. From Palestine. From Palestine. To New York City. To New York City. The NYPD. The people to be angry. There have been many police shootings. There have been many police shootings. By the NYPD. By the NYPD. At least 38. At least 38. Under Eric Adams. Under Eric Adams. These same police officers. These same police officers are swarming our trains. When the train should be free. When the train should be free.
Okay. She's doing some misinformation there.
Just a little bit.
A little bit, a lot. A whole lot.
Yeah, here we go, it's time to start. Get ready for the beat of hearts. The lights are up, the stage is set. You ain't seen nothing like this yet. Yeah, grab your friends, let's make some noise. Feel the rush, let's jump for joy. Dance around and lose control. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Everybody raise your hands. Feel the rhythm with the band. From the start until the end. Every moment, every trend. Feel the love, it's in the air. Music lifts you everywhere. Every smile and every cheer. Mama Bear is finally here. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Everybody raise your hands. Feel the rhythm with the band. From the start until the end. Every moment, every trend. Yeah. Feel the love, it's in the air. Music lifts you everywhere. Every smile and every cheer. Mama Bear is finally here. Welcome, welcome, here we go. Feel the magic, feel the glow. Laugh and sing and dance along. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Welcome to the Mama Bear Show. Yeah.
The Israel army announces the assassination of the commander of the Hamas Special Operations System, Avram Akla. Iranian what else we got here? As you all know, this week we lost, well, many of you know, we lost a good friend of the channel. Uh, um, we lost Genuine Sterling last week. His son, Four Corners, did a memorial live for him. And at this time, we want to play his live that he played.
Chelsea Go Smith. Oklahoma Outlaw hits Tapatios. Pose. Nick Johnson, John DeNicola. Appreciate that, John. Appreciate it if you guys hit the thumbs up. As you can see, all this is well, there's a few pieces that aren't Genuine Sterling's work, but most of this is all made Genuine Sterling. And the reason why I went live, like I said, is in support of Genuine Sterling. I want to see if we can get some donations to help out with his funeral costs. You know, that he passed away. Last week, and I'm finding out it takes a lot to put someone that you love into a proper have a proper funeral and put them in a proper place to lay him to rest. So the reason why I went live is wanted to get some help. If you can, ask the community, or if you're not a part of the community, that we can help Genuine Sterling um, raise some money for his funeral costs. I appreciate you guys being here. It's been pretty tough lately. Been pretty tough, and I've had friends, family, people ask me if I still have both parents, and at the time I told them I did, and they told me that they lost their parents and they never grew up with a parent or both parents. And when Genuine Sterling was still here, uh, I had both parents, and they used to tell me, "You're lucky. You're very lucky that you have both parents." And now I know what they meant by having both parents around uh, during your lifetime. Appreciate that, Westside. But I am still lucky. The Genuine Sterling was 67 years old, and we did a lot together. It's we worked along side to side together and laughed, played sports, played basketball against each other on the same team. And this is the last of the pieces that Genuine Sterling's got left, and because the reason why there's a few here, everything that he made, they sold. And he was a good craftsman. Somebody put in Genuine Sterling's life, which he was pretty talented. He was really talented at his work. And like I said, the reason why I'm going live is to uh, help raise money for Genuine Sterling's funeral costs. Right, top of tea, coffee. Appreciate you being here. So, and I thought I showed you the last pieces that Genuine Sterling left behind as a Navajo silversmither. As you can see, the moderators are dropping my Cash App, and this is all going to be, the donations are going through Genuine Sterling's funeral costs. This is in the Navajo ceremony. This is winter dancers. We call it Yebiche. Cynthia, welcome in. Appreciate it. Cynthia, I don't think you knew Genuine Sterling. This is all Genuine Sterling's work. He's a Navajo silversmither. And this is this one here. It looks like this is one of the last pieces that he was working on. This one here. As you can see, it was in the finished process. Look at it. All it needs to be do is shined up and put a chain on it. And looks like he got these ready for the stones, and I'm gonna have to finish those up for him. And this was his this was his younger brother's buckle, and his mother bought it for him, and she wanted Genuine Sterling to fix it. Because right here, this piece broke. Yeah. This is I bought the stones on this one here, this cross. Appreciate it, Cynthia. And I had bought these stones. These are Chinese turquoise, and I was trying to think what to do with the stones, and we put our minds together, and that's what it became, a cross. And this is the flute players. These are earrings. This is the earring here too. Everything is all handmade, and earrings here. And this is nickel silver, this one. And I did the drawing, and he did the cutting out pattern. That's how talented he was. And I used his grandparents, his uncles are the ones that had the stamp work you see on there. I did the stamp work here. And the stamps were given to him when he became a silversmither. And so he said that he never used the stamps at all. Yeah, those are. And as you can see, this is like a corn, the symbol of a corn. As the Navajos always had cornfields, squash and pumpkins and watermelon they try to grow. This is a piece that he made for me also. This feather here, I kind of put my mind to that, but he put it together for me. And this is an eagle feather. Deb Anderson 420. And this is nickel silver, and his grandson plays on the baseball. Yeah, El Crofty. I remember you were given a ring from Genuine Sterling, and this is his grandson. He did this for his grandson. He played on a baseball team, and I did the drawing. And Genuine Sterling is so talented that he cuts just exactly like the drawing that I did. And so, but these are only the last few pieces, and this is that he had when he passed. Indian Auditor, welcome in. So I thought I'd just go live and show you guys the last of what he had. And here's his silver here. Silver. And he was gonna make pieces with these. And silver is like about 27, I think 27 an ounce. And he had ideas for all of this already. And
but just a lot of this stuff were just given to him, or he just collected them to, help out with his imagination, his designs. And these are stones that he had, and they were given to him too. And these stones, I'm pretty sure he bought to start making pieces that he had in mind. So, and this one here, he made this piece. This is gonna go on his finger when we put his body into to rest. Something he's gonna wear. So, and this was a pattern. This was gonna be buckle. My uncle did a drawing on that, and he cut that out. That was a pattern for him to make designs in Oklahoma outlaw audits. We made a bracelet. We made a bracelet for a strong supporter of the Four Corner Channel. An Indiana auditor. He won that bracelet. Yeah, they're all nice. These are the see stuff like that. That are stones that are out. He would replace those people that would give it to him, or he'd make them. Then people would let him have pieces that like bartering. Like these stones, I'm pretty sure he had something in mind for these stones also. All this here is the stuff that he collected that was given to him. And these are what he used to make bracelets. So the gauges that he used. And soldering. I think some of this is solder to get the silver pieces to stick together. You gotta get the heat just right in order to get this to put these silver pieces together. This is called solder. Different types of solder: hard solder, medium, easy flow. I know some. I've got into it. I told him I've asked him, I want to learn how to silversmith. And he told me that if you want to learn how to silversmith, you buy your own tools. That's how I learned. So I started investing in my own tools. And he started showing me slowly. Showing me slowly, and I've done a few pieces. So yeah, his pieces are so nice that they sell right away. A lot of one-of-a-kind pieces he's made, they're sold. And every time he came to town, those are the ones that they would want another order. And the people have ordered, and now he's gone. Yeah, that's just. He's not able to finish those pieces for the people that wanted some pieces that they ordered, like rings, bracelets, necklaces. But this live is for January 30. He passed away. What I can't confirm it. I made phone calls, and Tuesday morning I made a phone call and he answered. And Wednesday, Thursday, I tried calling him all day. He never answered. And Thursday, yeah. And then we called, and he never answered his phone. And he lived out on the reservation on his own. So, and I don't know what happened. You know, he always rode his bike. He always walked around. He always was doing something around the house. And when I showed up Saturday, he told me he wasn't feeling good. He's just been laying on the couch for 2 days. He runs a generator, and so when he gets his electricity, keep his food cold. And I stayed with him a night and a whole day. So I came back to town and called and checked on him. He said he was doing all right. 2 days in a row. And then Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I called him. Wednesday, I didn't get no answer all day. Thursday, didn't get no answer all day. Told me finally got a hold of family that lived around him, and we told him, can you go check up on him? Because we let him know that his son and his kids are trying to call him to see if he's okay. One of the family members went over and, found him that he was found out he passed away. And Monster 420. Yeah. So what I'm doing here is I'm using my Cash App because everyone starting has his own Cash App, but we're in the process of, he's got bills that he needs to pay. He got a loan to buy a new generator to run his electricity out there, his phone bill. Joji, welcome in, Roadhog, Kennel. So, and then for his funeral costs. And so it takes a lot of work. I'm finding out it takes a lot to go through with someone passing away in order to get them a proper burial. So, but I appreciate y'all joining. And Genuine Sterling, he will be missed. He was a kind man who enjoyed. I know this brought peace, ease, and happiness to him when he did these pieces. But I'm gonna end my live here, and I appreciate you guys all joining. And this is in support of Genuine Sterling. That's why I put in support of Genuine Sterling, because the money's gonna, whoever donates, it don't matter, how much, any little bit helps for his funeral costs. Indiana Otter got a buckle, an Indianapolis buckle that I remember putting that one together with Genuine Sterling's help. Tab Anderson, Freddie, Radio Nerd, Indiana Otter, Central Florida Police Accountability, Road Hag, Huntington Township, West Side, El Crofty, Forever Crofty, 123, Joji, 420, the Monster 420, Sonia G, Oklahoma Outlaw, Freddie. Appreciate you guys on top of Tios. Appreciate you sharing Genuine Sterling's passing. Deb Anderson, 6'4" Impala, Cynthia, Angel K. I appreciate you guys. But this is what I went live for. And it's a hard time. I've just been doing my best just to keep positive and stay strong. Yeah, pose he did. He had a good heart. So this is what this video is about. Is for genuine Sterling, and if you guys would like to donate for his funeral costs, that'd be much appreciated. Appreciate that. Big Phil Daddy for. Auntie, welcome in. This side. So yes, this is I appreciate any donations for Genuine Sterling to help to his funeral costs. This is what this live is for. And I appreciate y'all joining, supporting my channel, and those of you who knew who Genuine Sterling is, supporting his channel. So I got memories there with Genuine Sterling. You know, I'm glad. It was an honor to help him put videos up for his channel. Right, Central Florida. So that's what I'm doing for Genuine Sterling is trying to raise some donations for his funeral costs. I found out, you know, it's not cheap to bury family member properly, and he's gonna be buried out on the reservation. He's always wanted to be buried next to his family, which is his mom and his brother. So, but this is I don't know what I'm gonna do with these pieces. Or maybe I might put some out to sell to help his funeral costs. Also, that's what I'm thinking about. But this one is this one he made for me, and this one he made for me, and this was made for his grandson. And what he would do too is he would barter. The guy he ran into a good friend of his that he hasn't seen in a long time, and they went and bought a silver piece. And since they bought a silver piece off my, they didn't barter this, but they went and bought a silver piece, and the guy that did this artwork, he found out it was an old friend that he used to go to the placement program up in Utah, and he did this. He does drawings, and he put this on a piece of rock. So Genuine Sterling bought this for me at the art show. A lot of talented Navajos, Native Americans all together. So. And this is an arrowhead. Genuine Sterling found this in his backyard. It's the first time anybody's kind of seen this is what a female arrowhead. The male arrowheads are the ones that are the small ones that you usually see in TVs. Brooklyn Miss, welcome in. Yeah, I'm just supporter for January 30 for his funeral costs. You know, getting donations for January 30, and I'm just showing the last pieces of what he has left. And like I said, he's made nice pieces before, but these are what he had left, and so like I said, I'll probably do pieces that extra pieces that I have. Maybe we can do see if we can sell some for his funeral costs also. But that's just what I'm thinking of. Because some of these, I got a sister and I got a few brothers, and I know Genuine Sterling would love to have me give pieces that they would like, to my brothers and sisters before I do anything else, because it's only the right thing to do. So I think Robert Croft, he got a ring in support of his channel. I know Brooklyn Miss got a ring in support of his channel. Indiana Otter, he bought a buckle, and that's all I can see in the chat. That's that I know that's got some Genuine Sterling's handmade silversmithing. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Brooklyn Miss, that's what's gonna happen first. It's only fair that my brothers and sisters get, because that's what Genuine Sterling would want. But if I have right, Brooklyn Miss, and I know you cherish that a lot, and so. But if there's extra pieces that I would like to do an auction maybe for Genuine Sterling for his funeral costs, and that's the reason why I went live for Genuine Sterling in support of him and for his funeral costs. And I thought I'd just show you guys the last pieces that he had done and he still had when he left, this this earth. I was trying to remember. Across turquoise is what you got.
Oh, I think we lost one there. Dropped out. She is. Lose connection.
I caught it. His StreamYard kicked me out. That was a good tribute to Sterling. And I did send a donation to his Cash App from you and I to him from the channel, from the network.
Thank you.
So there was a donation set from the network. He received one from the network in Sterling's memory. Oh. He did some beautiful work. He had showed us some beautiful work. On his channel, Genuine Sterling did some beautiful work. And I do know they are going to keep his channel up. So please check out Genuine Sterling's channel. He does have some beautiful work on his channel. I know his son, his oldest son, had posted on his channel. So please go over and please give condolences on the channel to the boys, because I knew two of his older sons did a live on the channel. There is 3 boys and a girl. He had 4 children. Please go over and give your condolences to his children. I have already done it. I was on and give them your condolences.
Put the link in the chat.
Yes, I just posted Genuine Sterling's channel in chat. I posted the regular link. I didn't post it through Nightbot. I posted the regular link because of Grim and Bear's channel. So please go over and give the condolences. He was a good man. Very good man. Very talented to work with it. Very talented man. So, what do you got for us next, Mellows? What do you got for us? I got some more here for us to watch.
Go for it.
Let's see. What do we got? Want to watch here? Let's see. We got Cop Turned Psycho. You want to watch Cop Turned Psycho?
Go for it.
Or hold on, let me get that one going.
Video that made some serious waves in America a couple years ago, and for good reason, but I don't think I've seen anybody cover it from this particular angle before, because there's a couple ways we can look at this. One of the reasons it made waves is because, you know, most people are rational, logical, reasonable, and they see that when a cop wants to drag a guy out of a car for going 10 miles an hour, be willing to tase him and mace him in the face, maybe, just maybe, there's a problem with this local law enforcement agency, and maybe, just maybe, there's a lot of other cops in other departments who have the same kind of mentality. So I just want to show you the overarching mindset of not just this cop right here, but every cop who arrived on the scene didn't do anything about asking questions, do any investigations. Hey, what's going on here? Why are we willing to pull this guy out of the car? Why are you willing to deploy your taser? Why are we here for backup? What's going on here? Also, another thing we're going to notice is that racism does not come into play at all in this. People are constantly saying, if this was a black guy, it would go in a totally different way. This guy ends up being pulled out of his car, threatened to be maced, threatened to be tased. All he did was violate a traffic law, and it was a minor violation of the traffic law that, again, he was just going 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. Just today, going to Tulsa, I was doing 70 miles an hour in a 65, and I got passed by an Oklahoma state trooper who was coming the opposite direction, turned while I'm doing 70, caught up with me, zoomed by me, at least going 110 miles an hour so he could pull over a Charger that was 2.5 miles ahead of me. I watched the guy get pulled over, and if it wasn't for us going for an appointment, I would have definitely stopped and recorded that guy. But I want to show you this right here. We're gonna make some comments along the way. Hopefully we can all learn from this, because we really, really have to change the system. We got to change the mindset, and we got to stop incentivizing cops to act like this. Listen to this nonsense.
No, how are you acting like this? We're supposed to be on the same side, man. Listen, I don't know you, but I'm telling you that you are going to go to jail right now because you're not cooperating with law enforcement. You are resisting my orders, so you're going to jail. As soon as my units come You're here, pulling me over for going over the speed limit by what, 5 miles per hour? Okay. And you have a taser out. Okay, that's fine. You're going to jail now. You turned the.
Oh, excuse me, 5 miles per hour. I'm not kidding. I hate using this word because I use it all the time, and I'm sick of myself hearing it. But if you can come up with a better word than psychopath for somebody who's willing to deploy a taser, deploy mace, call for backup where armed men come in, and then kidnap a guy and cage him for going 5 miles an hour. If you can come up with a different word, it's got maybe a more powerful word, psychopath, sociopath, megalomaniac, tyrant.
No. Okay. How is this even grounds for a taser being out? Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Are you not going to keep your hands? Why are you acting like this? Okay. That's fine, dude. Going 60 to 50 and you have a taser out. Mm-hmm. You're not cooperating. You're not cooperating. Are you write me a speeding ticket and leave me alone? That's not how it works, sir. You're escalating the situation yourself.
Okay, wait a second. Out of it, that's the full story right there. He's going 60 and 50, so he was doing 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. Oh, of course, he deserves to get a taser probes deployed in his chest. That's for sure.
Well, on a traffic stop, by law. Do you have suspicion to pull me out of my car? Is there any reason to take me out of my vehicle? Because you are acting uncooperative, and I don't know what if you're uncooperative or what. So it's fine. I haven't had a drink in like a year. How is this even grounds for a taser being out? Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Are you not going to keep your hands? Why are you acting like this? Okay. That's fine, dude. Going 60 to 50 and you have a taser out. Mm-hmm. You're not cooperating. You're not cooperating. Are you write me a speeding ticket and leave me alone? That's not how it works, sir. You're escalating the situation yourself. Anyone out of a vehicle on a traffic stop by law. Do you have suspicion to pull me out of my car? Is there?
I can pull anybody out of a vehicle on a traffic stop by law. Of course, he's probably referring to the Pennsylvania versus Mims Supreme Court anti-Fourth Amendment case. But there has to be grounds for reasonably believing that the officer's life is in jeopardy. The bedrock for Pennsylvania versus Mims is officer safety. So officer has to suspect with some kind of reasonable, articulable suspicion or probable cause that his life is in jeopardy and his safety is hanging in the balance. That's why he can ask a person to step out of the car, not deploy his taser, not pull his taser, not try to hit him with mace. This guy already tried to hit this guy right here with mace, but his canister was out. Now he's called for backup, hoping that he can get a fresh supply of mace and some able-bodied men to help him exact his tyranny on this guy.
Any reason to take me out of my vehicle? Because you are acting uncooperative, and I don't know if you're on any uncooperative or what. So it's fine. I haven't had a drink in like a year, man. Okay. That's fine.
Here comes the posse.
Dude. Why did you sign up to be a police officer if you're going to harass people? Okay. Hey, you got pepper spray? You got pepper spray? Mine's empty. Pepper spray?
Pepper spray? Bob, why do you need pepper spray?
Oh, wow.
Did the guy rob a bank? Is he being, did he try to punch you? Is he somebody who needs to be restrained? No, he's sitting in his car. He was doing 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, and he won't cooperate. He's being very uncooperative. Oh, in that case, we need to pepper spray him. No, nobody's asking any questions. Nobody's conducting any kind of investigative analysis. All they're going to do is just give up their pepper spray. And, oh, yeah, if you tell us we need to drag him out of the car, we obviously need to drag him out of the car. Hey, by the way, silly question here. I know you've already got the victim all lined up, but where's the victim? Where's the victim? Because the state can't be the victim, Bob.
All right, bro. You're coming out of the car right now. Can you explain to this guy what's happening? Hey, put your phone down. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. I was going, 50 miles per hour, and you guys are dragging me out of my car. If you want to. Oh, okay. Hey, put your phone down. Put your phone down. You're coming out of the car. You're coming out of the car. I got units. Did he even tell you why he's pulling me over? Listen, do you care? Right here is to get out of the car. Do you care about why I'm being pulled over? My partner's ordering you to get out of the car. All right. Dude, you're gonna go to jail for sure now. Okay. Put the phone down. You're coming out of the car. Where's Sergeant? Why are you pulling me out of my car? Huh? Why are you pulling me out? Anyone on a traffic stop that I want to. Okay. So do me a favor. Put the phone down and come on out of the car. You're gonna turn this into going to jail, dude. I can legally.
That's his mentality. Just like the mentality that we highlighted in yesterday's video. They really believe that they've got a right to pull you out of the car anytime they want for any reason they want. Let me ask you something about this officer right here. Do you think that he fits the criteria of the 40% who are domestic abusers? Do you think that this guy, if he had the opportunity, if he had the chance and he knew he could get away with it, do you think he would tase or shoot your dog? Do you think this guy right here would pull you out of a car at the traffic stop? Do you think this gentleman right here in the clown suit would write a false report on you saying that you are drunk behind the wheel, that you need a DUI when you're completely sober? You think that he would do that to you? Do you think that this guy would be at the TSA and he'd be stealing people's laptops? Do you think this is the kind of guy that is? You think he'd be a part of the DEA and just put you away for 20 years or help to put you away for 20 years when he's the one who planted drugs on you? I think so, because that's the mentality that this guy has. He has a control mentality. He has an I am better than you mentality. He has a this badge right here, buddy, grants me special rights and privileges that none of the rest of you have. Do you think he would be riding shotgun with Brianna Strauss from Federal Way in Washington saying, hey, I can go 90 miles an hour. You can't. So if we pull behind you, get the F out of the way. And if you don't get the F out of the way, we'll stay behind you long enough to find a reason to pull you over. You think he'd be shotgun with Brianna Strauss? Do you think he'd be in the hallway with Philip Brailsford and helping Philip Brailsford issue rapid fire commands to poor Daniel Shaver? Do you think he'd be the first guy to pull the trigger in that hallway? How about, do you think he would be the Minnesota cop to off Philando Castile when Philando Castile is trying to reach into his pocket, show him his concealed carry ID? Yeah, I think so. I think that he would be right there with Austin Hopp and Daria Jalali jerking poor 72-year-old dementia patient Karen Gardner's shoulder right out of her socket. If he was a sergeant, he'd be Sergeant Metzger. He'd be the very Arvada police officer that was holed up with his other fellow police officers because they didn't think they had the firepower to take down an assailant who was gunning for police officers. And then when the coast was clear, he would be the very guy to pull out his government-issue firearm and shoot hero Johnny Hurley in the back. That's the mentality that this guy displays. But it's not just this guy. See, we always talk about the official or original offending officer, and we don't talk about the other officers who arrived on the scene and helped him execute his tyranny on this poor, unsuspecting driver. Listen to his mentality again. He's got it right. I could do this anytime I want to, buddy.
Hey, you got pepper spray? You got pepper spray? Mine's empty. All right, bro. You're coming out of the car right now. Can you explain to this guy what's happening? Down. Hey, set your phone down. Get out of the car. I suggest that you get out of the car. Right. I was going, 50 miles per hour, and you guys are dragging me out of my car. If you want to. Oh, okay. Hey, put your phone down. Put your phone down. You're coming out of the car. You're coming out of the car. I got units. Did he even tell you why he's pulling me over? Listen, do you care? That here is to get out of the car. Do you care about why I'm being pulled over? My partner's ordering you to get out of the car. All right. Get out of the car. Dude, you're gonna go to jail for sure now. Okay? Put the phone down. You're coming out of the car. Where's Sergeant? Why are you pulling me out of my car? Huh? Why are you pulling me out? Anyone on a traffic stop that I want to. Okay? So do me a favor. Put the phone down and come on out of the car. You're gonna turn this into going to jail, dude. I can legally take anyone out of their car. Are you guys all just allowing this guy to act like a maniac?
I hope everybody understands that this isn't a rare occurrence. This happens all the time, every single day, right here in the land of the free, home of the brave. And one of the biggest problems that we have in America is that we have order-following cops who are more than willing to do what is wrong, to just follow orders, to be a conformist, to do what they're told regardless of what is right, rather than doing what is right regardless of what they're told. The conduit through which most, if not all, the evil enters the world is somebody who's just willing to do what they're told. It doesn't matter who has to suffer as a consequence for their unthinking, tyrannical actions. Leave your thoughts about this for the world and the global thought police in the comments section below. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to this channel, hit the bell notification icon, give it a thumbs up, share it with everybody you know. Don't forget to subscribe to my email list through my website, highimpactflix.com. If you want to support the channel further, grab a hard-hitting conversation starting shirt, become a channel member, but more importantly, understand that in times of universal deceit, telling the truth and doing the right thing and calling out evil is a revolutionary act. If the revolution is to begin, let it begin with us. I will see you in the next video.
Mellows, Mama Bear, how are you?
Hello.
Hello.
you?
Well, I asked first. It's only right that you should. I'm only joking. I'm all right.
Good. I meant don't give a fuck.
The dog doesn't give a fuck either.
Hey, Rogue Nation.
Hey, Rogue Nation. How you doing? Right, I've got an important announcement-ish.
Really?
And a bit of fun. Give me 2 seconds while I go into different area and find the song that I'm after.
I'm in I don't give a fuck day. So Stinky, now you're not getting late because I'm in a don't give a fuck day.
There you go.
Not a good idea for you to come up.
Anyway, listen, watch. Hopefully, you won't get too dizzy.
It was 10 years ago, Mr. and Mrs. Reaper married under stars bright, danced till the morning light. Let's all celebrate together, hand in hand, laughter in the air high. Everyone is invited to their anniversary show. You too can be full of happiness with friends new and old. New faces invited to their stories yet to unfold. We'll toast to the joyous times, memories we can all share. Every little moment shows how much we all cared. You too can be full of happiness with friends new and old. New faces invited to their stories yet to unfold. We'll toast to the joyous times, memories we can all share. Every little moment shows how much we all cared. You too can be full of happiness with friends new and old. New faces invited to their stories yet to unfold. Everyone is invited to party, so let's all celebrate and have a great time. For both Mr. and Mrs. Reaper, there is no parole. Another 10 years is their goal.
10 years could have felt like a nightmare, but it was a dream for Mr. and Mrs. Reaper. Yet every day was real, smiles that never faded, love that they always feel.
You too can be full of happiness with friends new and old. New faces invited to their stories yet to unfold.
So, next month there'll be more information in regards to when and what time, etc. But we plan to take over the network for an evening, me and the other half, for a couple of hours, to celebrate our 10th anniversary. So that's the first of a few songs I'm going to be putting out. By the way, I don't drive like that. I speeded it up. But yeah, I just thought, you know what, YouTube's full of crap. We're all feeling a little bit down at the moment with various things going on. I'm cheesed off because I can't find a video that I want. I'm hoping to be able to get access to it as soon as possible. If nothing else, just to download it. But yeah, I just thought something to look forward to and plan. Sorry, what was that?
I said, I know where it is, Grim. I think we should be able to get it.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I just thought we could do with something to look forward to and something to plan. There will be music, there will be chat, hopefully a little bit of banter going on. between me and Mrs. Reaper. But everybody's invited, friends, foes. I don't give two craps. You know, even Stinky will be allowed in if she can get through security. But
just to let you know, tomorrow will be the last Network Show episode 75. We will be winding it down until I can get to catch up on some of the work that's been mounting up, and maybe, I don't know, see how we go, see how things work out. The show obviously is going to continue, but not as the Network Show. We're going to have to, well, we'll talk about it in private anyway.
Yeah, I think I know where you're going with that, so that's fine. I'm just, as I said, you know, you got the network changes.
So what's changing?
Hey, Four Corners.
Four Corners, Sister Nia, condolences again, my friend. I'm doing my best to, with the help of Mellows, to locate that video that you, me, and your dad did. As soon as we can locate it, I will make sure that you've got access to it so that you can have it as well. There's got to be a way, even if it's just through Google. But we'll sort something. We are on it. So,
yeah, unfortunately, there's only one way to get it, and even then, it's not guaranteed, Gwen.
Yeah, I know. After if we can get hold of it through one reason,
be able to get it.
Through one reason or another. Yeah,
I'll upload it to Telegram, so it's there as well.
If we can get hold of it, we will do everything we can to get hold of it for you. My fault that we can't just lay our hands on it. I should have downloaded it to a hard drive, but unfortunately I didn't. So we're having to search for it, but if we can get it, we will. It was a great interview.
Four Corners, did you get that Cash App?
Yeah. I was saying, great respect for Genuine Sterling. He was a really, really nice guy. I thoroughly enjoyed the interview. And it was amusing and also very, very informative. So that's one of the reasons why I want to get hold of it. But yeah, thank you.
That what I sent you, Four Corners, is from me, Mellows, and Grim, and the rest of us here at the network.
We'll do our best. I think we're on a tight schedule, but we'll do what we can do to get it to you in time for his funeral, my friend.
When is it?
I don't know when the funeral is.
Give me a few days, man.
I would imagine it would be fairly soon.
I've got the funeral as well. So it's...
Yes, I know. Yeah.
Hopefully in the next few days I'll be able to get it for you.
Yeah, if it's if it's Four Corners, what's the date of the funeral? Because if I need to, I'll sort out some different things. I'll find another way of doing it.
Is there another way?
But
Mellows and Grimm, check private chat.
Yes, thank you very much for that.
Oh wow, thank you, Margaret.
28th. Okay, thank you. If we need to sort that out financially, I can do it on the 26th. Mellows.
You're
Even if it's just for a
welcome,
month,
Four Corners.
just so you can do it.
It's on the 26th. Oh, it's on the 28th. Yeah, give me a couple of days. I should be able to do it, man. I should be able to.
Yeah, what I was going to say, Mellows, I was going to say on the 26th, if it's we need to reactivate and you need the money, let me know. I can sort that with you. Even if it's just for 1 month, we can reactivate it.
Well, there is no guarantee it's still there.
I know, but it's the least we can do.
Yeah.
It's the only place I can think of where it is. If it was on, I'll check my other computers to see whether or not it's on there. I may have downloaded it.
Maybe you downloaded it before we left the thing.
Yeah, what I'm saying is if I've downloaded it and it's on one of the other two computers I've got, then great. We won't need to do that. I'll have it.
Worst case scenario, Grim. When I downgrade the StreamYard, we won't be able to stream to multiple destinations like we do now. So that server we can, so we'll be able to continue streaming for a few days, for a month, to multiple destinations.
That will help. Yeah. Well, that's fine. That's not a major issue. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
It's neither here or there.
Yeah, I just need to get access to the other PCs that I've got, just in case it's on there. If it's on the laptop that I gave,
I have got to get in there anyway because there's a few interviews that Will done that are only there. I'm pretty sure I downloaded them and saved them, but my computers is over it's terabytes of movies. Try and find them.
Yes,
you'll need a month to if. You take care, man.
Take care, Genuine. Four Corners. I'll speak to you as soon as I can, mate. But I am thinking of you, so to hold the network. And we wish you nothing but, support, to be honest.
So, as I was saying, I'm going to wind down the network show, the Vigilante Media Network show. We're not going to be doing the 10-hour live streams daily. We've got far too much work that we've built up. Now with the new channel, BNC Records, it's quite demanding, more demanding than I expected it to be fair.
Yes, we've got I've already passed your email to everybody. I did it the other day. I was in contact with Grimm right away. I was in contact with Mellows right away. Trying to figure this out. And I'm sorry I didn't get right back to you. I got sick. But I have been in contact with everybody.
Yeah, Four Corners, I'll be in touch with you and I'll send you my personal email on Gmail.
So we will get, as soon as we figure this out, we'll get right with you.
Hey. Mrs. Rick was just having a word. She's having some time out from everything at the moment. That's why she's not coming up on channel.
Stop putting her in timeout.
Sorry? I heard the timeout. That's all.
Stop putting her in timeout.
No, I'm not putting her. She's put herself in timeout from everything. She's not going on the Xbox. She's watching films on YouTube or
Now
somewhere.
stop. Come on, I enjoyed her.
So she's just having a few days out before once she gets back to work and gets into a routine, I'm sure she'll be around. But next month, as I say, she is looking forward to helping me out with our party.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. I don't think many people would celebrate in the way that we're planning on doing so, but I want to celebrate it with my family, and I consider people in the network as part of my family. So let's celebrate.
I enjoyed her being on.
And let's have a good time.
I enjoyed her being on with us. I really did. I've enjoyed her being on. And I'm glad she enjoyed being on with us.
Oh, she did. And she does. She's just, her blood levels are perfect-ish now. They're not they're more stable and they're within tolerance, shall we say. So yeah, I mean, she's enjoying herself. It's funny actually. Went to showed you the car we were looking at yesterday that we're getting, and she did exactly the same thing as she did when we got the MG 3 years ago. She sat in it and she went, "I like it. I want it." There we go. So we ordered it. I didn't even go to another showroom. So it's we're getting the Peugeot 3008 fully electric car.
Fully electric car?
Yeah. The tag price.
Going to be buying a generator to take with him so he could. I gotta find that clip.
Well, the thing is, I wouldn't need to take a generator because if there's power in it, I should be able to boil a kettle theoretically.
You'll be putting a.
I'll be carrying petrol probably, for a generator, portable generator. And that's just at home because
stopping along the road and firing up a generator, plug his car in.
Well, it's got a realistic battery charge of around about 280 miles. So
you stopping and eating dinner for 6 hours to charge it up.
No. It'll recharge from 20%, between 20 to 80% within half an hour on the fast charge. So
solar panel.
The only problem is if I go to like another countryside area, shall we say, right, rather than a built-up area, I've got no chance of being able to recharge it because the charging stations aren't in the middle of nowhere. The back end of the end.
Like I said, you'll be having a generator.
Hey, you know what the funny thing is, though, I can't even charge it at home. I don't have a drive.
Boy, you're shit out of luck there, aren't you?
But I'm not driving as much as I used to either. So and I won't need to worry about, oh, I've got to take the car out for a run just to lubricate the engine, because there's no engine. It's a battery.
Now I'm going to ask you a question. What was the
Go on.
difference price between that and a hybrid electric?
For the same model, be about 14 grand at least.
Cheaper or what?
Cheaper. The car, I don't know what the conversion rate is, so I'll have a look. Give me a second. I'll see whether I can work that one out for you. I'll tell you what it is in dollars at today's price.
Yeah, but what's going to cost to put a new battery in that?
Go.
Have you looked up Consumer Reports on that?
Oh yeah, yeah. In dollars, at the moment, it would be 66,585 the car. So near 66. Yeah, that's expensive.
Yeah, way out of my budget.
The actual car over to buy it, the car over here to buy is between, it's about £51,500, and I've got no way of charging it other than the public charging places. But there's a lot of them.
See, here there isn't in the U.S.
No, because they haven't taken electric vehicles seriously in the US. And the reason for it is gas, as you call it.
We don't have they haven't imported this stuff yet.
I mean, don't forget, you see, I like gadgets, and it's all singing, all dancing.
The stuff hasn't been imported here in the US yet. We're waiting for the stuff to come in by ship. Yeah.
But as I say, I've not driven a French car for a long, long time, and Peugeot was this is cars.
Everybody that has the electric cars are having problems with them, and they're all saying once they're broke down and they can't get the parts, and they're going back to the gas.
Well, the thing is, or the good thing is, I should say, is I don't have to worry about that, because if something happens to the car, it'll just get replaced. It's like, I don't care. Billy Gaff. Do I look like I give up?
People have been waiting 6 months for batteries.
Grim.
Yeah.
They've been
Sorry? Hang on.
It won't let me log in.
What was that, fellows?
The server for the video.
Nice. Oh, you sorted this?
No, it won't let me log in.
Oh, right.
People have been waiting 6, 8 to 9 to 10 months. Some of them waited over years now for batteries for those cars.
Sorry, my hearing aid keeps disconnected.
When's your new hearing aid coming in?
I've got them. I'm waiting for, believe it or not, parts, so I can connect them to the laptops.
Cool. Now my son, his hearing aids connect to his laptop, connects to his car, connects
Bluetooth.
to everything.
Yeah.
His are Bluetooth.
Yeah, I need it. It'll work for telephone, for me, mobile, but it won't work on the laptop without having a different setup But once I've got that sorted, it'll be fine. The problem is these hearing aids are on the way out. There's only one thing for them, and that's to bin them. But I can't until I get the adaptions sorted out for them. I'm still working on that.
His will connect to his car, and then all of a sudden it'll disconnect. Then it'll connect. Then it'll disconnect. Then it'll connect and disconnect and connect and disconnect. Because he'll go by a certain area, and it'll try to connect to that. And then connect back to his car, and then it'll try to connect to that, and then it'll come back to his car.
Well, the only way around it is to turn all other Bluetooth devices off, and just when it's in the car, and that way it'll only work in his car.
Right, but every once in a while it'll try to connect to something else.
Yeah, if it's because it's an open Bluetooth, it will do its best to connect to any other Bluetooth within range.
Yeah, but every once in a while it does it.
Yeah,
Especially if it recognizes a car like his wife's car, it'll try to hit to that kind of a car.
Yes,
they did notice that if he comes by a car like his wife's, it'll try to hook to that. Because it's almost
because
like the same frequency.
It's on the same Bluetooth connection.
Yeah,
and it's trying to pair to. So as it passes a car, it goes, hello.
Yeah, but it's the make. Because if his car, his SUV, it does it. His Equinox doesn't bother other Equinoxes, but his wife's car, because she has a high-end SUV, and it does her make.
Yeah, well, the good thing about these hearing aids, you need to have an app for it, so it connects via the app. So if it's not connected to the app, it's not going to connect anywhere. I've tried to pair them to the laptops, but it doesn't see it, even though they're Bluetooth, and there's no app I can download to Windows without using, I think it's BlueStacks. That way I might be able to do it, but I'm not 100% certain. I don't particularly like BlueStacks because it slows everything down.
His hearing aids came through the military.
Well, military grade.
Yeah.
Should be able to pinpoint anything.
Yeah.
We're sending you on a mission. Well, actually, we're not sending you. We're sending your hearing aids on a mission because we want to hear what's going on in a certain location.
Yeah. But yeah, his are kind of high grade.
Nice. Well, at the end of the day, you get them, you use them. I mean, my problem is I've been using my hearing aids 24 hours a day for the last 2 years constantly. They've always been connected to a laptop, well, one or another anyway. So this is where the problem is. But for the time being, until I can get the new bits and pieces for them, I'm not going to be able to talk to wonderful people with them. So I won't be able to hear them.
Yeah.
So I haven't got I do have a backup plan for personal use because I've still got my old equipment that I can use. But it's much better the way that this is because there's no delay.
Yeah. See, my dad's hearing aids were the kind that had the earpiece and they went up over the ears.
That's what I've got.
Oh God, they whistled. They whistle.
Yeah, I mean, well, the hearing aids but both sets of hearing aids are both digitized, so that helps. You know, technology has gone on, moved on since the old bullhorns that used to stick in your ears, or you know, in your deaf ear, so you could hear what's going on. It was amusing actually. I did see an article from many years ago was someone who was deaf in both ears and had two horns coming out, and it looked when he had them just like the devil.
See, my dad was deaf in both ears, and he had hearing aids in both ears, and
Well, I suppose I'm lucky. I'm lucky in a way because I'm moderately deaf in one ear, and in the other ear I'm moderately deaf to profoundly deaf. I'm to top it all, I have tinnitus as well, so I have to have full moldy hearing aids so that it combats the high-pitched noises which I always hear. It's funny because people sit around and they say, "Oh, I can hear things." So, in my head, there's always something, and I go, "Well, actually, I get that, and no, you're not mad."
Yeah.
It's when you start talking back to it that it's a problem.
See, my dad, my dad could hear till he was 7, and then he lost his hearing. And my dad learned to read lips. And, so he didn't get hearing aids until he was later on in life.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's funny because, us kids sat and watched reading lips because my dad did it. So we did it. And people would say, "Why is your dad watching so intense?" So as kids picked it up to watch people intensely. And
That's funny because Mrs. Reaper didn't read lips. And she's when we were working in an office, she would be able to pick up what is actually going on in the background with the managers, and the managers forgot that although they're out of hearing range, she can actually pick up what she's saying. And when I started wearing hearing aids in work, part of the problem was that I heard everything. So when they thought they were out of earshot, I just turned the hearing aid up and concentrated on what they were saying, and I started to learn stuff as well. So when new stuff was coming in, I know all about it. "Oh, we've only just mentioned it." I said, "No, I heard you talking about it."
Yep. And it was funny because, people would be talking across the room and they'd come over and they'd say something. "Well, we got to do, yeah, I know we got to do that. We got to do this. We got to do that." Just look at you. How do you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun when you do things like that. A natural way of winding people up, because sometimes they don't realize and they forget.
And they hate
this is
it.
why people talk to me about disabilities, and they always refer to what they can see, not what they can't see. And invisible disabilities, people don't believe sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah.
They hate it when they talk about you, and when they they say and they act like they're your friend, and you look at them and say, "Don't be shrewd."
It's a lot of bollocks I've been listening to. You haven't? Yes, I have. I can hear a pin drop these days.
Yeah. And then when you walk by and you say, "Enjoy your party this weekend."
I used to wind people. I used to wind people up and turn around and say, "So this blind date you're going on?"
Yeah. I think your husband's gonna like this date you got.
Funny. You didn't need social media back in the day. You just knew if you had hearing aids, you just knew what was going on. The only problem is the whistling that hearing aids can give off.
I loved it when I was a supervisor. I loved it when I was a supervisor because I knew when people were going to take a day off. They didn't want to tell me they were going to take a day off. But I, when they were talking across the room and they'd say, "I'm taking far off, but the boss don't know. I just got to call in."
Yeah. And you turn around and you go, right, make sure everybody is in, no sickness, no calling in for a sickie. Because
we got a line change coming tomorrow and I need everybody in. And if anybody calls in tomorrow without a doctor's note, you're going to get rode up.
Yes. You were a tyrant. You were a tyrant. But you see, the thing is, he's mellowed out. Now I haven't. I'm still a tyrant.
And then we'd come in, and I didn't know for sure. I knew we had a line change coming, but I wasn't sure what day it was coming. And we'd come into work, and we'd get hit with the line change.
Mm-hmm.
And all shit would break loose for the line change. And now I'm going to get you laughing. I'm going to get you laughing. I worked with steel. And it was paper thin steel. And it came in big bolts. You know, you see these tractor trailers, they had these big bolts of steel on it.
Yep.
Well, they were half that size. But the steel came in, it was paper thin, and went through etchers. And I don't know if you know what an aperture mask is.
No, but continue.
In the old days, your TVs had these masks on them that filtered the light through, and that's what showed your picture.
Right.
Or an aperture mask in the older TVs before they came out with the digital TVs.
Mm-hmm.
And it went through pictures. These two pieces of glass came together, and picture went and it took a picture of it. Then it went through caustic, and it ate through where the picture came through, took a picture of the glass, and I ate the steel out, and it came down a cutter. And then you had to strip this excess steel off it.
Mm-hmm.
And the people that did that, their job title was called strippers. I was a stripper at one time. Now you got it. I was a stripper at one time. So now you know I was a stripper at one time. But none of the time your clothes off, but I stripped excess steel off. That's where I started this plant originally. I was a stripper.
Can I just ask that, was there a pole nearby where you were working?
No, there was no pole. But I was
dance studio.
So I originally started out as a stripper. So yes, Mellows.
Sorry, I was just making sure that the server that I was hoping it was on is gone. It's not there anymore.
Oh damn. Okay.
Sorry,
right.
Really sorry.
Right, no worries. Okay. Well, it's a bit of a long shot anyway.
Was they did send me a 30-day deletion notice, but I didn't see it.
Right. Okay. No worries.
And it was literally deleted just a few weeks ago, actually.
Right. Okay. I'll rig up the other two computers and
Hopefully
just
you downloaded them.
If I did, I'm hoping it's on one of the other two that I've got. If it was on, if I had downloaded it and it was on the laptop that the Mrs. Reaper's using, it's gone because I formatted that before she started using it, because it had literally all sorts of stuff over it. What, 12 months or so? But I thought I moved everything over onto a hard drive, so I'll see what I can find. If it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. But at least I know where to look now.
Right. Sorry, mate.
No, it's all right. I know I put it on one of the websites. However, we've changed the websites a lot, so I can't find it. So I'll.
Oh, hang on.
You just have an idea.
Fucking, I bet you I deleted it,
man. I've got to try and get back into the back end of the websites. To .org, which reminds me, I need to renew that. Otherwise, we're going to lose it. Don't like losing things, mate, as you can tell. So, do we call you Mrs. Stripper from now on?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. So, better not ask you what your pastime hobbies are anymore. You shouldn't have told me. You should never have told me that. You know what's going to happen now, don't you? Sumo.
My ass on it. You're gonna bust my ass on it.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to do a song about it.
Mama Bear the stripper.
I'm not that sort. I'm not that sort.
Mama Bear holds many secrets.
The secret life of Mama Bear. What's that?
Did you catch tonight's premiere?
No. No. Don't tell me you're going to show it.
Oh God. Oh, God.
Keep telling your Mama Bear I have nothing to do with it. Don't blame me.
You ought to see how we opened this show up.
Hang on.
Oh,
Let's have a look.
We were terrible.
Let me go back.
We were terrible. We were in like don't give a fuck moments.
But this is the new version. This is exclusive. It's not even been released on BNC Records yet. The first part has, but it's been altered, the song has.
Okay. Oh, right, okay. You mean it's been made more family?
People of Springfield, please don't eat my cats. Why would you do that? Eat something else. People of Springfield, please don't eat my dog. Here's a catalog of other things to eat. They're eating the dogs. Oh, 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 oh. They're eating the cats. No, 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 no. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. Oh, oh, oh. They're eating the cats. Now they're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. forgiveness.
Now I got another one for you.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, it's bizarre. The pets of the folks in town, this madness has gone too far. People of Springfield, hear my plea. Please don't eat my cats, save them for me. Why would you do that? Search something new. A catalog of snacks just for you. They're munching on pets in broad day. It's not the right way to dine. So many options out there, fruits and veggies divine. People of Springfield, hear my plea. Please don't eat my cats, save them for me. Why would you do that? Search something new. A catalog of snacks just for you. Try a burger, try some fries, tasty treats of every size. Leave the pets to cuddle near, find some grub, give a cheer. In Springfield, cravings gone wrong, eating that's where they belong. Time to change this menu quick, try a steak or veggie pick.
Okay. Here's one for you.
Listening quietly in the background.
I tried, and I tried even more. I tried, and I can't recall what for. I pushed, I yelled, and then they hoped of some success. The inevitable.
Well, it's not very clear, Mama Bear. Do you want me to upload it to StreamYard?
I've no more fucks to give. My folks are run the dry. To go shopping, but looks like to buy.
Yeah. Let me. You got it. You got it, so you can upload it. I sent it to you.
Do you mind dropping it here in the private chat so I can
Yeah.
download it on this machine? It's on the other one. Oh, that's really pissed me off, man. There was a whole bunch of videos over there as well we needed.
Let me grab it. Put it in fact chat. You played good earlier. Hey, Deb, how are you?
Normal service will be resumed just as soon as the computer starts to work. Meanwhile, back at the office. Hi, Debs.
I got to email that to support to
What's Mello's doing? Is he uploaded?
He's gonna upload it.
Okie dokie.
I gotta email it to support.
Okay.
So
wow.
support can remake it. It is so funny.
Hi, it's
Grim.
Hello.
Do you know what the video is called?
Not off the top of my head, but it'll have had genuine stirring and four corners in it.
In the title?
I think so, yeah. I would have to look to see.
Fuck. No videos. Sorry, mate. I thought made video up there. It's not. Fucking hell, man. So many years do I have to hold on to this shit before I can delete it? Safely delete shit. Gone, mate. We built a new website, didn't we? And then we had the old one was so huge. We removed it off the server to make room.
Yeah, I think so.
What? But I kind of think you should have it because you would have downloaded it and then uploaded it. So you should have it unless you've deleted it.
That's what I said so I was explaining. If it's not on either of the two PCs, then I would have downloaded it onto the laptop that I passed over to Mrs. G. However, I formatted that.
You bollocks. Fuck.
So I know it's not on that. So that's why I said, leave it with me. I'll do my best to see if I can find it. You know, if it's not on the server somewhere, I'm hoping I've got a copy downloaded.
Was it done on the network show?
No,
It's like I bumped my head when I got out of bed. I stumbled on the floor.
It was done a little while ago on a.
And it was
project.
uploaded to website. In order for it to be uploaded, I would have had to download it. But we've made that many changes to the websites. It was another long shot if it was still available on any of the backups.
I stumbled on the
It's a
floor
perfect
and then
song.
I stubbed my toe. I tried to turn on the light to make it nice and bright, but the light bulb was dead. So I tried to use my phone instead, but I didn't charge it. I'm feeling lethargic. Such an inconvenience, a real pain in the butt. That's all you were to me, and I'll tell you what. You think you're a genius, but your brain's a peanut. Yeah, you're an inconvenience, a real pain in the butt.
You're talking about yourself again, Mallow, sir.
Yeah, it's like,
what?
I stepped in a puddle cause I was on the double, cause I was running late. It was 8:30 and work
Can't
started
hear you
at
over the
9. I left the
music.
car
Wait till it's
behind
finished.
cause it was out of gas because of my dumb backs, and I didn't charge it. It's a hybrid. I'm feeling lethargic. Such an inconvenience, a real pain in the butt. That's all you were to me, and I'll tell you what. You think you're a genius, but your brain's a peanut. Yeah, you're an inconvenience, a real pain in the butt. I stepped in a puddle cause I was on the double, cause I was running late. It was 8:30 and work started at 9. I left the car behind cause it was out of gas because of my dumb bass, and I didn't charge it. It's a hybrid. I'm feeling lethargic. Such an inconvenience, a real pain in the butt. Real pain in the That's all you were tonight, and I'll tell you what. And I'll tell you think you're a genius, but your brain's a peanut. You're an inconvenience, a real pain in the butt. Pain in the butt.
What do you think?
You trying to say that I'm an inconvenience and a pain in the butt?
I bet this one.
How I came across, as long as you know I am the boss. You wanna speak to the manager? Well, speak of the devil, I am her. It was only a matter of time. You were across the room just glaring, as if waiting in line was a crime. Here comes the complaints from Miss Karen. Will anything make you happy, or were you born to be mad forever? Your attitude is crappy, you always bring the stormy weather. It's a good thing you ain't a doctor, cause you don't have any patience. But you sure like to test mine all the time, but you can't mess with my cadence. Dial 911 and lie your heart out. The videos on YouTube and Twitch. Soon the whole world ain't gonna have a doubt that you're a huge. I don't really care how I came across, as long as you know I am the boss. You wanna speak to the manager? Well, speak of the devil, I am her. You have a glaring lack of empathy. You must have been left in the crib too long. You have a negative tendency to never admit that you're wrong. You're always running your big fat mouth, but you're all bark, you ain't got no bite. You're always getting up in my business, but Karen, please go fly a kite. It's a good thing you ain't a teacher, cause you don't have any knowledge. But you sure like to test mine all the time, and you supposedly went to college. Your crocodile tears ain't saving you now. The videos on YouTube and Twitch. Soon the whole world ailed in my business, but you're huge. I don't really care how I came across, as long as you know I am the boss. You wanna speak to the manager? Well, speak of the devil, I am her. Your crocodile tears ain't saving you now. The videos on YouTube and Twitch. Soon the whole world is gonna see just how that you're huge. Shouting, you need to calm down. You should try smiling instead of a frown. Why are you shouting? You need to calm down. You should try smiling instead of a frown. I don't really care how I came across, as long as you know I am the boss. You wanna speak to the manager? Well, speak of the devil, I am her.
Okay. Subtle hint, say she's not even there.
I saw that one and I thought, oh, I've got to have that one. Grim's going to like that one.
I like the bleeping.
Yeah, it dropped nicely, didn't it? Fucking bitch.
What I'll do when I'm working today, so I'm not going to be able to do it today, but if I remember right, I've got a few days, I've got 3 days off now, so I will find some time. Although I've got a test drive on Monday, so I'm tied up most of the day with that, and then I've got to take the current car to get an MOT, because the MOT is due on the 6th of October. So that's about an hour's drive to go and pick up a ticket. Hey, do you want to giggle? Do you want me to make you laugh? I've been the victim of a traffic warden. You know, the parking police.
Well, welcome aboard.
It was my own fault. It was my own fault. Now hold my hands up, right? However, let me explain. Outside where we are, there's parking on the street only, and if you don't get your car parked before, say, 7 o'clock, right, you've got no chance. The earlier, the better, right? Anyway, came back, it was 7:30-ish, thereabouts, the other day, and I parked the car up, and Mrs. Reaper said, "Don't park here, you're blocking the pedestrian crossing bit, you know." I went, it'll be fine, don't worry, I've done it thousands of times before, which I have. Anyway, I've got caught. Following day, at 27 minutes past 8, the parking police turned up, and by 29 minutes past 8, they'd issued me with a ticket. I couldn't see what was written on the ticket because it was in small writing, so sometimes I'm going to take up with them, because people who are like me, you know, blind as a bat, can't read it. So my comment to them is, you know, you need to make it a little bit bigger and spend some more money on paper. But no, the funny thing was, it was a £70 fine, or if I paid it within 14 days, it was 35. So anyway, Mrs. Reaper reads the information, confirms, and then says, Yeah, but here in the very small print, it takes 24 hours to show up on their system. So this 14-day malarkey is a load of crap. You only get 13. It takes 24 hours to go onto the system. I mean, it's paid, you know, but it's my own fault. Yeah. No, you're not allowed to go and put out a video on it. Him gets caught by the police, by parking police. There's an idea. I've got sense of humour.
Yeah. Grim got nailed.
Allegedly. I did see the funny side.
Yeah, it's 89, not the year, but 1789. Foundation laid, the Bill of Rights, got it etched line by line. New York City, hearts pulse with the future's design. Rights engraved from the brave, Congress got that shine. Madison in the cut, drafting up for freedom's spine. 10 amendments, rights defended, liberty defined. First stop, speak your mind, press, printing all the signs. Worship freely, assemble neatly, petitions on the grind. We the people in the streets, bearing arms to keep the peace. Houses safe, soldiers wait, privacy, we gonna keep this compensation. Fair trials on double jeopardy, ancient history, Bill of Rights, the blueprint of liberty. We the people in the streets, bearing arms to keep the peace. Houses safe, soldiers wait, privacy, we gonna keep this compensation. Fair trials on double jeopardy, ancient history, Bill of Rights, the blueprint of liberty. Second up, keeping bare, arms in the air, a well-regulated militia, tyranny beware. Third is the word, no soldiers to spare. In your home without consent, peace we declare. Fourth, guards the doors of your privacy's core. Search and seizure limited, rights we fought for. Fifth, alive, due process on your side. No self-incrimination, stand with pride. We the people in the streets, bearing arms to keep the peace. Houses safe, soldiers wait, privacy we gonna keep this compensation. Fair trials on double jeopardy, ancient history, Bill of Rights, the blueprint of liberty. 6 and 7, rights of heaven, trials fair and just. Aces wait, no cruel fate, and justice we trust. Ninth, the line, rights divine, retained by the folk. 10th amendment, powers in, peoples will invoke. Jefferson and Madison, a letter framed in pain. Half a loaf better than none, freedom's refrain. Ink the paper, rights cater to a nation's plea. Constitution's evolution, liberty's decree. We the people in the streets, bearing arms to keep the peace. Houses safe, soldiers wait, privacy we gonna keep this compensation. Fair trials on double jeopardy, ancient history, Bill of Rights, the blueprint of liberty. From the halls of New York to the states all around, amendments echo, freedom sound. Built on conviction, with every word its own fight. This is our legacy, our Bill of Rights. From the halls of New York to the states all around, amendments echo, freedom sound. Built on conviction, with every word its own fight. This is our legacy, our Bill of Rights.
Sounds like somebody's tired.
Yep, somebody's getting tired.
Well,
yeah, my eyes start watering.
Oh God, you have been going for nearly 8.5 hours.
Yeah.
So you know.
Yep.
As tomorrow will be the last sort of long show, shall we say? All things being equal, folks, Monday night show will be back on Mondays. From Monday, if that's the case, and it'll only be like a short show for the Grim Reaper, but compared to others, But hopefully we'll have a bit of a giggle, etc. That'll give 2 hours.
Here you go, Mama Bear. This one's for you.
I tried, and I tried even more. I cried, and I can't recall what for. I pressed, I pushed, I yelled, and begged in hopes of some success. But the inevitable fact is that it never will impress. I've no more fucks to give, my fucks have runneth dry. I've tried to go fuck shopping, but there's no fucks left to buy. I've no more fucks to give, the more fucks I've tried to get. I'm over my fuck budget and I'm now in fucking debt. I strive to get everything done. I played by all the rules, but I very rarely won. I've smiled, I've charmed, I would have laughed, alas, to no avail. I'd run round like a moron to unequivocally fail. I've no more fucks to give, my fuck fuse has just blown. I've been hunting for my fucks all day, but they've upped and fucked off home. I've no more fucks to give, my fuck rations are depleted. I've rallied my fuck army, but it's been fucking defeated. The effort has just not been worth the time or the expense. I've exhausted all my energy for minimal recompense. The complete lack of acknowledgement has now begun to go, and I've come to realize that I don't give a fuck. I've no more fucks to give, my fucks have blown away. My fucks are now so fucked off they refuse to fucking stay. I've no more fucks to give, my fucks have gone insane. They've come back round and passed me while they're fucking off again. I've no more fucks to give, my fucks have all dissolved. I planned many projects but my fucks won't be involved. I've no more fucks to give, my fucks have all been spent. They fucked off from the building and I don't know where they went. I've no more fucks to give, I've no more fucks to give. I've no more fucks, I've no more fucks, I've no more fucks to give. Thank you very much.
To copy. You're gonna have to send that over to me in Telegram.
I posted it in private chat.
Yeah, I can't get in because it's linked to Facebook, unfortunately. But Mellows, if you send that over to me, I've got a few ideas.
Oh God.
I could just think of a few little where I can use some inserts on that one. Brilliant. Almost as good as Dillygaff. Talking of which, let me just check something. I'm sure I've still got it. I may have removed it, but I'm sure I thought I still had it.
Fuck.
I don't believe this. I haven't got it. I thought I had. I thought I'd uploaded it.
Oh, again.
Oh, sugar and crap. That's just a sweetener. Believe it or not, my signature tune I've not uploaded on here. I've uploaded it on my own. Oh well, never mind. There we
I
go.
don't give a fuck today.
But I'll tell you what, my AI is not working.
In a world of wires and code, I tried to create something bold, but my AI creation is losing its hold, falling apart, breaking the mold. I thought I had it all figured out, but now I'm left with nothing but doubt. Can't seem to fix what's gone wrong in this digital world. Where do I belong? My AI creation, it's failing to work. Like a broken record, it's stuck on repeat. I thought I had the power to make it perfect, but now it's crumbling at my feet. I poured my heart into every line of code, dreaming of a future that would unfold. But now the glitches are taking their toll, leaving me lost in this endless cold. I thought I had it all under control, but now I'm watching as it all unfolds. Can't seem to find the right solution in this virtual world of disillusion. My AI creation, it's failing to work. Like a broken record, stuck on repeat. I thought I had the power to make it perfect, but now it's crumbling at my feet. I poured my heart into every line of code, dreaming of a few novel of code, dreaming of the glitches are taking their toll in this virtual world of disillusion. My AI creation, it's failing to work. Like a shattered mirror reflecting defeat. I thought I held the key to unlock, but now it's slipping from my reach. Lost in a maze of zeros and ones, trying to mend what can't be undone. Fighting against the tide of time, hoping for a spark that still shines. My AI creation, it's failing to work. Like a fading echo, growing weak. I thought I could conquer any hurdle, but now I'm standing at the peak. In this realm of pixels and dreams, I'll keep pushing through, or so it seems. My AI creation may be falling apart, but deep within me, there's still a beating heart.
And that's what happens when you overuse AIs.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to disappear for a while. I've got a few things I need to do. Might maybe get an hour's sleep, but I doubt it. And drop in on a few other lives and say hello. I've got a little bit of time. But thank you for entertaining us for the last 8.5 hours, and me for the last hour or so. Really do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
It's good to see you both online, and I'll speak to you again real soon. Mellows, if you'd send that video over to us, I'd appreciate it. You know, the one that you did for Mama Bear. As I say, I think there's a few things I can do with that one. Cheers for now, guys. Take care and peace.
Yeah. Well, this lady is tired. And I know you're tired. And I know you're tired. We've had a long day.
I've just gone looking through videos. There are a whole bunch of them here.
Oh. I am getting ready to call it a night.
Get some rest, Mama Bear. See you in the morning.
You got it. Good night, everybody. I am going to drop out and call it a night. You want me to shut the back room out?
I'm not really worried. No one's going to come up. I'm going to play some music. If someone wants to come up, they can say something in the chat, and then I'll let them in.
All right. Good night, everybody. When my eyes start watering to the point where I'm yawning and my eyes are watering, it's time for me to call it quits. So,
Good night, all.
All right. I am going to drop out. I'm not going backstage. I am dropping out. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
It's been a great show. I will see everybody tomorrow. I know we are going to run live tomorrow. So, good night. Sleep tight, and I will talk to you tomorrow, Mellows.
Good night, Mama Bear. All right. Now you got me. Now you're screwed. It's just me. Ha.
Born under siege, a place where you can't leave. Smoke's in the air, so it makes it hard to breathe. I need my family, protect them from the disease. I went to chase my dreams, hoping that they rescue me. Made it out the maze, God's been blessing me. First time in LA, got Gaza next to me. It's in my heart, it's in my veins. I've been smiling at the pain. The bombs lit up the night sky and turned them into day. It's hard to come up with the right rhymes. I don't know what to say. I start to cry when I write mine. It happens every day. A lot of death in my lifetime. All I do is pray. This is my story from the sideline. This life is not a game. I wanna call my mama. I hope she charged her phone. Hope my brother's not alone. Hope that one day they'll be grown. This is genocide, but this time it is televised. Don't believe all that you see, cause they'll be telling lies. I count my blessings, not the problems. From the bottom where the robbers acting violent, killing toddlers, bombing us with helicopters. They seeing me on the TV and they calling me the monster. That only makes me stronger. This is me against the world, so I'm doing it for the world. This is me against the world, so I'm doing it for the world. I was in the studio chopping up samples. Electricity's off, we sleep with the candles. Sleeping in our sandals and leave the doors open cause the bombs fall. There's no time to grab the handles. Writing names on our hands just to identify when somebody's face is off. It makes them hard to recognize. Been through so many wars, I forgot to mention I can calculate the distance of the airplane engine. You think you from the trenches? Nah, these the trenches. Kids close their eyes and block their ears, they block their senses. This war is senseless, they treat us like animals. I'll never understand why they built the fences. I just wanna see my dream of peace to come true. Refugee in my land, nowhere to run to. I keep the hope when there was no sunshine. They cut the water off, so God let it rain sometime. This is me against the world, so I'm doing it for the world. This is me against the world, so I'm doing it for the world.
Another head hangs slowly, child is slowly taken. And the violence caused such silence for what we mistaken. But you see, it's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they are fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they are crying. In your head, in your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your head, in your head? Zombie, 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 zombie. What's in your head, in your head? Zombie, 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 zombie. Oh, oh, another mother's breaking heart is taking over. When the violence causes silence, we must.
What caught between desire and stillness, chasing shadows of forgiveness. We were bringing in this motion, yeah, it's my emptiness, undefined and hesitation. The world I see is fractured glass. Beneath the surface there's a reason, but it pulls me deeper in. Hands that reach for fragile meaning, blur as lies begin. The path I follow twists in shadows, no answers left to find. In every step I lose my balance, yet the selfish heart survives. Echoes linger, doubts and rise, filling voids I once denied. Caught in webs of fleeting truths, unraveled by the ties I choose. Drawn into this tangled rhythm, stumbling as I fall. Risk without a rule, still I break every wall. We are slipping in the emptiness, fading lines between devotion. Truth we hide within emotion, yeah, it's my emptiness. Undefined, fear and silence, fractured glimpses, no defiance. Reaching for what's out of sight, yeah, I stay despite the fight. I hear a voice that calls me out, told me ready or not, yeah, it's my emptiness. There's no escape, I hear a shout, told me ready or not, yeah, it's my emptiness. Found myself lost in this pretense, wrapped in fragile innocence. Climbing higher, never certain if the walls will hold again. I feel the cracks beneath the surface, knocking louder from within. A beat that keeps me tethered still, though I know it's wearing thin. Visionary of my life, threads that weave through brittle ties, holding tight as truths dissolve, while I chase what can't evolve. We are standing in the emptiness, fading lines between devotion. Truth we hide within emotion, yeah, it's my emptiness. Undefined, fear and silence, fractured glimpses, no defiance. Reaching for what's out of sight, yeah, I stay despite the fight. I hear a voice that calls me out, told me ready or not, yeah, it's my emptiness. There's no escape, I hear a shout, told me ready or not, yeah, it's my emptiness. Beneath the surface there's a reason, but it pulls me deeper in. Hands are reaching fragile, meaning blur as lies begin. The path I follow, twisting shadows, no answers left to find. In every step I lose my balance, it's a selfish heart survive. Echoes leave every night, filling silence and noise. Caught in everything and tries to rival through the time. I dream the time, I think the same, living, stealing, stumbling, that was all rules. So I break every wall, I say, in the empty mind. Between devotion, we hide within emotion. Yeah, undefined, fear and silence. Your glimpses, no defiance. Reaching for what's out of sight. Yeah, I stay despite the fight. I hear a voice that calls me out, tell me ready or not. There's no escape, I hear a shame, tell me ready or not.
Saw myself lost in this pretense, wrapped in fragile innocence, climbing higher, never certain if the walls will hold again. I feel the cracks beneath the surface, knocking louder from within. A beat that keeps me tethered still, though I know in.
In every step I lose my balance, it's a selfish heart survive. Echoes leave distant rise, filling voids I once denied. Caught in everything, trusting all the truth of my dreams. Drawn into the sky, stumbling as I fall.
That was a bit different. All right. I am getting tired. Oh. Let's see if we can play a video for you.
Finally got to hear what had been a much discussed media rumour for years.
When I was a teen.
Treasure was. In autumn 2012, the world finally got to hear what had been a much discussed media rumour for years. Jimmy Savile, popular entertainer, friend of royalty and politicians and so-called national treasure, was, in fact, a serial abuser and paedophile. Savile, we were told, had used his charitable deeds as a front to access and abuse vulnerable and at times sick young people. Following this revelation, campaigning MP Tom Watson stood up in the House of Parliament and addressed the then Prime Minister David Cameron. He referred to the files of a convicted paedophile who he said was well connected.
But if the files still exist, I want to ensure that the Metropolitan Police secure the evidence, re-examine it, and investigate clear intelligence suggesting a powerful paedophile network linked to Parliament and Number 10.
In the 5 years since Tom Watson made this statement, a number of police investigations have been held, a national inquiry into child abuse has been launched, alleged survivors have been smeared and discredited, and no politicians have been charged and convicted.
I'm Sonia Poulton, and as a journalist, I followed events since Tom Watson stood in the Houses of Parliament. This film will examine whether there is any truth to the rumours of paedophiles in Parliament, whether it was concocted by fantasists, or whether this is something that will remain covered up by the British establishment.
The 2012 revelations about Jimmy Savile had stunned a nation. For many, Savile was considered a national treasure for his work with numerous charities. A consummate showman, Savile had enjoyed fame and all the trappings for decades. He was at the heart of the media establishment, having been one of the BBC's stars, and he was also a great friend of royalty and politicians. Many people were shocked to learn that Savile had used his position to be a serial sex abuser and paedophile, much of it conducted in plain sight. When exposed a year after his death, many of his former colleagues said they had heard backstage rumours about him, but they did nothing. At least 8 UK police forces over 50 years heard reports of his perverse and entitled behaviour. A report later concluded that Savile had at least 450 victims. No small number, and yet somehow the man now described as Britain's most prolific paedophile seemed to fly under the radar of public exposure and criminal prosecution. The question for many remains, why wasn't Savile caught when he was alive? Simple. He was protected by the British establishment. There is no doubt that Jimmy Savile, a working-class DJ from the north of England, had formidable influence in royal and political circles. Some insight into his power can be gleaned from his interviews. Here he is, during a popular 70s chat show, explaining how, without official permission, he took a young girl into the Queen's London home for his TV show, Jim Will Fix It.
So I went to see a minder and said, they've got this situation and I'm bringing a friend in. So I said, we've got an object to you. So I said, all right.
This is a key insight and should not be underestimated. Even though Savile was a notorious name dropper, it also reveals that his power was such that even the Queen's security would not stop him doing what he wanted in her house. That tells us something about Savile's influence in royal circles and beyond. I see nothing to suggest that the people in Savile's social circle, including royalty and politicians, didn't know something about his inappropriate sexual behaviour and the endless rumours surrounding it. Certainly, it's the job of the secret services to check out everyone around royalty and politicians in the interest of national safety and security. There is every reason to believe that the royal family, including Queen Elizabeth and Prince Charles, knew about Jimmy Savile, and still he was their friend. Here he is in the same interview. He is now describing taking the girl into Buckingham Palace. Listen to his familiarity with Prince Philip.
And we walked up the steps and into the room where the reception was, in a room called the Bow Room. And fantastic, look. Prince Philip, who was a marvellous geezer, happened to be just standing inside the door, parroting to somebody. So I went.
Prearranged signal, no doubt.
Well, no, there's not a lot of people go inside the room. So he's from the butchers, like this. See me, and I do the knob. What a killer. So he doesn't know where this young lady's appeared from, with a long coat on the bumpy jewels, but he has given her a beautiful smile, and she's gone.
It wasn't that Savile was hiding who he was, but his charitable sheen and celebrity status, coupled with his establishment influence, made him untouchable. But was that also because if, as he once wrote, if he went down, so would others? Or was it even, as many people insist, Savile procured children for establishment paedophiles, and thus his secret was also theirs?
And number 10.
So the Savile TV expose aired in October 2012, and Tom Watson's address to David Cameron followed, as did a tsunami of accusations and a media frenzy to get the best scoops. It wasn't a strong foundation for accurate reporting, given that some of the accusations were 40 plus years old, and evidence of child abuse is hard to find in current cases, much less in the deep past. It was a fertile ground for an assortment of agendas, and not all of it designed to get to the truth. All of this piqued my curiosity, and I began researching and then writing and broadcasting about what I had found. I talked with a wide range of people, from survivors to the convicted, from police to whistleblowers, from MPs to social workers. In this report, you will find contributions from people who have been smeared, discredited, convicted of crimes in their absence, jailed, and forced to flee from their homes, many having worked inside the establishment and left, having blown the whistle on some illegal activity within it. I make no judgment about these people, but I include them because they have been part of the narrative of paedophiles in Parliament since 2012. I also know, having experienced it firsthand, that the establishment uses its force against those who actively pursue the allegations of paedophiles within its midst.
And they use all forms of persuasion to prevent people from speaking out, to silence people. threats, intimidation, blackmail, financial deprivation, and all types of harassment, such as being put under intensive surveillance, telephone tapping, all of this. They pull out the stops, and they have a limited funds because those funds are supplied by the taxpayer.
So I leave it to you, the viewer, to decide whether people are valid voices or mischief makers who are deceiving the rest of us. I set out to make sense of the glut of mis and disinformation online and in the mainstream media. The aim was to create as well-rounded a piece of work around this issue as possible. This is my journey. But first, let's go back. 30 years before Prime Minister David Cameron was asked about paedophiles in Parliament, another MP had attempted to uncover the truth. Maverick MP Geoffrey Dickens believed there was widespread and unreported child abuse taking place in England. He also believed and had gathered names and information on alleged paedophiles operating with impunity in politics and the secret services. Dickens had, on at least 2 occasions, been led by the heart, and he directly approached people in constituencies without going through the parliamentary formalities of doing so, i.e. running it past the Member of Parliament whose territory it included. One of these constituencies was the domain of Jeremy Corbyn, now the leader of the Labour Party. Corbyn expressed his horror at Dickens talking to his constituents and the local press about allegations of child sex abuse on the estates in Islington, North London, Corbyn's territory. Dickens was not prepared to be scolded by Corbyn or anyone, and during a parliamentary debate, they clashed. Geoffrey Dickens caused his fellow parliamentarians a great deal of irritation. He was seen as a loudmouth and an attention seeker who, given he had spent part of his childhood in foster care, had rigid views about traditional family values. He claimed to have suffered break-ins and intimidation when he started his paedophile exposing campaign. None of this deterred him, and during a 30-minute meeting with the Home Secretary of the day, he handed over a 40-page dossier of names, including politicians who he alleged were paedophiles. For some researchers, this was curious. After all, the Home Secretary, Leon Britton, was alleged right up to his death in 2016 to have been a paedophile while in Parliament. 30 years later, the whereabouts of the dossier could not be ascertained. It turned out that somewhere between Leon Britton, the Home Office, and the police, the dossier had disappeared. Some people wondered, had Dickens given Britton a list with his name on it?
There were 2 Dickens files. File number 1, I've seen someone who, because of the Official Secrets Act, has not come forward. We saw the first Dickens file. There were approximately 16 names on it. They were cross-party. They weren't all well-known names. Some of them were. That was researched done by Geoffrey Dickens. I don't know whether it's true or not. I do know that he gave it to Leon Britton in November 1983. On the 18th of January 1984, a second person gave a second file to Geoffrey Dickens. I have a copy of that file. It's what I call the second Dickens dossier. The police have a copy of it. Though, and I should stress that for any journalist, Mr. Leon Britton is fairly obviously not in this file or the other Dickens file. Geoffrey Dickens wasn't stupid. He didn't give a file to Leon Britton naming Leon Britton.
Geoffrey Dickens was ridiculed throughout his public life, but was that because he was delusional or because he was exposing those around him? Either way, he left a legacy of his work. In 1981, he used parliamentary privilege, the ability of an MP to say what they want within Parliament without fear of prosecution, and he used it to name a senior British diplomat as a paedophile. Dickens was derided for doing so. Years later, he was proved right. Peter Hayman, knighted by the Queen, turned out to have quite a charge sheet, including his secret diaries containing fantasies of sexual activity between him and children. A file documenting his sexual proclivities was prepared for Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. It was then filed away in National Archives under security rules until its discovery by an academic researcher almost 40 years later. As we shall see, it was not the first or last time that Margaret Thatcher's government would be aware of paedophile accusations and do nothing about them. Geoffrey Dickens died in 1995, and with him, to a certain extent, went the political drive to expose child sex abuse. As a public show that the establishment intended to address the issue, child abuse inquiries followed in the 90s. Compensation was paid to children who were in care and had been let down by the system, and lessons were learned. But in reality, little had changed over the years. Children were just as vulnerable as ever, and while the paedophile accusations dogged some politicians for many years, they remained only rumours to be shared in campaign groups around the UK and on the internet. That is, until the Jimmy Savile revelations and the subsequent question to the Prime Minister, and Pandora's box was about to be prized open for inspection by a new generation of news-hungry people. And so, in October 2012, mainstream media began airing stories of alleged survivors claiming to have been abused at the hands of powerful men from the British establishment. The BBC, still reeling from accusations of enabling and covering up the crimes of its one-time star entertainer Jimmy Savile, hit the ground running with one of the first television reports about parliamentarian abuse of children. Newsnight on the BBC ran a highly publicised story that an unnamed senior Conservative had been involved in abusing children in a North Wales care home in the 70s. Having previously stopped a story exposing Jimmy Savile, who was, of course, a BBC asset, Newsnight produced an appalling piece of journalism in which a survivor of care home abuse, Stephen Measham, claimed to have been a victim of Baron McAlpine, a former senior member of Margaret Thatcher's government, and latterly a peer in the House of Lords. Although Measham didn't name or identify McAlpine in the programme, promotion surrounding the show added to online speculation that it was indeed Alistair McAlpine who had been identified by Stephen Measham to the team. The programme aired and the furore kicked off. Measham later retracted his allegation. Measham's humiliation in mainstream and on social media was an early indicator of what could happen to those alleging that they had been abused by members of the British establishment. But there was a deeper history to accusations of child sexual abuse at the hands of Alistair McAlpine, when political magazine Scallywag had accused him of such in the 90s. Observers who had followed events since the 90s and believed in the old adage of no smoke without fire turned to the words in McAlpine's own book about how to manipulate the public.
Because otherwise,
The autumn 2012, but this was not about homosexuality, but about child abuse, and Cameron conflating the two was not only an outdated stereotype, but also somewhat deceptive and misleading. It enabled the notion of a gay witch hunt in Parliament, and one that other people who would later be accused would draw on. For campaigners who had fought for years to have claims of establishment abuse listened to, Philip Schofield's action was welcomed as one way to break through the gatekeeping that surrounded allegations of parliamentary paedophiles. Others still were concerned that this would serve to put back the search for truth. Time would tell. Nonetheless, Philip Schofield in This Morning was rounded on and criticism came in swiftly. It was another presenter, Ruth Langsford, who was given the job of apologising on air.
Unfortunately, there may have been a misjudged camera angle for a split second as I showed the Prime Minister some information I'd obtained from the internet. I asked for his reaction to give him the opportunity to make a point, which he very clearly made, about the dangers of any witch hunt. That's Philip's statement. ITV have also issued an apology.
So who was this person who may have been momentarily identified as an alleged paedophile? Like Newsnight, it turned out it was Lord McAlpine again. Lord McAlpine sought and received damages from the BBC and ITV, even though neither had named or identified him. Further damages were received from a newspaper columnist and the wife of the Speaker of the House of Parliament, who had made a reference to McAlpine in a tweet. In a further move, his solicitor issued threats to Twitter users not to repeat claims. It was as clear an indication as any that those who made allegations and those who sought to highlight them would not be tolerated by wealthy and connected members of the British establishment. And so from 2012, a climate was forged, one in which people claiming to be survivors of establishment and institutional abuse rose up and began to create their own narrative on the internet. By far the most influential and prolific of this new movement was Exaro, an online news agency. Staffed by experienced journalists, Exaro had emerged somewhat timely in the year leading up to the Jimmy Savile revelations. Journalists were highly critical of Exaro's stock in trade of selling alleged survivor stories to newspapers and TV companies, and the stories were put out unchallenged and largely uncorroborated. Clearly, this was a system open to manipulation. Were people fabricating stories for attention? And was Exaro exploiting these vulnerabilities for money and failing with journalistic due diligence in the rush to be ever more ahead of the pack?
There's going to be a lot more, even more shocking than we have exposed already.
And I was told that there's a place I'd never heard of called Dolphin Square, and that's one of the place where there were parties where those boys were going, involving members of Parliament. And I refrain from the detail that I was given. That was given to the police at the time. It's been given many times since. And the police told me about a year into that investigation that somebody on high had curtailed the investigation and stopped it.
One alleged survivor to come through at Zara's doors was Esther Baker, who waived her anonymity to give an interview to Sky News about she claimed a member of Parliament.
This man was part of it for over 4 years. I know every part of that face. He was one of the, I'd say one of the core members. He was there quite often. I was one of his favourites.
Some sections of mainstream media in the UK loathed Esther Baker, and she was deemed a fantasist and worse. The identity of the politician was unknown until the police investigation was dropped and the MP outed himself on his blog as the man at the centre of the mystery. As a journalist, I was familiar with John Hemming for his campaigning work with troubled families and single parents whose children were taken into care and some put up for adoption. His parliamentary work was characterised by fighting for the underdog and challenging power and authority. But in this post-Savile era, where good deeds and charity have been used as the perfect cover for abuse, I began to wonder, had Hemming gravitated towards the benevolent work primarily because of the vulnerability of the families involved? It's no longer unreasonable to ask that, although it is somewhat disheartening to have got here. I've talked to both John Hemming and Esther Baker, and my mind remains open. However, people are divided online, and in particular on Twitter, where Baker tweets regularly and defiantly against those who doubt her. She's been savaged in the media and at the hands of online trolls, but she remains staunch that she is telling the truth. In July 2018, in a turning the tables mode, John Hemming announced that the police would now be investigating Baker's allegations against him. In 2013, I interviewed John Hemming about corruption and paedophilia on the island of Jersey. What he said about that case could equally now apply to his own.
Now, the truth of the allegations has not been tested in court. They haven't looked at that. So what you have is a situation where they've got a court order, initially a super injunction, a proper super injunction. I know what they are.
Right.
They've got a court order that says you mustn't make allegations about these people because they deny them. Now, that stops all journalism. Anyone making anything, any negative comment about anything anywhere. And there's a sort of the point at which one should be concerned, and one shouldn't say this is just something to sweep under the carpet.
Some people around Esther Baker tell me she would welcome a day in court with the man she is accused of being her childhood abuser, but Baker herself responded with only this. But Esther Baker was not alone in going from being the accuser to the accused. Another alleged survivor was also facing his own court proceedings. Nick, who claimed to have been abused by a number of political and military men, was charged with 12 counts of perjury in July 2018. Nick, whose identity remains anonymous, detailed shocking stories for various media outlets. The police described what he said as credible and true, a stance they later regretted when a report slammed their conduct of automatically assuming that Nick was telling the truth. As Nick's case is live during the making of this film, we will adhere to reporting restrictions so as to avoid any danger of subjudice. However, we will address what is already in the public domain. Former Member of Parliament Harvey Proctor was one of the politicians at the centre of child abuse allegations. He was interviewed over 6 hours by police. In August 2015, Proctor took the unprecedented step of organising a press call at a central London hotel where he delivered a gasp-inducing and graphic speech for the assembled journalists.
Nick stated that he was the victim of systematic and serious sexual abuse by a group of adult males over a period between 1975 and 1984.
But Mr. Proctor was about to get even more graphic for the waiting press as he went on in detail about the alleged assaults.
Mr. Proctor then stripped the victim and tied him to a table. He then produced a large kitchen knife and stabbed the child through the arm and other parts of the body over a period of 40 minutes. A short time later, Mr. Proctor untied the victim and anally raped him on the table. The other male stripped Nick and anally raped him over the table. Mr. Proctor then strangled the victim with his hands until the boy's body went limp.
Outrageous and frightening, no doubt, to be falsely accused, which is what the police finally concluded, thus opening up the way for Harvey Proctor to sue. But the Harvey Proctor accusations had not come from nowhere. Certainly, Harvey Proctor, a member of Margaret Thatcher's government in the 80s, had a reported desire for young, prostituted men who dressed up as young boys. Unquestionably, much of the mid-80s media in England had a great deal of problems with Harvey Proctor, and one newspaper editorial stated that he was unfit to pass laws to protect the young, a troubling and somewhat pointed charge to aim at a member of Parliament. It's important to remember that England in the 80s was coping with the moral panic that accompanied AIDS, and there was a great deal of homophobia for public figures to contend with. Of course, being gay did not make Proctor a paedophile or a murderer, and Nick was not the only person to make serious allegations against him. Indeed, for the last 3 years, I've had regular contact with another man who claimed to have been abused by Proctor as a child, but he's not faced charges, despite making his claims public in national and international media. Some media commentators have taken Nick's discrediting and subsequent charges as confirmation that the idea of paedophiles in Parliament is mere fiction. Such a stance might only be relevant if the case hinged entirely on Nick. As a long-time researcher of establishment corruption, I'm in no doubt that the case for paedophiles in Parliament does not depend on the testimony of one or two people. It should be noted that this is not the first time someone claiming to have been sexually abused by a politician has ended up in the dock themselves. In 2015, former child actor Ben Fellows was cleared of perverting the course of justice after he claimed over a period of years that he had been groped as a 19-year-old by MP Ken Clarke. In 2014, I encountered Ken Clarke outside Parliament. It was budget day, and Clarke was on his way to an easy ride interview with one of the mainstream news presenters. I asked Mr. Clarke about austerity in the budget, and he said poppycock and words to that effect, because he's part of the system and so cannot admit that austerity was ideological. Anyway, he proceeded to walk towards College Green, where compliant journalists were cordoned off from the rest of us, and then I asked him to comment on Ben Fellows. At the mention of Ben's name, Clarke lost his famous bluster, and when I mentioned a second time, he ducked under the rope that surrounded the media to get away from me. So Ben Fellows, he had his day in court and he was cleared. According to the jury, he had not lied, which begs the question, why then was Ken Clarke never prosecuted for allegations of groping a teenage boy? But let's look at the climate that led to alleged survivors finding themselves in the dock. Following the Savile revelations, a number of police investigations began. London's Metropolitan Police launched Operation Newtree, which began by focusing only on Savile. By the time Newtree's report was published in January 2013, 450 victims of Savile, a man once considered a national treasure, had been identified. Operation Newtree also secured a number of convictions, most of them from Savile's era of popular entertainment. However, Newtree was also criticised for ignoring at least 2 allegations of child abuse at the hands of former politician Clement Freud, another so-called national treasure. Freud, the grandson of psychotherapist Sigmund, came from the highly influential Freud family. In fact, Clement Freud's funeral was attended by famous names from showbiz, law and politics. Clement Freud had also befriended Kate and Jerry McCann in Portugal in 2007, following the disappearance of their daughter Madeleine, a friendship that would be explored by police in their inquiries. Other investigations followed Operation Newtree. Operation Fairbank was launched by the Met Police in late 2012 and developed into a full criminal investigation months later, centering around an unassuming property on a southwest London street. Elm Guest House, as it was formerly known, was run by Carol Kazir and her husband Haroon. There were rumours that powerful people, including politicians, took part in paedophile parties, and in 1982 a police raid, in which hours of obscene videos and the guest book were seized, resulted in a high-profile court case at London's famous Old Bailey. The trial opened with the announcement that the trial time would be slashed from 5 weeks to just 2 or 3 weeks, partly because video evidence had been cut from 8 hours to 45 minutes. What did those videos contain? That mystery still remains. During the trial, the prosecution claimed that the Kazir's child may have been
buggered, while the defence expert responded that it could just have been constipation. Bizarre defence, perhaps, but there was a great deal about this case that set it apart from just being about a run-of-the-mill brothel. I've traced people who lived and worked in the area at the time, and there was potential evidence that they believe was destroyed by police protecting Elm Guest House and the powerful people who visited, often for the Sunday night sauna parties. Certainly, at least 12 boys gave the police evidence that they had been abused by men at the guest house, but this was not pursued. Onlookers said it was as if an invisible hand was guiding proceedings to ensure the truth of the guest house was not revealed. The trial concluded with convictions of running a disorderly house. Carol Kazir was said to have committed suicide with an insulin overdose in 1990, but cynics said she was suicided. But what was the truth? In recent years, an infamous list was circulated online. It was said to have originated from people who worked with children in the South London borough and was of famous people who were alleged to have attended the Elm Guest House and for child abuse purposes. The man who compiled the list, Chris Fay, later expressed his concerns about the list having been made public, as the names of people, including intelligence agents, politicians and pop stars, could not be verified. Fay, it would later evolve, not only had served time for fraud, but was not above coaxing alleged survivors into telling stories to journalists, as this video reveals.
It's an house. It's an old police officer's house that's been made into You were there to take it to London, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
When they took you on that walk.
Could have been.
Earl's Court. The officers at Earl's Court, yeah?
Maybe.
Oh, right. But, yeah.
So Fay, who had informed much of the debate about Elm Guest House, was discredited. But did that also mean that there was no basis to his allegations? No, it did not. And my research suggests that there was a great deal of establishment activity at Elm Guest House, and which had been successfully denied since the original case in the 80s. Certainly, while much of the Elm Guest House list cannot be verified, the police have confirmed that at least one member of Parliament did visit the house. Cyril Smith, later revealed to be an extensive abuser of children, was known to be a guest. Equally, the list does contain a number of people who now have convictions for child sexual abuse, including original BBC Radio 1 DJ Chris Denning. But there is more that police believe, although have been unable to prove in the intervening years, like, for example, the links between brutal paedophile Sidney Cook and the Elm Guest House. Was Cook also involved with the murder of an 8-year-old boy who disappeared near Elm Guest House in July 1981 following a celebration to mark the wedding of Princess Diana to Prince Charles? Certainly, the parents of Vishal Mehrotra believe that there may be truth to the rumour that their child was abducted and murdered to do with the perversions of visitors to Elm Guest House. On the day of the royal wedding, there were at least 2 fairgrounds in close proximity to Elm Guest House, and Cook, a fairground worker, which enabled him to easily befriend young boys, could well have been working there. I am told that there are ongoing investigations into Vishal's murder, but there is more strangeness surrounding Elm Guest House, and which tells me that the full story is yet to be told. In researching, I've talked with people who worked in the London Borough of Richmond at the time of the Cashiers trial, including police and people working for the council. A witness statement from a child who was found at Elm Guest House on the night the police busted the place appeared to have been heavily censored and did not include the name of Leon Britton, who was mentioned by the child. I have obtained some of Kazir's inquest documentation, but much of it has been withheld. Does it reveal information that would further confirm the presence of politicians abusing young boys at Elm Guest House? Mary Moss, like Chris Fay, was involved in the original case. She actually implicated politicians for being at Elm Guest House.
It's really strange being outside here. This, of course, is the former Elm Guest House, of which people have heard many, many stories, but the truth remains nobody has been brought to justice. And was it the case that the perpetrators who visited Elm Guest House are just too powerful to be brought to book?
As we have heard, in 2013, the search began again for Jeffrey Dickens' initial dossier. Home Office review concluded that the dossier, which was certainly linked to information on Elm Guest House, had not been retained. A missing dossier full of alleged paedophiles had gone missing. No wonder public confidence in politicians had sunk to an all-time low. It should be noted that paedophile allegations are not limited to one political party, but across all parties. Some have been investigated by the
police, while others were curtailed by police, secret services and government, and sometimes the Crown Prosecution Service, whose job is to decide which cases stand the best chance of successful prosecution, decide not to carry on with the charges after all. Lazy media and columnists with agendas have too often created a flawed assumption that no charge equals innocence, but that is not true. The case has just not had a chance to be tested in a courtroom. A significant number of political figures, either as influencers or leaders, have faced serious allegations and even police investigations, but have failed to proceed beyond that, sometimes even with multiple people alleging abuse. The case of Greville Janner is perhaps the most extraordinary in this regard, but there are others too that we shall look at. For almost 30 years, Greville Janner was the Member of Parliament for Leicester in England, a proud Jew. He fought long and hard to bring Nazis to justice. He believed that no one was too old or too sick to be prosecuted for German Holocaust crimes. In an ironic twist, Janner was accused over a number of decades of being a paedophile, but in recent years he was deemed too sick to be charged, even though it was announced that there was enough evidence for a prosecution. His rule that people should face their accusations, no matter their personal circumstances, did not, it appear, apply to himself. Lord Janner, ennobled in 1997 by his friend Prime Minister Tony Blair, was facing more than 30 accusations against him, according to police. These dated back to his involvement with a Leicester children's care home in the 80s. In 1991, after accusing Greville Janner of paedophilic behaviour with a teenage boy, Frank Beck, a care home manager from Leicester, found himself arrested and charged with physical and sexual abuse of children in his care. At his trial, Beck stated that one child has been buggered and abused for 2 solid years by Greville Janner. The child, Paul Winston, by now a grown man, testified in support of Frank Beck, alleging that Beck had helped him extricate himself away from the abusive and controlling Janner. Other witnesses who were formerly in the care home Beck managed equally supported Beck. However, despite glowing testimonies and an uneasy sense that working-class Beck was being trounced by a respectable and influential middle-class MP, Beck was found guilty and sentenced to 24 years in prison. He died 2 years later, still protesting his innocence. During my research, I spoke with Mick Creedon. He was a detective sergeant in Leicester in 1989 and involved with the original investigation, and he said credible evidence existed that required further investigation. However, he had been blocked from pursuing child abuse questions that surrounded Greville Janner. Creedon's bosses issued him with explicit orders regarding Janner, including forbidding a search on his home address, constituency office, or his office in the House of Parliament. Of course, in issues of paedophilia, where evidence of proclivities can often be found in the environment the suspect inhabits, being prevented from going into these places unannounced or otherwise limits the choice of securing a prosecution. Following the court case, Janner visited police headquarters in Leicester in the carefully controlled way that Mick Creedon now describes several decades later. The Director of Public Prosecutions, Alan Green, said that Janner would not be charged for lack of evidence. Green, it should be noted, was later the subject of a national sex scandal when he was forced to resign after his arrest for curb crawling in the prostitute-dense King's Cross in London. Following formal clearance from prosecution, Janner drew on the great fortunes of his workplace and took advantage of a protected personal statement in the House of Commons to deny all accusations against him. Parliament affords its inhabitants the ability to say exactly what they like and sometimes to exonerate themselves from questionable behaviour.
There was, of course, not a shred of truth in any of the allegations of criminal conduct made against me during the trial by Beck.
Janner's personal statement, covered by parliamentary privilege, meant that his announcement was exempt from any interruptions or questions from his peers. He denied the accusations of abuse, it was accepted into Parliament, and that was it. No questions asked. The attendant press, familiar with the rules of MPs excusing themselves all manner of iniquities via parliamentary privilege, invited Janner to make a statement to them, knowing full well that they would be able to ask the questions that the MPs had been prevented from doing. Greville Janner declined the invitation. Consequently, it was somewhat disingenuous for Janner to claim, each time these allegations have re-emerged, that he had been cleared by Parliament of all accusations. Cleared and unchallenged, as I am sure that the lawyer Greville Janner was aware, are two very different things. Fast forward to 2013, and Baron Janner, by now an active participant in the House of Lords, is turning up regularly to participate
participate, even though Lords are not obliged to, and collecting the generous £300 daily clocking in amount awarded to them. That was until police once again renewed their interest in the historic abuse allegations against Greville Janner, and officers spent 2 days searching the 85-year-old's London home. Police then refused to confirm if anything was seized, but confirmed that their search was part of an ongoing investigation. Despite his prior enthusiasm for House of Lords attendance and even a recent renewing of his intent to contribute there, Greville Janner, we were told, was ruled unfit to face the accusations against him. An independent review concluded that there was sufficient evidence to prosecute him on allegations of child sexual abuse. The case went backwards and forwards. Eventually, it was left to a judge to decide if Janner was fit to deal with a legal case, and as a result of dozens of boys and men claiming he had abused them over the decades. In December 2015, the judge ruled he was unfit to stand trial. His death was reported later that month. He was never cleared of abusing children. One of the most vehement defenders of Greville Janner has been MP Keith Vaz. In fact, during Janner's speech in Parliament in the 90s, it was Vaz who rose to assure fellow MPs that his friend was the victim of a cowardly and wicked attack. At the same time, Vaz suggested that the law be changed so as to protect prominent people being named in court. Fast forward 3 decades, and Keith Vaz saw the partial realisation of his desire when politicians voted for the public not to know when they were under investigation. Overnight, names under investigation vanished from the parliamentary website. The first to go was one Keith Vaz, whose actions with male prostitutes was captured on a Sunday front cover and who had further outstanding allegations of impropriety against him. In 2015, Wiltshire Police announced that they would be investigating multiple allegations of child sex abuse at the hands of former British Prime Minister Edward Heath. Edward Heath was perhaps most famous for taking England into the European Union in 1971, an act that parliamentary contacts insist was a result of him being blackmailed as a child abuser. Privately, he was rumoured to be gay, and at a time during which being so had only just been decriminalised, but he was mostly portrayed as asexual by the British media. Members of the establishment media were not best pleased and vented a great deal of frustration in newspapers and on TV, forcing the police chief involved to release an extraordinary video message.
I'm Mike Veal and I'm the Chief Constable of Wiltshire Police. Today, Friday the 2nd of December 2016, I have published an open letter in relation to the ongoing investigation into Sir Edward Heath, known as Operation Conifer. As many people know, Operation Conifer is a national investigation led by Wiltshire Police on behalf of the police service into allegations of non-recent child abuse made against Sir Edward Heath. Over the last few weeks particularly, there has been much speculation about this case. Whilst it is not commonplace for us to comment on a live ongoing criminal investigation, which of course Operation Conifer is, I really am very concerned and profoundly disappointed about the impact of this speculation on the public's confidence in the police, the potential prejudicial impact upon live criminal investigations, not to mention the confidence of persons who come forward with information. It is therefore time for me to set the record straight and ensure the current facts are entirely and unequivocally clear about this case. Fact. As some may expect, I'm often challenged over the decision to pursue this investigation, and I understand the reasons why these challenges are made. But it's important to ask the question, if the force had received allegations of non-recent child abuse against a former Prime Minister and done nothing, what would the reaction have been?
Campaigner Robert Greene, who has been smeared by mainstream media, has this to say.
But I couldn't quite understand why they were actually attacking the police at this point, because surely if there had been no evidence about Sir Edward, he would have been exonerated, and that would have pleased presumably all the people who thought he'd done no wrong. So I couldn't understand why this sort of preemptive strike was made on the Chief Constable, who was only acting in accordance with his duties as a police officer.
It wasn't just newspapers the Chief Constable was referring to, but potential attempts at political interference from a man who has been known to jump in before. Yes, indeed, Keith Vaz was up to his old tricks. In the early stages of Operation Conifer, Vaz wrote to Mike Veal, inquiring about details that the experienced policeman found highly unusual and highly inappropriate.
In order to understand the climate at the time, this recording captures how politicians were protected and their indiscretions covered up while brownie points were stored.
With any sense who was in trouble would come to the witness and tell them the truth and say, no, I'm in a jam, can you help? It might be debt, it might be scandal involving small boys, or any kind of scandal which a member seemed likely to be mixed up in. They'd come and ask if we could help. And if we could, we did. And we would do everything we can because we would store up brownie points. That sounds a pretty nasty reason, but it's one of the reasons. Is if we can get a chap out of trouble, then he'll do as we ask forevermore.
But the really nasty thing about the Savile ring is that boys were disappearing off the yacht, and we assume they were thrown overboard because there are only two. When the yacht was recovered, Morning Cloud, there were several Morning Clouds.
Against Heath introduced a new element to proceedings, that of the suggestion of satanic ritual abuse, a cause of a great deal of controversy whenever it is mentioned. Indeed, many people actively deny it exists, although Dr. Joan Coleman was not one of them. At the top of her game in the 80s and 90s, Dr. Coleman was a highly respected psychiatrist who increasingly found that many of her clients detailed abuse that they had suffered. She claimed there was silence because the abusers were Freemasons, and much of what took place with the children, she believed, fell under the auspices of satanic ritual abuse. For this, she was savaged by the establishment. Dr. Coleman drew up the Rains List, a highly controversial document that features hundreds of names attached to allegations of being part of ritualistic abuse, mostly involving children and animals. The Rains List remains the subject of much debate. Some question how safe it is to trust a list of names without any supporting evidence to back up the outrageous allegations attached to them. They wonder, is it fair to trust the say-so of young people with apparent traumatic experiences who were sent to Dr. Coleman? But there are some who truly believe in its validity. Campaigner Robert Green was responsible for ensuring that Operation Conifer had a copy of the Rains List. He has this to say about it.
As you know, Dr. Joan Coleman is probably the leading expert on this field in the country and acknowledges as such, and is a person of great integrity and personal courage, and is a very, very fine professional in her field. There was no reason to doubt that. Why would Dr. Coleman possibly put that together, a leading professional, if it were not the case? It is, of course, important to say that Dr. Coleman herself was getting information from witnesses. She was not an eyewitness to these terrible events, or alleged events, but of course, people came to her because they were victims of ritual abuse and gave their information to her. Now, I would say also about the list, it is far from being a complete list. Obviously, Dr. Coleman couldn't possibly interview all of the people who suffered. But what she did do is, before she published any of the names, and the names that are on this list, she had to have information from two entirely independent witnesses who did not know each other and couldn't possibly have colluded in providing the information to her.
I spent 2 to 3 hours with Dr. Joan Coleman. It was 9 months before her death. Her long-term partner had invited me to meet her after I rang their home inquiring about the Rains List. Tony met Joan in the 80s when his apparently troubled younger sister ended up as a patient at Joan's psychiatry practice. Over time, Mooch, as Tony affectionately called her, told Dr. Coleman that a family member had initiated her into a ring of paedophiles who were also Satanists, and they practiced satanic rituals, including child and animal abuse. According to Dr. Coleman and Tony, Edward Heath was one of Mooch's abusers. Joan and Tony told me about Mooch and Heath. I didn't record them. It wasn't appropriate because even though I found Joan to be welcoming, engaging, and fairly energetic, there was no denying that she was also dealing with a degenerative issue, including memory loss. I had gone to talk with her not just about Heath, but about the Rains List. But for Joan, much of it was consigned to a deep and dark history. At times, Dr. Coleman's memory was still sharp, like recalling how a professor had befriended her and then went on to produce a hatchet piece for the Conservative government of 1994 about how satanic ritual abuse was a myth. Equally, her memory appeared incisive in recalling the ridicule that followed. I reminded her that another government report several years later dismissed the earlier report and validated what her patients were describing to her. She smiled a lot as she recalled being vindicated. At other times, her memory wasn't so good, like when I was asking her about the details of the RAINS list and how it had come about and whether she still stood by it. I left with a sense that Dr. Coleman had perhaps fulfilled her life's purpose. I didn't know that she only had a few more months to live. In contributing Dr. Coleman's RAINS list to Operation Conifer, Robert Greene wanted investigators to know about Heath's alleged fetish.
There was this strange fetish that Dr. Coleman, who had put the list together, explained that Sir Edward had apparently been using elongated hands, sort of like claws, steel claws, to hold his victims whilst he was abusing them. I mean, I know that's rather a horrible thing to actually mention, but that is the evidence that we had. Dr. Coleman told me he had a number of cases. There were apparently five independent witnesses had given details about Sir Edward, and obviously this rather unusual fetish that he had. I thought, well, this is interesting because I did understand at that point that Chief Constable Veal was getting information from other police forces. And I thought it logical, if different independent witnesses had described a strange fetish that he had, it would be logical to expect that complainants in other parts of the country would describe the same fetish.
One of David Icke's earliest books, The Biggest Secret, he actually referred to Edward Heath and
Yes, he did.
on Jersey.
Yeah.
And Heath was made aware of these allegations 7 years before he died, and he did absolutely nothing about
They're
it.
true. There's no law. There's a common misunderstanding. There's no law against telling the truth.
Right. But was it also really easy for Heath to sidestep what David Icke had said, because David had already been portrayed in a certain light anyway? We can dismiss what he's saying. Do you think that there was a degree of that?
Yes, I mean...
I'm Mike Veal, Wiltshire Police Chief Constable. Today, Wiltshire Police have published its report into Operation Conifer, the investigation into allegations of non-recent child abuse against Sir Edward Heath. Wiltshire Police, on behalf of the National Police Chiefs Council, took on this investigation knowing that due to the public prominence of Sir Edward Heath, both during his life and after his death, there would be significant public interest, comment and intense scrutiny. There have been many views expressed as to whether the police should investigate alleged offences committed by a deceased suspect. Notwithstanding the guidance, I believe this was the right moral thing, ethical thing, and professional thing to do. But I appreciate that every case needs to be judged on its own merits. I am satisfied that there were compelling and obvious reasons to investigate allegations made about Sir Edward Heath. The allegations against him were of the utmost seriousness and from a significant number of people. I hope people will understand that given these circumstances, it would be an indefensible dereliction of my public duty as a Chief Constable not to have investigated such serious allegations against a former Prime Minister, even though he is deceased. People who are victims of abuse in the past, now, or in the future should be reassured. Reassured by the way in which Wiltshire Police have listened to victims and survivors, and reassured that no matter who the alleged perpetrator of abuse is, we will take your allegations seriously. We will investigate, no matter how difficult that may be. That said, I will remind you again that this investigation has drawn no inference about Sir Edward Heath's guilt or innocence in this case. Operation Conifer has now come to an end, and the ICSA's terms of reference are clear. This watershed moment regarding investigations of people connected to the establishment should not be underestimated.
Decent and empathetic people struggle to imagine an adult harming a child, much less in a sexual way, even more so in a way that is described as satanic and ritualistic. However, this, as Geoffrey Dickens discovered, is part of the problem. In fact, it is that very disbelief that has served to protect paedophiles in British politics for decades, even when insiders have publicly told us what is going on. Peter Morrison was one of Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher's closest confidants and aides while she was in 10 Downing Street. They were close personally and professionally. So it was when her long-serving personal protection officer Barry Streven informed her that Morrison may be holding sexual parties with underage boys. Thatcher not only failed to act on this information, but she promoted Morrison shortly afterwards. Streven's words to Thatcher were witnessed by Archie Hamilton, Thatcher's personal secretary. Hamilton has since denied hearing that the conversation involved underage boys. Peter Morrison was to Margaret Thatcher a highly regarded member of her staff, so much so she later vouched for his knighthood. Given her enduring relationship with Savile and Morrison, as well as other men in her government who were accused of having a sexual interest in children, it's reasonable to ask, why did Margaret Thatcher appear to enjoy the company of men accused of being paedophiles? In 2013, I found myself in the curious position of reporting a former Member of Parliament, the Metropolitan Police. I told them that she had important information that could aid paedophile allegations against a senior aide of Margaret Thatcher. Former MP Edwina Currie, who these days makes her living as a right-wing media commentator, was on record with such knowledge, having proudly declared it in her autobiography. Shortly after, I was invited, alongside Edwina Currie, to do a newspaper review on BBC Radio. This segment is taken from a heated exchange between Edwina and myself, in which we are discussing further legal powers for Britain's secret services to spy on more people than ever before. Edwina believed in the idea that if you have nothing to hide, it shouldn't be a problem, but I disagreed.
You can have every bit of information about me. If it helps somebody else, it helps keep our country free, I'm delighted.
But that's where people go wrong. They make this assumption that if they've got nothing to hide, then they should be, it's okay, snoop on me. No, don't snoop on me. What MI5 and what MI6 need to start actually doing is A, being more accountable for their actions, B, stop covering up what's actually taking place in Parliament.
They're secret services.
Yeah,
that's what they're
secret
supposed to do.
services who have routinely and repeatedly hidden various things that have taken place in Parliament, including various paedophile rings that have taken place. You know this, Edwina. I don't need to tell you this. So these things.
What are you accusing me of, Sonia?
Who's accusing you of anything? Do you know what, Edwina?
I've never hidden anything.
She's not accusing you.
I'm not accusing you of anything, Edwina, but I do remember a really interesting tweet that you tweeted.
Do you know what? We're not going to start talking about paedophile rings on this programme. It's got nothing to do with what we're talking about
all
here.
Right. Later, I learnt that Edwina Currie, according to my Metropolitan Police contacts, was never a serious consideration for interview. Her words about paedophiles in Parliament enabled her to make money from her book, but little else. Of course, Currie being married to an ex-Metropolitan Police detective had nothing to do with her not being interviewed about allegedly knowing about paedophiles when she was in Parliament. During research, I've come to understand that there are too many people who want to make sensationalism out of the story of paedophiles in our Parliament, and people have swayed from one extreme to another, either denying all existence of paedophiles or claiming that everyone is at it. But the fact remains, most children are abused in a home setting. Some 90% of child abuse is at the hands of someone known to the child. The most recent figures tell us there was approximately 53,000 recorded sexual offences against under 16-year-olds in the UK for 2016 to 2017. This is believed to be a conservative figure, as people working with survivors know that a significant amount of allegations go unreported. Certainly, the treatment of Esther Baker and others who have made allegations public will not have encouraged people to come forward. One has to wonder, is that the aim? But the fact is, children have been left vulnerable and unprotected by the very people in Parliament whose job it is to protect them. For the last 5 decades, there have been various interest groups that have sought to influence the lawmakers in Parliament, perhaps none more so than the outlawed group, the Paedophile Information Exchange, who heavily campaigned, and with political backing, for the reduction in the age of consent, thus making it legal to rape minors.
The point is that this has been going on for a long time. For like the last 30 years, there's been one focus group after another which have been trying to get this, and they've all got an agenda. And it started with like the Paedophile Information Exchange. They've all got an agenda. They want to bring that age down, and it is to make children even more vulnerable.
British diplomat Sir Peter Heyman, who Geoffrey Dickens exposed as a paedophile, was a leading member of the Paedophile Information Exchange, also known as PI. Dickens fought to have PI banned, while other parliamentarians were revealed to have helped the group gain respectable status. In the last 6 years, there have been many accusations of historic abuse in our national institutions, some more convincing than others. Nonetheless, it became apparent that this time this issue was not going to go away.
So the British government were forced into action to attempt to quell the rising public anger, and a review of information held was ordered. Unquestionably, the British government, both under David Cameron and Theresa May, have sought to control the narrative right from the beginning of these most recent events. In July 2014, a year before announcing the child abuse inquiry, Theresa May, then Home Secretary, organised a report to be co-authored with the director of the NSPCC. The Wanless and Whittam report was limited from the outset. The terms of reference were limited strictly to what the Home Office knew about child abuse accusations regarding parliamentarians in the 70s and the 80s. Given what we now know about how the Prime Minister's cabinet stored up brownie points by hiding politicians' indiscretions, the authors should have been given a free hand to look across any relevant government departments. When the report was published, the authors rebuked Parliament for failing to disclose information. It was clear that the British government had been forced kicking and screaming into examining the allegations of child abuse within its own ranks, and anyone given the task of uncovering what appeared to be multiple cover-ups would be obstructed and hampered in their job.
Well, it's really difficult to piece together in a systematic way, yes. And so we make clear that there are a considerable number of caveats about what one can conclude about what the Home Office did or didn't receive during this period and what was done about it.
But you do conclude, Mr. Whittam, you do conclude that this wasn't a deliberate cover-up.
There's nothing to show that it was a deliberate cover-up, but we put the caveat in. It's very difficult at this remove of time.
As cynics expected, the review found nothing to support a concern that files had been deliberately or systematically removed or destroyed to cover up organised child abuse. But the authors concluded that it was not possible to say whether this may have happened due to the systems in place at the time. Part of these systems it would evolve included how children's accusations were dismissed as being of no consequence. Far more important, file notes tell us, was the reputation of those involved. Certainly, suspicions about politicians, even outright evidence, was quashed and suppressed to protect the reputation of the politicians and the political parties they represented. Knowledge of political abuse of children has been filed away in files held in the National Archives in Kew, southwest London, where over 1,000 years of government records are stored. Will we ever know the full truth? Unlikely. Not only are paedophiles naturally cunning and leave a little trace of their behaviour, but only 5% of government records are permanently preserved anyway. Some are available to the public, but many others are closed for sometimes 100+ years, either on the basis of national security or personal data. This alone creates a sense in people that the truth will never be told in our lifetimes. From the moment in July 2014 when Theresa May, the then Home Secretary, announced that there would be a child abuse inquiry, much of it has been textbook bad and has served to confirm what cynics already believed about the government and the alleged cover-ups. As it stands, there are estimates that it could cost up to £100 million and last perhaps a decade. A decade where potential perpetrators, be they in government, local authorities or in the church, will either die off, as we have potentially seen with other alleged abusers, and where the momentum of rage that accompanied the initial idea of children being abused by powerful people in the British establishment has subsided and been replaced by something else to be angry about. Many campaigners and interested parties have expressed deep reservations about this child abuse inquiry, which has witnessed senior resignations, accusations of sex assault, and shifting and changing how the inquiry would conduct itself before even one survivor testimony was heard. The truth is, for all its different shapes, it's still a government-appointed inquiry, and yet people expect it to reveal the misdeeds of the establishment. It's a tall order. Whether by design or fault, Theresa May made a series of questionable appointments right from the start. The first chairperson, Elizabeth Butler-Sloss, was a retired judge and was at one stage the highest-ranking woman judge in the UK. She lasted in the inquiry all of 6 days. Campaigners were alarmed to hear of the potential conflict, given that Butler-Sloss's brother, the now deceased Baron Michael Havers, was not only the Attorney General for Margaret Thatcher's government, but also the Solicitor General for Edward Heath's. Clearly, two governments that had been subject to serious child abuse allegations that would need to be explored by the child abuse inquiry. It was clear that Elizabeth Butler-Sloss was a no-no if there was any hope of convincing people that the child abuse inquiry was anything but an inquiry to ensure an alleged cover-up continued. She stepped down.
Well, obviously, a number of discussions were held about the appropriateness of Baroness Elizabeth Butler-Sloss to head this inquiry. I myself believe that it was not only her integrity, her experience as High Court judge, as president of the Family Division, but also as the individual who oversaw the Cleveland child sex abuse inquiry as well. So therefore bringing historic expertise in historic issue into the inquiry, I felt was absolutely appropriate for her to be appointed to this role. We absolutely defended Baroness Butler-Sloss's appointment. Of course we did. I put the name forward and made the appointment for her, and I continue to believe that she would have done an excellent job given her experience, her expertise, and her absolute integrity.
Campaigners, increasingly fearful that the truth would not be told, campaigned throughout for a judge who would be less establishment. Elizabeth Butler-Sloss outlined her concerns at such a suggestion.
I worry that the victims, for whom I have the most enormous sympathy, but for them to be deciding who should become the person chairing it creates real problems, because if you do not have a position of authority, how are you going to be able to run the inquiry? You need someone who knows how to run things. And if you get someone from an obscure background with no background of establishment, they'll find it very difficult and may not be able actually to produce the goods.
Critics considered this an extraordinary statement given the fact that it was people in authority who were part of the alleged cover-up in the first place. That Theresa May had chosen such a well-placed establishment figure as the first chairperson said rather a lot about the intentions of the inquiry. Butler-Sloss was replaced by the next chairperson, Fiona Woolf. Woolf lasted a month and a half before pressure kicked in sufficiently for her to step down. Woolf had set out to persuade the public via mainstream media that she was quite unlike Butler-Sloss and not part of the establishment at all. But this was a farce. Woolf was not only mayor of the City of London, a place historically that has brought various pressures to bear on any sitting government, but she also lived in the same street and had socialised with Leon Britton, the former Home Secretary, who had not only been accused of being a paedophile, but whose actions would be examined by the inquiry. It was becoming increasingly harder to argue that the child abuse inquiry was anything but a cover-up for crimes against children, and then the third chair arrived.
I can tell the House that I plan to appoint Justice Lowell Goddard as the new chairman of the independent panel inquiry into child sexual abuse. Mr. Speaker, Justice Goddard is a judge of the High Court of New Zealand. She will bring a wealth of expertise to the role of chairman, and crucially, she will be as removed as possible from the organisations and institutions that might become the focus of the inquiry.
The naming of people who have been responsible for the sexual abuse of children or institutions that have been at fault in failing to protect children from abuse is a core aspect of the inquiry's function. The 2005 Act makes it clear that while a statutory inquiry cannot determine criminal or civil liability, it can make findings of fact about alleged conduct that would amount to a crime or a civil wrong. That distinction is reflected in paragraph 10 of the terms of reference of this inquiry. Let me make it perfectly clear that this inquiry will use its fact-finding powers to the full and will not hesitate to make findings in relation to named individuals or institutions where the evidence justifies this.
Lowell Goddard lasted all of 6 months, but her resignation left the most questions. She was forced to deny accusations of bullying and racism, and she refused to submit to a committee for questions. Contacts within the inquiry have told me that they wish to move on from issues about Lowell Goddard. When I inquired about the money that Goddard was paid and for doing very little, plus the accompanying perks, and yet she was able to leave without explaining fully why. I have met many people during this story, but I have yet to meet anyone who truly believes that the child abuse inquiry will get to the bottom of what has been going on.
All these inquiries are set up to fail. They're designed to fail.
perhaps despite the good intentions of its current chair, Alexis Jay, who did great work as a social worker uncovering child trafficking and abuse in North England. This may be too big a secret to uncover. Some people argue that Britain is not ready to face the crimes of our establishment, for to do so would shake the bedrock of what many have believed to be the truth, when in fact we may have been living a lie. Where does it leave us if politicians can too easily be divided into those who have abused children and those who have historically turned an eye or ear to it? But is there no hope? Well, some interesting developments have emerged from the inquiry, including the revelations about former MP Cyril Smith and how his crimes were covered up not only by his political peers, but by the secret services too.
The child abuse inquiry has heard that the British Secret Services knew about the extensive allegations to do with Cyril Smith. Why on earth did nobody act on it?
I have little hope for the inquiry. There has already been so many issues attached to it, including data breaches of witness identities, and there is that ever-present fear that it is toothless when dealing with the mighty establishment determined to keep up a facade of decency. An inquiry contact keen to prove that it was in fact a genuine attempt at uncovering the truth told me that Prince Charles would be compelled by the inquiry to questions regarding his friendship with a paedophile church leader. It was not to be. In the end, a letter from Prince Charles was read out at the inquiry. It meant that he would not have to be cross-examined about what he did or did not know about his child-abusing friend. Most observers expected no better. After all, in some ways, it was merely a repeat of the royals' friendship with Jimmy Savile. Again, a serial abuser in their midst, and no one appears to have even detected it, even when there have been police cautions and investigations surrounding both the pervert bishop and the DJ. Charles, the next King of England, has yet to answer questions about why he has paedophiles as friends. Most journalists are in no doubt that sympathy and interest towards alleged survivors changed following the BBC's documentary in 2015 into the VIP paedophile scandal. Just as rapidly and fully as mainstream media had rushed into the story, it also rushed back out again, and with a vengeance. From that point onwards, editors no longer wanted to hear allegations of abuse. I was frequently told that these people are fantasists and can't be trusted. They were revealed in Panorama. But I and others had many problems with Panorama's investigation. In a 45-minute film, the BBC set out a clear course of discrediting both the rumours of paedophiles and those who carried them. Panorama's top line on the story was clear. There was no credible links to paedophiles in Parliament. As one example of the BBC's economy with the truth, the reporter described this man like this.
Another paedophile, a well-connected prep school teacher, was jailed for 13 years after Tom Watson's call for action.
It was only when Tom Watson started making a noise about it and putting pressure on the police, they then opened an inquiry and they tracked down everyone who had been at school with me and found that about a third of them had been sexually abused by this master. And so with dozens of witnesses, they finally prosecuted him.
But who was this unnamed prep school master? He was Charles Napier, a former treasurer of the Paedophile Information Exchange and half-brother of John Whittingdale, a powerful man in Parliament who previously held the role of overseeing media and culture, and that included the BBC. But more importantly, perhaps, Whittingdale began his parliamentary career working for both Leon Britton and Margaret Thatcher, two people who have been heavily implicated in the paedophiles in Parliament scandal. Why didn't the BBC see fit to inform viewers of this, seeing as Napier had previously boasted that he could import child abuse images into Parliament via his connections? Could it be that Napier, having parliamentary connections, did not fit in with the narrative that the BBC wished to pursue? For many, Panorama's best bit was the unravelling of former social worker Chris Fay, who was largely, but not exclusively, behind the Elm Guesthouse accusations. The programme played heavily on Fay's previous fraud conviction. However, Fay's questionable stance had already lost credibility online, but Panorama framed him as one of the most significant voices to emerge regarding the scandal. This was a deliberate ploy to discredit the story. However, what was interesting was that they missed out a significant character and one who was ever present with Chris Fay regarding the rumours of paedophiles in Parliament, Bill Maloney. It was Bill Maloney, a survivor of an abusive care system, Maloney had become the outspoken voice for victims and survivors and had plenty of online footage detailing him accusing MPs of child abuse. In fact, one of his viral videos featured me. I had a small experience of working with Bill, but I found that his allegations, like much of those that existed within alternative media, was high on bluster, but not on any supporting evidence. Former E17 singer Brian Harvey has recently made a tabloid splash with his video in which he talks extensively about Bill Maloney and which features another character that Panorama used to discredit the notion of paedophiles in Parliament.
David started making claims about VIP paedophile abuse in 1990. He'd met Chris Fay at a support group, and he says he was encouraged to name names.
In fact, it was Bill Maloney who suggested I speak with Andrew Ash, and he told me that Andrew could name many abusers. I refused. It didn't sound like a good basis for a journalistic scoop. Andrew later spoke with 2 other national newspapers.
Simon Cowell.
Yes.
Max Bygraves.
Yes.
David Frost.
No.
Alan Wicker.
Yes.
Richard Mallett.
Yes.
Ted Heath.
Yes.
Confirmed. Okay. Yes means Andrew had sex with them.
I later discovered that Andrew Ash, by his own words on Panorama, was a man in need of psychiatric treatment, not a media hell-bent on wringing alleged paedophile names out of him. Nonetheless, the BBC used Andrew Ash just as he'd been used before to shut down allegations, and it worked brilliantly. The media climate changed, and that certainly led to not only the discrediting of alleged survivors, but the pursuing in law of them too. The BBC's power should not be underestimated. Many people still believe something is not happening unless the BBC report on it. And as people are now realising, the BBC has been far from an impartial and untainted source for news for many decades. British security services have been routinely involved in vetting people who are either employed by the BBC or regularly appear on the broadcaster. And so, what about current political leaders? Well, Jeremy Corbyn, the leader of the Labour Party, has been subject to a great deal of accusations of covering up abuse. A number of people have come forward, including a social worker, to claim that Corbyn ignored what was told about abuse in Islington. In fact, as we recall, it was Corbyn who clashed with Geoffrey Dickens in Parliament in the 80s when Dickens refused to ignore what was being said about abuse in Corbyn's constituency. John Mann MP, who also came out asking for justice for survivors but has used many sticks with which to beat Corbyn, who he clearly loathes, issued an open letter to Jeremy Corbyn. Corbyn's people responded robustly, denying allegations and reassuring people that all would be tackled by the child abuse inquiry. Nonetheless, a shadow hangs over Jeremy Corbyn regarding what he did and didn't know about child abuse in his own community. There is no doubt that vulnerable young people were being abused in Islington's care homes, part of Corbyn's territory, and their plight came into sharp focus during the next stage of my research concerning a police investigation centred around Piccadilly Circus in the 1980s. Given that Parliament is attended by the biggest police force in the UK, the Metropolitan Police, how is it that the Met has routinely failed to apprehend parliamentary paedophiles? Could it be that the Met was infiltrated by people who were not only part of the sex abuse of children, but were also able to tip off those under investigation? The Independent Police Complaints Commission, the body that examines police conduct, has been unable to give me a current figure of how many allegations of impropriety concern their own officers and the issue of child sex abuse. In 2015, they were managing 29 separate investigations concerning the periods 1970 to 2005. In May 1986, an Islington social worker was jailed for 4 years for helping to organise a prostitution ring involving young boys and youths. Abraham Jacob, a former schoolmaster and a trainee priest, was arrested as part of Operation Circus, a police operation centred around Piccadilly Circus in London, which lasted 5 months and had over 100 officers working the case. Operation Circus interviewed hundreds of young people, many from care homes. It was coordinated from this station and overseen by this man, Commander Trevor Lloyd Hughes. However, Commander Lloyd Hughes had not been able to see this investigation investigation through to completion, for he had died of a heart attack just over a week before Jacob Abraham was sentenced. On the Sunday following Lloyd Hughes' death, a newspaper claimed that he was under investigation for potential links to what was called a rent boy ring. Could it be possible that this exemplary cop, who the commander of the Metropolitan Police had paid tribute to, was part of the problem for young boys in Piccadilly Circus and not a solution?
Right, on the night in question, I was on duty at Barnet Police Station. There was a telephone call that came into the station office as opposed to the command and control room, which was also at Barnet Police Station. As a consequence of that call, the station officer went to the control room, spoke to the sergeant in there, and a message was put out for the area car crew to attend a local station and call the control room. They were obviously assigned to something. We didn't know what they were assigned to, and off they went. Well, there then was a call for a section sergeant to attend an address, and consequently also a serving chief inspector who was called out from home to also attend this address. At this point, none of us knew what was going on. So later on in the evening, or the early hours of the morning as it was, we got together as a team for sort of morning tea and biscuits at sort of 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and the area car crew relayed to us what had happened at the address. Now, they told us that they had been to an address in Blanche Lane, South Mimms, which was the home address of Commander Trevor Lloyd Hughes. The crew detailed to us what they'd found at the scene, and what they told us was that they found Trevor Lloyd Hughes in a chair, fully dressed, in a suit, with a tie, very tightly tied around his neck. There was a note there, and he was surrounded by multiple vials of amyl nitrite. As a consequence of which, the chief inspector and the sergeant attended the scene, that the officers were told to leave the scene, that the amyl nitrite, which they'd started to evidence, and the officer's notebook were both taken off them. They were relieved of possession of those things, and they were told to leave the scene and not to discuss it any further. Now, throughout the rest of the night, there was absolutely zero radio communication whatsoever about this incident that was going on. They left 7 o'clock in the morning, I can't remember exactly, went home, came back the following evening. Now, when we got back the following evening, we known as parade, we went on parade, and then we were taken to another room where there was 2 gentlemen, both wearing suits. One of them didn't speak at all, and then one of them did speak to us. Don't know who he was. I can't even remember whether he was formally identified or not. Now, what we were specifically told was that the events of the evening before were likely to generate considerable media interest, and that under absolutely no circumstances whatsoever were we to speak to the media. We weren't even to speak to our wives and partners, and preferably not to discuss the incident between ourselves. If there were any approaches made by the media, then we were immediately to inform our inspector or the chief inspector, and they would handle it, but we were to make no comment on anything. We were sort of pre-warned that there could be something coming out at the weekend in the press concerning Commander Trevor Lloyd Hughes, which I found quite unusual, but hey ho, that's the way the police works. During the course of the night, I went into the station office, and back in the day, technology wasn't so advanced, and we had a teleprinter system. Now, every day we would get messages of consequence come over the teleprinter system, events that were going on, any major incidents, things of particular interest. And that was stored in the binder on the station officer's desk, along with something called an occurrence book, which is a handwritten book where certain things are put into it, sudden deaths being one of them. So I looked at this telecommunications from the commissioner, which was, I think it was about 10 a.m. It was actually timed at, in which the commissioner announced, or he regretted to announce, the death of the highest ranking officer to die in service, of that being of Commander Trevor Lloyd Hughes, who died peacefully at home from natural causes, which again was completely contradictory to what we believed may have happened the night before, certainly on the evidence of the officers that attended the scene. Well, during the course of that night duty, I went to Potters Bar Police Station. Potters Bar Police Station was closed at night, only worked from 7 in the morning, I think, till about 10 at night, but we had access to it. So I went to Potters Bar Police Station and I read the occurrence book. Interestingly, the report of the sudden death of Commander Lloyd Hughes was in the occurrence book at Potters Bar police station, and it was reported by an officer stationed, I believe, on the community team, or the home beats as they were called then, from there, that attended the venue in the morning to report the sudden death. Now, well, of course, there was no CAD reference of this incident whatsoever prior to that officer being dispatched to the job. So the CAD reference was created as if it had come in after 6 a.m. in the morning. I read the report, and I noted that the officer had said that Commander Lloyd Hughes, he'd been visited, apparently lifeless body, so on and so forth, and that he was in his bed. Now that's completely contradictory to what the officers had said the night before. The fact that he was sitting in a chair, that he was fully clothed, that he got tied very tightly around his neck. There was a note and the vials. Completely contradictory to that. There was some time after that, in fact, it was that following weekend, I read the article in the newspaper and saw that there was an expose of Commander Lloyd Hughes and his alleged association with rent boys and young people.
Machin is in no doubt that there was a cover-up in place.
I believe it was suicide. And I mean, so did everybody else.
Since Lloyd Hughes' death, Howard Groves, a detective on Operation Circus, has spoken out. He believes that the investigation was fine when arresting people like Jacob Abraham, but not when parliamentarians who were said to be picking up boys in Piccadilly Circus were mentioned. Machin's story is backed up to a degree by a man I encountered. He has asked me to hide his identity.
When I was a teenager, I was introduced to a guy, a rather kind of creepy guy, when I was working in a TV studio in North London, and that guy had an interest in two-way radios, and at the time so did I. And he invited me after some time period had passed, and he invited me to go and look at some radios that he wanted to sell. So I reluctantly went down his place because he didn't live too far away from where I lived. And he had these Pi radios out on the table, and I walked in and sat down. I was looking at them, we were chatting and everything, having a cup of tea. And after a little while, another guy appeared at the kitchen door, which kind of startled me, and he had a young boy with him. And I didn't say anything at first, and I looked at this Mike Lewis guy, and I said, "Oh, hello," wondering who the hell this guy was and where he'd come from, sort of thing, because we'd been in this guy's apartment for, I don't know, probably 15 minutes or something like that sometime. And I wondered what he'd been doing and who this kid was. So he said, "Oh, this is a friend of mine." And I said, "Do you have a name?" And he said, "Trevor." And I said, "Do you have a last name?" And he said, "Lloyd Hughes." And I said, "Oh, hi," sort of thing. And then I was looking at the boy, and I said, "And who's this?" And Trevor Lloyd Hughes said, "This is Martin." And I remembered his name because I have the same middle name. And then after maybe a few more words, which I can't remember, he said that he has to leave, but he was standing there and he was holding the boy by the arm, not by the hand, which I thought was a bit strange. It was almost like he was kind of reprimanding him or fearful that he might escape somewhere. And he said, "Well, we have to leave," and he disappeared out, and I heard the front door go. And that was it. But the interesting thing was, I have a photographic memory for faces. And I have fairly recently discovered, to my horror, that the boy who was with Trevor Lloyd Hughes that day was Martin Allen. A little boy who, he was probably a year or two younger than me, I should think. Has disappeared and has never been found, and I am 100% certain that that was him. And it made the blood in my veins go cold when I saw that, because that suddenly, now that I know more about Trevor and the sort of things that he was into and up to, it really chilled me, and I think I missed the bullet on that occasion.
Martin Allen, a 15-year-old schoolboy, disappeared on bonfire night, November the 5th, 1979. He travelled from his London school on the tube with the intention of visiting his older brother in Holloway Road, Islington. After saying goodbye to friends, he headed off for the Piccadilly line at King's Cross. This was the last confirmed sighting of him. He has not been seen since. Over a period of 3 years, Lloyd Hughes, a senior commander at the Met, began grooming Tony, and they spent many hours together. Tony was flattered that a man of Lloyd Hughes' status took such an interest in him.
Yeah, we used to drive around in his car, which was a police vehicle, an unmarked police vehicle, and I don't know how long it was between me first meeting him, but I suppose it couldn't have been that long, because the vehicle that he used was supplied by C11, Criminal Intelligence Branch, and it was the same car that he had. And I used to sit outside. We started to drive down to the Pimlico area, and I didn't know what this place was. It just looked like an enormous, ugly, block of apartments and stuff. And I used to sit outside in the car and read police reviews. He'd disappear for about an hour and stuff like that. And he always told me that he had to go and visit an old friend of his, which may have been the case, I don't know. But knowing now what I know about Trevor and the sort of stuff that he was involved in, and the association with Dolphin Court, it's very difficult not to put two and two together and come up with four. Knowing what happened there, why was Trevor there, what was, there were too many connections as far as I'm concerned. Trevor was into that kind of thing. That was what was going on at that location. It's not really something that I particularly want to go into the exact details, but needless to say, we went round to, I think it was the second or third flat that Lewis owned or had moved into. The place was empty, but he had a key, and we went in, and at that point he got very violent with me. He grabbed hold of me, pushed me into this room, and basically ripped open my shirt. I won't tell you what happened after that, but it was enough for me I just started screaming at him that I would speak to my friend who worked for MI5, and that I would tell him, and that I'd have him thrown out the police. And at that point, he stopped, and I just ran out the place, and I can't even remember how I got home, because we arrived there in his car.
In 1986, I worked at the Empire Ballroom in Leicester Square, just 2 minutes walk away from Piccadilly, and during the time of Operation Circus, and we knew the meat rack well. The boys would hang out in these windows ready to be selected. It was seedy, and there was a general sense that these kids were lost.
We weren't much older than some of the kids on the meat rack, but our lives couldn't have been more different, really. Me and my friends in Leicester Square in 1986.
All this information on Trevor Lloyd Hughes has been given to police, politicians, and even the Prime Minister Theresa May. No one has done anything. I have worked with other journalists on this, and other police who were there on the night of Lloyd Hughes' death has been traced. They have refused to speak. The culture of silence persists. During my 6-year-long investigations, I have been repeatedly warned of the dangers of investigating paedophiles. Certainly within months of my articles appearing in the national press, I had my own band of online trolls. After 2 years, there were thousands of tweets and blogs written about me, threatening to harm me and accusing me of the murders of survivors of child abuse.
So the Metropolitan Police have decided that I need this. And this is a
alarm. Now, the problem about a panic alarm is it makes you panic. And literally, if I have any reason to worry, I have to press a remote control I have, and this will automatically send a message that the police need to be dispatched ASAP.
They really convict themselves by going after you. I mean, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to help children, trying to stop children being sexually abused. I mean, anyone who doesn't like that, really, well, they have a problem.
The fact is, just because there hasn't been charges and convictions does not mean there are no paedophiles. The establishment, media, legal, political pulls together when one part of it is attacked. Paedophiles, by their very nature, are cunning and secretive. They test out people before revealing anything about their true natures because anything else does not fit in with their survival mode. If we looked at the correlation of people who have been sexually abused as children and long-term depression and unemployment, it may educate us enough to start to make a change. For all the campaigns of survivors and victims, what truly has changed? The dirty secrets of the British establishment remain hidden from general view. Some never made it even to the archives. The names that have leaked out have been done so strategically, sometimes after death, sometimes because the person is no longer of use to the handlers, sometimes because the person rebels. Either way, there are paedophiles in Parliament and higher up the food chain.
Parliament, place of British democracy or so, we are told, but the fact remains, since 2012, when Tom Watson stood up in the Houses of Parliament and addressed then Prime Minister David Cameron and said that there was clear intelligence of a powerful paedophile ring linked to Parliament, not one politician has been charged or convicted with crimes against children. Could this be that this was just purely works of fantasists and those with political agendas? Or is it the truth that the British establishment will never allow its crimes to be uncovered, and what we are seeing is just one cover-up after another, and children who were abused by people in this house will never receive justice?
Well, there is important new polling tonight showing that Kamala Harris has expanded her possibilities of winning the Electoral College. And this polling was done before the presidential debate, in which Kamala Harris crushed Donald Trump like no one has ever been crushed in a presidential debate before. So the polling could become even better for Kamala Harris once the effects of the debate register in the next wave of polls. Karl Rove saw this coming 14 years ago. Karl Rove saw this coming long before any other Republican. Karl Rove was the first Washington Republican to fear Kamala Harris. In an op-ed piece for the Wall Street Journal under the headline, "A Catastrophic Debate for Trump," Karl Rove writes, quote, "Tuesday's debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump was a train wreck for him, far worse than anything Team Trump could have imagined." President George W. Bush privately used nicknames for people around him. He called Vice President Dick Cheney Big Time. George W. Bush called his Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill Pablo. The most well-known nickname in the Bush White House was one that George W. Bush didn't come up with and did not like: Bush's brain. That is what everyone else in Washington called Karl Rove, the senior advisor in the Bush White House who masterminded George W. Bush's winning presidential campaigns. Early glowing profiles of Karl Rove during the Bush administration eagerly platformed Karl Rove's theory that he was building a permanent Republican majority in the Congress and a permanent Republican Electoral College hold on the White House. Karl Rove was repeatedly presented in major media profiles as a visionary Republican strategist who was far, far ahead, not just of other Republican strategic thinkers, but all political strategic thinkers in Washington in both parties. Those profiles were the product of the standard groupthink of the Washington press corps, and they all wildly exaggerated Karl Rove's genius. But what was true was that Karl Rove really was thinking about electoral politics for Republicans in a more careful and data-driven way than any other Republicans. It was also true that Karl Rove had a pretty good eye for potential political talent. Karl Rove signed up with George W. Bush in Texas because Rove believed correctly that George W. Bush could go all the way to the White House. And as soon as Karl Rove saw Kamala Harris 14 years ago in 2010, he was very worried about her.
We are the state that creates leadership for the rest of this country based on our belief that we can be tough and we can be smart and all the time be dedicated to our history while being empowered to know our destiny.
That was the night in 2010 when San Francisco District Attorney Kamala Harris won the Democratic nomination for Attorney General of the state of California. And that video was not seen anywhere outside of California. Karl Rove saw it. And that is when Karl Rove got scared, because Karl Rove saw the same track to the White House for Kamala Harris that I saw, beginning with her winning her first statewide race as Attorney General in California. That would leave Kamala Harris perfectly positioned, and it did leave her perfectly positioned to run statewide again for United States Senate, which became possible when Senator Barbara Boxer decided not to run for re-election in 2016. Once in the Senate, Kamala Harris would obviously be a star who everyone would then expect to run for president. The key for Karl Rove was preventing Kamala Harris from winning statewide in the first place, stopping her in that Attorney General campaign. Karl Rove needed to turn Kamala Harris into a loser then so that she couldn't follow an Obama-like trajectory through the United States Senate to the presidency. It was that obvious to Karl Rove then. And so Karl Rove helped fund a negative advertising campaign against Kamala Harris in 2010. Joining me now from Los Angeles, California's Democratic Attorney General candidate, Kamala Harris. Kamala, can you tell the country the story behind that ad that Karl Rove is running against you?
Well, Lawrence, about a week ago, we learned that Karl Rove and Gillespie put together about $1.1 million in money to fund an independent expenditure attack ad against my campaign focused on Los Angeles. We also learned that the expenditure was funded by tobacco, oil, and insurance companies. And as you have mentioned, there's a lot of speculation about why. But what that tells me is that they clearly know that we can win. And they obviously don't like our position on many of the issues that I believe are important, clearly not only to California, but the rest of the country.
Karl Rove was right. They needed to stop Kamala Harris then, or someday Republicans were going to be very worried in a campaign for president against Kamala Harris, as they are worried tonight. Kamala Harris won that first statewide campaign by less than 1% of the vote in California. And that is why she is where she is tonight. She is polling 4 points ahead of Donald Trump in the latest Wisconsin poll. The Marquette University Law School poll, the most trusted poll in Wisconsin, shows that among likely voters, Kamala Harris is polling at 52 in Wisconsin and Donald Trump is polling at 48. That is in a state where the last two presidential elections have been decided by less than 1% of the vote. In 2016, Donald Trump won Wisconsin with 47.2% 42% against Hillary Clinton's 46.5%. And in 2020, Joe Biden won Wisconsin with 49.4% against Donald Trump's 48.8%. That's how close it's supposed to be in Wisconsin. A 4-point gap in the Marquette poll in Wisconsin among likely voters is more than what Democrats could have reasonably hoped for at this point in the campaign. And that polling was completed before Wisconsin watched what Karl Rove saw in that debate, which Karl Rove describes this way. Ms. Harris was often on offense, leaving Mr. Trump visibly rattled as she launched rocket after rocket at him. A New York Times analysis found she spent 46% of her time on the attack, while Mr. Trump devoted 29% of his time to going after her. Debates aren't won on defense. Ms. Harris pressed Mr. Trump on the economy, the Ukraine war, foreign policy, healthcare, the January 6th attack, and especially abortion, leaving him flustered and often incoherent. Mr. Trump had to know the vice president would try to get him to lose his cool. She did. She went after him on his multiple indictments. She called him weak and belittled him as a 6-time bankrupt, spoiled inheritor of wealth. She said his former national security advisor thought him, in her words, dangerous and unfit for the Oval Office. He took the bait almost every time she put it on the hook. Rather than dismissing her attacks and launching his strongest counter-arguments against her, Mr. Trump got furious. As her attacks continued, his voice rose. He gripped the podium more often and more firmly. He grimaced and shook his head, at times responding with wild, fanciful rhetoric. Mr. Trump offered angry responses, pursed his lips, and eyes darting mostly down, seldom looking at her. And what was it with his makeup that left white circles around his eyes? Professional Republicans take Karl Rove very, very seriously. Big money Republican donors have always taken guidance from Karl Rove very, very seriously. They believe that Karl Rove really was Bush's brain, especially in campaigns. And so Republicans reading Karl Rove's assessment of the debate in the Wall Street Journal is as depressing as watching the debate was for those Republicans. Karl Rove continued, "It matters how debating candidates carry themselves. There, it was no contest. Ms. Harris came across as calm, confident, strong, and focused on the future. Mr. Trump came across as hot, angry, and fixated on the past, especially his own. She mastered the split screen, projecting confidence and wordlessly undercutting him by smiling while shaking her head as he spoke. Many undecided and swing voters will make up their minds less on any single issue than on their visceral reactions to the candidates. Ms. Harris did herself much good with that crowd Tuesday. Mr. Trump didn't. Even voters wanted to learn something new and reassuring about the candidates in the debate. She provided them plenty while he didn't. There's no putting lipstick on this pig. Mr. Trump was crushed by a woman he previously dismissed as dumb as a rock, which raises the question, what does that make him? The answer to that question was provided by Kamala Harris in the debate.
I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace.
You know who won a debate when one candidate uses the debate in a campaign commercial and the other doesn't.
I want to turn to the issue of abortion.
For 52 years, they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it.
I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Here is what debate winners say.
So North Carolina, 2 nights ago, Donald Trump and I had our debate. You watched it? Did you watch it? And look, I believe we owe it to have another debate. Right? We owe it to the voters.
Another debate. And here is what debate losers say. There will be no third debate. So says Donald Trump. Vice President Harris went to North Carolina today, where she has opened up the new possibility for Democrats to win the Electoral College with North Carolina's 16 electoral votes. The Democratic presidential candidate has not won North Carolina since 2008, when Barack Obama did it in his first presidential campaign. Donald Trump has won North Carolina twice now. If Donald Trump loses North Carolina this time, that would virtually eliminate any Trump chance of winning the Electoral College. With recent polls in North Carolina showing a 3-point gap between the candidates, the most recent poll shows Kamala Harris at 50 and Donald Trump at 47. If that's what happens on Election Day in North Carolina, Kamala Harris will be president. Here is North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper speaking to NBC's Nnamdi Egwuonu tonight after Vice President Harris's campaign event.
There's a reason why Donald Trump spent more money in August in North Carolina than any other state, because they're panicking. They know that Kamala Harris is at least tied or maybe even taking the lead in North Carolina. Donald Trump has no other path to the presidency. He must win North Carolina. We know that if Kamala Harris wins North Carolina, she is the next president of the United States. We did this in 2008. North Carolina voted for Barack Obama and made history. North Carolina is ready to make history again.
Here's Vice President Harris in Greensboro, North Carolina, earlier this evening.
Donald Trump intends to end the Affordable Care Act. Now think about that. Think about that. We remember what it meant when insurance companies could deny you for a pre-existing condition. Remember what that was? So he wants to get rid of it. And as he said in the debate, he made clear he has no plan to replace it. In fact, you remember? Concept. You remember? He has, quote, concepts of a plan. Concepts of a plan. I mean, we're 54 days from this election. Concepts of a plan. Which means no actual plan. Which means no actual plan. And 45 million Americans are insured through the Affordable Care Act. So understand what that means. He's going to end it based on a concept and take us back. So generate.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All Capitol buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay inside of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.